Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Cam Smith here to lead off the inning in a 1-0 game. Astros and Rockies in a pitcher's duel.
Drives one. High and deep. Forget about it.
There we go.
Smith, home run number 8 on the season, and the Astros take a 2-0 lead as Cam gets his first home run since June 28th. That ball to center field, well struck. Jordan bidding for a home run. It's gone! He hit the changeup and the Astros lead 4-0. Jordan's first home run since coming back from the IL.
Okay. Todd Callis on the call, Jeff Bagwell muttering in the background on both of those home run calls.
I appreciate Jeff Bagwell because he's such the opposite of Jeff Blum. Like, just trying to give Bagwell some notes or something and saying like, hey Bags, you need to have a really corny nickname for guys' home runs and whatever.
Bagwell would not be into that at all.
Hey, no. Tell it, Bagwell. Come up with something super cheesy like Yiner Bomb.
Yeah.
And say it with a lot of gusto.
Right.
You gotta really jazz hands it up.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do jazz hands, Bagwell?
Oh my God, no, he cannot. He cannot.
It's like I can barely lift my arms over my shoulder. Did you see me in 2006?
I'll do them down next to my hips. Low jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
It was just funny because I pulled both of those home runs before the show, and it was right before the show, so I'm just dialed in on the call of the home run by Callis. And I had forgotten that Bagwell was on the call last night, and all I heard was I pull that Cam one, and all I hear is this like underneath, and I'm like, damn, what happened to Blum? And then the second one, you could hear Bagwell because Callis is trying to call the home run, and Bagwell's like, oh, that's a changeup, huh? To each their own. It's his style, and you're right. The divergent styles, I'm here for it. Whatever.
A lot of people don't like Bagwell on the broadcast anymore just because he was associated with their rudderless period there where they operated well at a GM, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. I do love the little bit of nuggets of education you get from Jeff Bagwell.
Oh, he's a super smart dude, man. Yeah.
I did appreciate last night, too, where you could kind of – they were talking about the consecutive game streaks and load that. There'll be another Cal Ripken Jr. Mm-hmm. But you could tell – I mean, it's a constant battle for him between – the old school and the analytics, and he's saying, look, I guess it shows that there's a benefit to guys taking off, and it's just
he hated it. Yeah, I know. It's like asking Michael Jordan about load management.
You know what it is? It's because I side with him in that regard. In that I'm way more on the analytics side than Bagwell is, in just let's say in football in my respective sport. Yeah. But I do think, and even talking to some coaches that are all about, look, the analytics can do a lot of positive things. There is a part of it where it's like, man, sometimes life just sucks and you got to push through it. Like there's a certain softness that invites into your organization. That's what I fear.
Yes.
Can you quantify that for me, nerds? You'll win a Nobel Prize if you can quantify the softness that enters the picture when everybody has a mindset all of the time of like, oh, oh, I'm a little uncomfortable. Uh-oh, should I push through it? No, we need to get you a Sleep Number bed and be sure that everything is pristine before you return. You'll never face actual adversity in baseball or life. So I'm on Team Bagwell.
That's
on that
old
side.
school right there.
Yeah.
Text message right out of the chute. Immediately, this is from Irwin. Immediately, Jordan's delicate flower of a body has been redeemed.
Exactly.
And Baggy was a ball of emotion. Hey, Ben, play the Jordan home run one more time. I want to hear that. I want to hear Bagwell muttering in the background. That was a changeup right there.
That ball to center field. Well struck. Jordan bidding for a home run. It's gone. He hit the changeup off the center. And the Astros lead 4-0. Jordan.
Clean up on aisle 12. Clean up on aisle 44. That would be Blum's call. Clean up on aisle 44, TK. Yeah.
Jordan, as they pointed out on Jordan's first, when he came home on that, dang it, who was it that knocked him home? Oh, Sanchez. Brought him home there early in the game. Yeah. And they were commenting on how Jordan is a good base runner. It's not just that he runs faster than you expect. It's that he's also an intelligent base runner, unlike some other Astros. But he also, the way he runs, it's fast, but it's almost like he's on a Nordic track. You know, he's just got those long legs, and they're kind of moving ahead, like he might as well be a Finnish Nordic events competitor.
He moves better than you'd think. He's almost too good of a base runner because he steals a base every now and then. He slides, which I don't like. I wish he was a worse base runner, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he'd gotten a second on a bad pitch on that. Go around the bases as well.
Yep. So we say all that to say that the Astros win 4-0. I would say the big stories coming out of this game, well, one, we do a standings check. They're still a game and a half up. That was a good thing they won last night because so did the Mariners. They beat the Padres. The Astros are back at it this afternoon, last game of this 3-game set with the Rockies. So they've got that. We've got that. The Angels coming to town this weekend. The big things from this game, Fromber, I hesitate to say he's back because it's the Rockies, but I'm not going to complain about it either. I saw some people out there, probably one or two people, like, let's not get too excited, guys. It was just the Rockies. Have you watched your Fromber pitch the last 5 games? I'm going to get excited about anything that is 7 innings of shutout baseball. I am not going to grade this one on a curve. It was good to see the old Fromber back.
No, let's grade it on a curve. His actual curveball. I think his actual curveball is where he makes his money, and I think that it looks like the better version of his curveball. Yep. And if you can have that, if you can do it in the double A's like he did last night versus the Rockies, then it's just a matter of translating that into an actual major league game.
It was a rehab start for Fromber.
It was a rehab start for Jordan. That's the one part of the highlights I didn't like is coming into that Cam Smith home run. A pitcher's duel here between the Astros and the Rockies. Yeah. Like, they've got
another one
of the worst teams in the history of baseball. Yeah.
Yep. And I would say this too. So Fromber, good, thumbs up. We like that. I would say if there were 2 guys, if I got a coupon last night from somebody who says, hey, you can pick 2 guys to hit a home run for the Astros tonight, I think those would be the 2 I'd pick. Cam Smith hasn't hit one since June 28th till last night. Yeah, almost 2 months since Cam hit a home run. Since before I went on vacation.
6 nights hence the summer solstice.
Yeah, right.
Cam Smith.
4 and 7 years ago.
Launched a leather sphere into that.
Yeah. Got some guy in the town square with the big scroll proclaiming Cam Smith's home. So I would have picked Cam because of the drought that he's been on. And Jordan's been in a drought too, but it's mostly because he's been sitting there with a hand injury. So those would have been the 2 guys I picked. Like, those to me feel there's nobody else on the roster where I'm like, all right, that makes me feel even better than just the runs that they're scoring. That makes me feel better. Maybe Cam's breaking out of this and he'll start, sometimes you need to proverbially, Seth, see the ball go through the hoop and you start knocking down some shots. Maybe that was it. He was so happy, Cam. He was so happy when he hit that home run. He had grinning ear to ear like a little kid. It was great. Yeah. That was cool to see.
Celebrate the little things, man.
Yes,
You're
man.
Right back on track. He's handled this all, at least from the outside looking in. It seems like he's handled this all pretty well. Yeah. I don't fear that he's some guy that's going to buckle under the pressure or strain of perform the pressure of Major League Baseball. He seems like he's the classic the old school baseball scouts would just say like, if I can watch him walk in the room and I know that he's got the right stuff.
Did you notice on Jordan's home run? I didn't notice when I watched it in real time. I noticed it when when I rewatched, I think I noticed it when I rewatched it to pull the audio for the bump in here. When he rounded third to dap up Paris Chica, I was watching his right hand to see it just exactly. And
if he kind of like pulled short or something.
He did. It looked like kind of turned the hand a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's like he turned like so that he just kind of touched the back of the hand or the wrist. I think that's what I saw. I need you to watch it to tell me if I'm crazy on this.
The way they've talked about it, it sounds like there's still discomfort or pain or whatever it might be. It's everything that everybody has said, or at least between Espada and Jordan. When Jordan was asked whether he still has pain, he didn't answer the question directly.
Right.
And the situation is, it might be a little bit of a mystery still, and they're just trying to do the best they can and work through it. So we have no idea. We're in the D'Amico Ryans would be furious with me if I speculated.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
I think that's just reading the tea leaves. I'm not speculating. I'm openly saying we don't know exactly what the whole deal is, and it doesn't seem like Jordan hasn't come out and said, "Oh nope, I feel as great as it did the day I was born." It just there's an ongoing situation there.
If you get a second, take a look at it. And listeners, if you get a second, rewatch Jordan's home run from last. You'll find it on social media. Somebody's just search Jordan, and I'm sure it'll be the first thing that pops up. Am I being crazy? Was he turning his hand in the dap up at third base with Paris Chica?
I'm watching it right now.
Okay.
Home run, majestic. He looks at it, stares it down, not disrespectfully. So the ball lands
Who cares?
just
It's the
beyond
Rockies. Who gives a
center
crap?
field wall. The caption says, "I'm back, Jordan."
Yeah.
He's rounding the bases. People are clapping. Outfielder dejected on the floor, sitting on the ground.
You sound
sad
like
about
Bagwell.
his lot in life. Why am I here with the Rockets? I think he kind of just pulled short when Paris Chica went to
right?
Either I don't know. It's just when you go to high five somebody but you're running, you got to have a quick recoil.
If I remember, he had his hand down next to his waist.
I'm watching the vertical, so it's not as good.
Okay.
No, but here's a cute cat video. And then a one-armed dude surfing now, going up on that's pretty impressive.
You reading the closed captions or whatever it was you were doing, I'm like, if Bagwell was doing play-by-play, that's what it would sound like.
Some clip John Goodman in some role I've never seen before.
Okay.
It looks like Trump did something.
Okay.
All right, now back to
the set Payne algorithm is interesting to me.
John Goodman, Trump,
and cats.
Jordan, and cats. I'm a guy who's into big men and kitty cats.
Furry little animals. Yeah. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans both met with the media yesterday, and they went in on the injury report. This was the big thing. I'm kind of bummed that this was the big thing yesterday because it's a good roster. This should be exciting. We got plenty of time to get ready for week one. They both had what I thought were really intriguing, I almost call them rants, about how the injury reporting has been done. This Joe Mixon injury, I think, has been a tipping point here. Between the media and the hierarchy of the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next. But first, tonight. Let's get you guys out to TDECU Stadium tonight. Yeah, there we go. Crank it up for the Cougs. The Cougs and the SFA Lumberjacks.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans both met with the media yesterday. Let's start out with the update on Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon, who is going to be on the PUP list for at least 4 games, maybe more. Nick Caserio here. Let's start with Nick, and then we'll get to D'Amico. These were the answers to the Mixon questions. This is Nick Caserio. Was this setback with Joe Mixon was expected on the PUP list?
Yeah, I mean, with all injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate at that time. Okay,
so more of a general answer about Mixon, about guys on the PUP. The follow-up to that, do you anticipate Joe Mixon playing this season?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
Okay, so kind of the same answer with a "we'll see" attached to the front of it. So nothing specific.
And this is going on now since OTAs, where there's just something mysterious. He's this year's version of either Christian Harris or Kyle Tucker. Pick an athlete with a mysterious injury of your choosing, and we just flat out don't know what's going on.
Yep. So let's get to D'Amico. D'Amico was asked about Mixon. This is a very short and sweet answer. Asked about the time frame for Joe Mixon.
My expectation is for Joe, we're taking it one day at a time, and when he's ready to be back, he'll be back.
Okay. Now, for whatever reason, this is the injury now, Seth, that has kind of created a tipping point between the media and how the Texans, specifically Nick and D'Amico, go about conveying injury information.
Yeah.
That they don't give a lot of it.
Right.
And yet, to their frustration, there are reports on the injured players that have more specificity but aren't always correct.
Right. I'll get into D'Amico's rant here in a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's it's a fine line between demanding that reporters just do their jobs and report things accurately, yet at the same time, nobody from the Texans is divulging any information whatsoever. It almost seems like you're inviting reporters to really dig into pay off a doctor if you know how to do your job or something. I think for me, I tend to now the team, Caserio and D'Amico will say we're protecting the player. It's the player's information. If he doesn't want it out there, whatever. All this, that, and the other thing, and that's cool. I do think there's a dual purpose to it, and one is just that playing it close to the vest is a great policy whenever possible. And people say, okay, well, how much are you really gaining by hiding this player's injury from the opponent? Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's one little thing. If you look at the great coaches, especially the maniacally obsessive ones, they tend to obsess over every little thing.
Yeah.
And over time, you never know when that one little thing is helping you, and that's the deciding factor in a game. So maybe it's once every 3 years, but they just, as a policy of playing it close to the vest. That's why in the military, you don't tell your foot soldiers, well, listen, you can tell this secret, but not that one. Mm-hmm. We'll let you use your discretion.
Yeah.
You have a policy of just not disclosing anything.
Yep.
So I'm cool with that. I just also I'm a little bit cynical or skeptical when it's framed completely like, well, we do this for the players. It can be both things.
Yeah.
You can be protecting the players, but you're also playing it close to the vest.
I thought the two, whatever you want to, if you want to call them rants, whatever we're going to call them, the two long answers that Caserio and D'Amico each had about this, I think we're conveying a very similar message, but coming from very different places. We'll play Caserio first. I thought Caserio was more about, he's definitely acknowledged protecting the players, but I thought he also acknowledged the mechanics of reporting specific things, where if you report something and then the guy has a setback or something and he's not back by then, there's a frustration level. Like when you start putting specific time frames out there, they become these targets for guys coming back, and injuries aren't always as linear as that. Here was Caserio when he was asked, I think Landry asked the question, how do you and D'Amico approach injury information?
Yeah, protect the players. So, again, I mean, it's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing. Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like, other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get on what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injury. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that. We respect that. But we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players, because that's what we feel our responsibility is to them.
Yeah, and I think the tough part, too, with an injured player, sometimes there's situations like where the player himself might feel like, man, people out there are starting to call me lazy, or they're starting to call me like I'm not tough, or whatever it might be. And there are times when the player would actually want the information out there. I think probably most players veer towards the other side, where they just want it private and they just want to focus on whatever they're doing. And and it's up to, and then at that point, there's plenty of instances of players getting frustrated because the team isn't releasing all the information.
Yeah.
But I have no reason to believe that's what the case is here. It just might be that the team doesn't have to release any information.
Yeah.
They're going to play it close to the vest. They don't. The player doesn't want the information released, so that's a double whammy, and it's just not going to get out.
Yeah. D'Amico's rant went for 2.5 minutes. This is the second time, though. I didn't see this cited a lot yesterday. This is the second time he's brought up this dynamic of, hey, do you even have the best interest of our players in mind when you're out here reporting? I'm going to hold it just for time's sake. It's more important that we play the one from yesterday because it's more recent. But he did go on a similar diatribe the first time when Ian Rappaport had reported, as it turns out accurately in retrospect, that Joe Mixon might be out for a little while. And D'Amico did not like having that reported on. I felt like this one we're about to play had more embedded in it than just the Rappaport thing, because we have since then had an inaccurate ACL report on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think that factored into this one very, very heavily. Here was D'Amico Ryans. This is a long cut, but I think it's worth listening to because it was a wow moment. For D'Amico Ryan's press conference, this was a wow moment yesterday. This was D'Amico talking about injury reporting.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't, again, talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on, the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now, in the day and age where we are, with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true accurate information on players? That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get it. It's the microwave society, everybody wants it quick, everybody wants it now, and that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business, that's whoever's business, and don't talk about it. Let him be at peace, let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end, it's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly care about our players.
The tough part there is, when you start talking about people speculating and whatnot, there's the report of C.J. Gardner-Johnson's torn ACL. That was an inaccurate and false report. We've had a few instances of that in various sports over the years. The speculating is dicier, and that's where I don't know specifically what D'Amico is talking about, because it's not speculation to say, well, I guess there's a chance he doesn't play at all this year. I mean, that's a mathematical truth. You can say that about anybody. There's a chance that anybody on the team doesn't play this season, depending on what happens. So that's a degree of speculation that I think is fair in this instance, that without any information, without not knowing what's going on. I think the dicey part, though, is when guys who typically you look at as reporters or that report actual news start delving into the speculation side of things, like Adam Schefter. Well, the last time the Texans were most notably quiet about a high-profile story was before the 2023 draft. Nobody was giving anybody any information. None of these Nugget hussies knew what was going on. And all of a sudden, you got guys that people kind of look at. You look at Adam Schefter as, okay, he's generally 99% accurate when he reports things, but he's on television saying, I don't know. I think I don't think the Texans are going to take a quarterback this year. Yeah, they throw crap out there because they're hardwired to want to get those clicks, and that's where it gets for you and I about, okay, yeah, I guess there's a chance he doesn't play. I don't know. Yeah. I hope he does. Right. That's different than when an actual reporter or somebody that's a news dude starts just throwing his speculation out there, because people take it more seriously than just random musings.
No doubt. My thing, look, I appreciate what D'Amico's doing, and I think what D'Amico is doing and Nick in protecting the players is a big part. I think it is maybe not a big part, but I think it is symptomatic or part of the culture they've created, which is a very player-friendly culture that, as Nick said in his press conference yesterday, man, there's guys that don't want to get claimed by teams so they can come back on our practice squad. I think they've created a really, really good culture over there, and I think players appreciate how player-friendly D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio are from that standpoint. But as far as what D'Amico said, where the disconnect is for me is where he talks about how is that good for our players? How is that good for the Texans? It's not the media's job to do what's good for the Texans. It's not the media's job to protect the players. And I acknowledge there have been inaccurate reports. Those are bad. And there should be accountability for things like that, 100%. And the lack of accountability that there is in the media, I agree with D'Amico Ryans on that there is no punishment. Some places do, some places don't. But if some places don't, that means there is some level of unaccountability out there. But the disconnect for me is you are in a job where injuries get reported every week by the league. There is an injury report every week that applies a probability label to each of those injuries and tells us what the body part is. This is not the reporters that D'Amico's talking about. You wouldn't want your medical stuff out there. We don't work in a job where our medical stuff is relevant to anybody except our employer and our families. So that part to me is the part where I have a disconnect. I appreciate what he's doing 100%. And if this is part of what creates what they've created over there, the protection of the players with the injuries, then keep doing it because you got a good thing going over there.
No, the whole thing is it doesn't even have to be a moral judgment or anything. No. It's just a division of what people's individual concerns are, which is the team cares about, doing right by the players, but also, let's be honest, keeping it close to the vest as a policy to gain whatever competitive advantage you might gain by that. So there's two parts to it. But then on the other side of it, you have like some of our listeners who are listening right now who are like, I drafted Joe Mixon in my fam. I
drafted him in 2 leagues. Yeah.
What's that?
I drafted him in 2 leagues.
You were partially vindicated at least because your one fantasy draft people were mad at you because you were telling people about the uncertainty of Joe Mixon's injury status.
I just said he wasn't going to. Yeah, I just said he would. All of the people in my league look at me like, hey, Sean, what's the deal with Joe Mixon? I said, he's not going to practice in the preseason is what it looks like. And then 2 rounds later, I drafted him, and they're like, oh!
One of the guys, I'm going to use you as an example because one of my YouTube live stream subscribers said, Seth, stop playing with our emotions by your pretend ignorance of Joe Mixon's injury. You 100% know exactly what's stopping games before it's game over. I don't know if he's joking or not. But if I actually knew, 2 things happen. 1, I tell Sean Pendergast. 2, if I'm not betraying the confidence of my source, whenever I get actual inside information and it's cool for me to relay it on, I give it to a trained and ethical journalist because they actually know how to vet these things, what you can and cannot report and everything. I do not delve into that world. But if I actually knew something substantive about Joe Mixon's injury, I would have already fed it to somebody that knows how to handle those things, and it would be out there already. So that's all I can tell you is that if I knew, I would know. And I think if I knew, there's a good chance that other people would know. But you wouldn't know that you know because I know, because I give it to the professionals.
Well put.
There are still ethical journalists out there.
Yes.
They don't just kind of just throw stuff against the wall and hope that they're right.
All right, football talk in this segment brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Up next, headlines. Astros win yesterday, still a game and a half up in the AL West. We'll tell you how they got that done. What more from D'Amico Ryans? How does he feel about the initial roster? They've got a practice squad now, too. They brought back about 15 or so guys. We got some news from the NFL as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. My news for you right now in the luxury car realm is get down to Sugar Land.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Cam Smith here to lead off the inning in a 1-0 game. Astros and Rockies in a pitcher's duel.
Drives one, high and deep. Forget about it.
There we go.
Smith, home run number 8 on the season, and the Astros take a 2-0 lead as Cam gets his first home run since June 28th. That ball to center field, well struck. Jordan bidding for a home run. It's gone! He hit the changeup off the straightaway center, and the Astros lead 4-0. Jordan's first home run since coming back from the IL.
As fourth of the year, and I guess that was Jeff Bagwell kind of speaking down low below Todd Callis on that highlight right there. We played that bumping into the show, and we had a couple texters point out that the reason why bringing up changeup there was because I guess he had said like the pitch before that Jordan's sitting on the changeup right now.
Yeah,
and he kind of called it. So good job, Bagwell. Bagwell's one of the smartest baseball players that have ever come through the city of Houston. So the important thing though is that the Astros won last night, 4-0. Good thing they won because the Mariners did as well. So still a 1.5 lead in the AL West. The Astros play this afternoon. We'll get away for the Colorado Rockies before welcoming the Angels here this weekend. But 4-0 for Framber Valdez, 7 shutout innings. Brian Abreu came in and cleaned things up at the end, and it was a nice night at the Yard.
And for Framber, okay, hey, you can say it was just the Rockies all you want. That is true. But he had more command and control over his curveball, which is his bread and butter pitch. And he hadn't been inducing as many whiffs on this curveball as of late. And the actual effectiveness and control and everything else, more so than the results, I think is what you should get excited about. You know what? I'd say, great. I'm glad it was the Rockies. We needed to be sure he got something to give him some confidence or whatever he needed to do to get it right. So hopefully he can just, like we've seen out of Framber in the past, he can skid for a little bit, and then he turns back into being the most dominant version of himself.
Yeah. Well, and the Astros have their true ace, Jason Alexander, on the mound this afternoon. So, they're going to win this series.
If you don't stop jinxing crap like this, I swear.
I've been saying it for the last 3 starts for Jason Alexander.
Smack you down.
He just keeps mowing people down. I've been saying it for 2 weeks now.
You're going to have to, right. Yeah, I know. It's, you're jinxing him.
The bubble's going to burst.
It's like calling out a no-hitter or something. We will not make any positive comments about Jason Alexander.
I can't keep that promise. Why are you making promises I can't keep?
Until the World Series trophy is sitting in Houston.
I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm just smitten with him. Again, Astros 1.5 up on the Mariners. They're what?
I was going to say something about how we were going to have to send you to Matt Stafford's glorified meth trailer there, his little medical recovery trailer.
His little hyperbolic meth trailer?
I had written something in the show notes about his fancy meth trailer, and lo and behold, I'm looking at the Chronicle right now, and I've got an ad for an Airstream on the column to the right. Yeah.
I've gotten into a bit of a Breaking Bad wormhole on YouTube over the last couple days. That's what they're feeding me on YouTube right now is old Breaking Bad clips. Mm-hmm. I might rewatch it. It's a good show, kids.
Did you ever see the Breaking Bad where the lead actor there from Breaking Bad,
Bryan Cranston? Yeah.
Bryan Cranston wakes up and it's a Malcolm in the Middle. Forte have overtaken Paul Rudd in the impressive aging category.
Cranston's got to be in his 60s now.
Yeah, whereas
he was Tim Watley on Seinfeld back in the mid-'90s,
looking about the same as he does right now.
Yeah.
And I think that likewise, like Will Forte, every time I see him now, he doesn't on a few pounds and he's starting to look a little worse for wear.
Yeah,
I didn't even know I was engaged in this competition or watching, but I watched something with Will Forte a couple days ago. And I'm like, he looks younger than Paul Rudd.
Yeah, it's about time. I root for these guys to age. All right, Texans, D'Amico Ryans, how you feeling about the initial roster that the squad's put together?
I feel really good about our team. Our initial 53 roster is set. It's initial. Things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can. But we feel really good about the 53 men that have made our team so far, and those 53 guys definitely deserved it. And there are more guys who are deserving. We just couldn't keep more guys, but I would have loved to keep more guys, but had to make some tough decisions there, but we feel really good where we are.
Well, they brought some guys back, Seth. Among the guys they brought back what looks to be about 15 players or so on the practice squad. Among them, Damon Arnett back with the Texans, at least on the practice squad. Trent Brown is back, so that tackle room. And I say this because I think the Texans and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans specifically view these 15 or 16 guys as part of the roster. So if people are out there going, they've only got this many tackles and Blake Fisher has an ankle and, oh, my God, what are they going to do at tackle? They view Trent Brown as part of the team.
I think they view Trent Brown, and also Jakob Johnson is on the practice squad as well.
Yep.
So if there's I think there's times where they might be facing certain opponents and they feel like Cade Stover or British Brooks is a good enough or fine enough fullback. There might be other games where they're raving somebody that you say, nope, we need some old school fullback action in here, and we'll bring that guy up. The practice squad is way more interesting to me than it used to be. I think the thing that elicited the most emotion was when Jared Wayne was signed to the practice squad, because a lot of people still blame him for Tank Dell's injury.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, Jared. I mean, I've seen his name on so many press releases over the last 2 years with guys getting called up and down from the practice squad. I hadn't noticed that. Yeah, he's back. You're right.
The two guys that were least surprising to me that are on the practice squad are rookies Casey Osai and Jackson Woodard, the linebackers, because both D'Amico and Caserio at times have gushed about how those guys work and operate exactly like everything they want a Texans player to be.
They were the answer to your question to Nick about who. Give me a couple guys on the practice squad. Like 2 times ago when he was on with us, he mentioned those guys. You asked him back in May, I think, or June, the same question, and he brought up Junior Tafuna, who also made the team. And he brought up Daniel Jackson, who is not on this practice squad list, the wide receiver from Minnesota. So I don't know if he got claimed. Because he did some good things in the preseason. Yeah. So you look bewildered right now. What's going on?
I don't know. There's such a flurry of names that I, for some reason, thought that I had seen him get as one of the, because there were still, the last time I checked, there were a couple of guys still to be filled out. But no,
I'm just looking at the press release from the team that they sent out yesterday.
That's an errant memory of mine. I apologize.
It's okay. Miles Bryant made the practice squad, and that was forecasted by Nick Caserio himself in his press conference yesterday when, prior to the announcement of the practice squad, Nick was bringing up examples of versatility. He brought up Miles Bryant, who had been cut by the Texans.
Yeah. So according to Texans Wire, Daniel Jackson is on the practice squad.
Cool.
So it must have been one of the later ones.
Maybe.
Officially reported
I'm looking at the press release from the team.
Right. Yeah. When they sent that press release out, there were another couple extra ones. So at some point, Daniel Jackson was announced too. So
gotcha.
And that's listen, everybody. We're not going to give you daily practice squad updates or anything. This thing is shifting all the time.
We're giving daily practice squad updates, and I am going to tout Jason Alexander from the top of the roof right now.
Yeah.
All right. All right, a couple quick other things. NFL, Rashee Rice gets a...
Dang it, I apologize. Never mind. Disregard everything I just said about Daniel Jackson. All right.
We good?
Just everybody listen to Sean for the rest of the show.
I mean, I'm literally I'm reading the thing.
I know
from the
you
team.
are reading. I know. I understand. I was reading the same thing, Sean, okay?
All right. So
I wasn't accusing you of being wrong. I'm just... Yeah, go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay,
shut up.
Rashee Rice, 6-game suspension for his drag racing on a Dallas freeway. So there is that. And congratulations to a friend of the show, Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets, won a Lone Star Emmy last night for best sideline reporter in the state of Texas. So congratulations to Vanessa. Does a great job for the Rockets, and it's going to be a fun Rockets season coming up. So there you go. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to some non-Joe Mixon Caserio audio from yesterday. I thought this was fun, especially in light of an article that DJ Bieneme put out yesterday. He interviewed the McNairs, interviewed some other people talking to go get a Super Bowl. Nick Caserio comparing this version of the Texans to the first 2 years that he was here, and also talking about he had some interesting things to say. He's been asked this before about his relationship with D'Amico, but he had some interesting comments within that answer yesterday. We'll get to all that coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, Katy Freeway.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth is waving his hand like he's got something important to say.
I don't have to say. We were talking about this during the break. There's somebody that Sean and I both know who reminds us a little bit of Jordan Hudson, who's Belichick's girlfriend. And I realized, like, okay, you don't ever say that to a person. You never tell a person, like, hey, has anybody ever told you they look like, especially with somebody who's
when we next see this person, you're going to make sure not to do that.
Oh God, yes, yeah. No, Sean, do you know how many times in my life, like who? I'm 50 years old. Yeah. The Office came out 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So does somebody really think they're going to be the first person to notice that I look like Ed Helms? They or that guy from The Dentist or whatever they might say. So whenever they say, hey, as soon as you utter the words, has anybody ever told you that you look like? Just shut up. Yes, people have told them that before, and there's a good chance that they're not all that enthusiastic about it. I don't mind the Ed Helms. The Gary Busey I could get less of.
Gary Busey?
I get Gary Busey's kid, whatever the hell his name is.
Okay, I don't know who that is, yeah.
Gary Busey, saying I look like Gary Busey's kid makes me wistful for the days when people used to think I was John Rocker. I would much rather be John Rocker than Gary Busey's kid.
Hang on, Ben was about to say something. Who's Gary Busey?
His name's Jake.
Jake Busey? Jake Busey.
Apparently I look like Jake Busey sometimes.
Is he famous? I mean,
he was in, he's been in stuff.
Yes?
I think he was the bully in Edward Scissorhands.
Okay.
Wasn't that Jake Busey?
I don't know. Ben shaking.
Oh no,
his
that
head.
was never mind. We'll go down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
That wasn't Jake Busey. That was a kid from 16 Candles, except he got all beefed up.
Anthony Michael Hall?
It was Anthony Michael Hall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never seen Edward Scissorhands.
Really?
Never seen it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Is that a shocking one that I haven't seen?
No, I think that's more of it's kind of a chick flick.
I'm not a huge Johnny Depp guy. He was Edward Scissorhands, right? Depp, yeah. Brass, but that's because I like mob movies. But that's a crossover hit for me. But I'm not a huge Johnny Depp guy, in part because he's very strange. He's very weird. So
it's a Tim Burton movie too, which is that's naturally weird. Were you at any point in your childhood a goth kid?
No.
Yeah, okay. You might not be into it then. Yeah. You never dabbled in gothitude.
Not that I remember, but my high school friend Rob Stone is joining us at 9 o'clock today on the show. The host
Was he a goth kid?
No, he was definitely not a goth kid. No, he was like class president, captain of the soccer team. Like he was. Yeah. He was the dude. Yeah, he's the host of Big Noon Saturday. He's going to join us to preview Texas and Ohio State.
The goth chicks always intrigued me. I always had like flirtatious friendships with some of the goth chicks. Because you always felt that they disapproved. You feel like she totally disapproves of me. I'm going to show her that I'm not your typical movie jock. All right, I'm not the guy that bullied Edward Scissorhands.
Right. Yeah, you want to. Yeah. You're above that.
Yeah.
There's
something about the white makeup too. It just kind of got me like, whoa.
See, it didn't get to me like that back then. I didn't like it, but it is one of those things. Like in retrospect, I'm like, I wish I could go back and tell 17-year-old Sean, give the goth chicks a chance. You know? I wish I could do that. I can't.
Now and then I just wear a Cure T-shirt to school just to get them thinking.
Man.
You know?
Yeah.
That's right. You can like the Cure and Muscles.
That's true. Yeah. I'll be a little emo for you. It's fine. Yeah. All right, Nick Caserio. How do the Texans now? The team that you're part of now, this group, this franchise, how is it now that you were the general manager of this team?
Yeah, no different. I think our program is very process-oriented.
Pause. The question was actually, I think Landry asked the question. I should have set this up better. Remember in the first 2 years where Nick was like, hey, we're about process, not results, and everybody got upset at that because the results were so bad? They won 7 games in 2 years. Landry asked Nick yesterday, is that still the case? Are you now that you're winning divisions, is it still process over results?
Yeah, no different. I think our program is very process oriented. If you have good processes in place, hopefully it leads to good results. Sometimes good process doesn't necessarily lead to the best results, but what we've tried to do is just establish some level of consistency on a day-to-day basis, what we're doing on all levels, coaching, scouting, nutrition, player performance in all areas, and just get the right people in the building, understanding that It's a hard business. I mean, you're going to face some adversity. You're going to face, some stretches where things aren't going great. So you're either going to withstand that or you're going to wilt. We feel we can handle, anything that's put in front of us. And, I mean, that's what you want to kind of build. So you just got to focus on the process, because the reality is, Landry, after a game on Sunday, you have to go back and start over, right? So post-game, all right, then you got to rebuild back up to get back to that same point. So you just don't go from one week to the next. So if you have good process, D'Amico and I both believe that strongly, and having good process, being consistent day to day. If there's an area that we can tweak or improve that can enhance our program, we're always going, as long as we're here, that will be the approach.
Seth, when he's talking about, like, you're going to hit some rough patches, there's going to be some downtimes, I'm listening, and I'm like, good sir, you made it through 2021 and 2022. You can get through anything, Nick Caserio.
Yeah, there's it's tough though. There's times when things are really bad where you just become callous to some of the adversity. It's when things are going well, but then all of a sudden things don't go as expected or as planned.
Yeah.
That can be a bigger hurdle to overcome, because you gotta, like, all of those positives that you've built and, like, having the right kind of attitude and everything, it really gets tested then. That's when, if you fail in times of struggle, how small is your strength, or whatever the quote is.
That's a great point. I'm just thinking of, like, specifics from last year. Like, last year there were high expectations. Losing Stephon Diggs to a torn ACL and then losing Tank Dell to a torn everything in his knee probably was more stressful for Nick than anything that was going on during 2022, let's say. Like, when you're just losing, you're losing.
Proverbs 24:10. If you falter in a time of trouble, how small is your strength? That's the...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So you puffing your chest like, hey, everything's going great. Yeah, we're the cock of the walk. Did you see how many players we have in the NFL top 100? And then all of a sudden you lose 3 games in a row.
Oh.
And, okay, how small is your strength?
Oh.
You're like, what do you, listen, Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah.
Is this too hard for you? That's when you get tested.
I didn't like that. I've been really enjoying this 6 players in the top 58 that we've got.
I think I was going to drop it.
No, not at all. Not at all. All right, so here's one more from Nick Caserio. He's been asked this quite a bit, but I thought there was some interesting little phrases in here that Nick had when he was asked, how's your relationship with D'Amico evolved?
Our relationship has been really good from the start. I think it's grown each year, and I'm glad he's our coach. Really wouldn't want to work with anybody else, and hopefully it continues to lead to pretty good results, and we can keep moving the organization in a good direction. I say this humbly, but I think, our program is pretty respected league-wide. It's because of the players and because of the people in the building. People want to be here. When a player basically says, look, I hope I don't get claimed so I can go to your practice squad, honestly, it speaks to where your program is. So, we've come a long way. Look, I was here for, 21, and nobody was saying that. So, we're obviously in a different spot. So hopefully we can just keep doing the right things, being consistent day to day, treat people the right way, just be honest with them and tell them the truth. And it starts at the top with him. Now, he won't take credit, because he's so humble and his nature isn't, but everything starts with him. And then it disseminates throughout the rest of the building. So I've said this multiple times. My job is to support him in any capacity possible, whatever that entails. And for as long as I'm in the position that I'm in, then that's my commitment to him and to the organization.
It's been a while since we've heard, there used to be quite a few people that thought that Caserio would never be on board because it wasn't his choice or whatever narratives people had or their ideas of how it went. We haven't heard much of that since really the beginning of last season. I think you were still hearing that after the 2023 season. But for me, and you know how I was on record before as they hired D'Amico that I thought that D'Amico and Nick were going to be a really, really good fit.
You were the first one I heard say that they're going to be a really good pair together.
Yeah, I don't, and as you know, also I think that. I read every book that anybody writes about Bill Belichick. I read all the articles, knowing full well that 25% of it is garbage. But there's just some common themes to the way that Belichick operates that are very similar to the way that D'Amico operates. They have vastly different personalities, but there's just a few core things about focusing on the things that really matter, being able to separate a lot of the nonsense from the things you do care about, and what they expect from their players. Most critically, I think D'Amico and Belichick, I think they look at the intangibles in almost exactly the same way. Yeah. You take a player that D'Amico really likes is probably a player that Belichick really likes, and vice versa. And do they have an eye for getting those guys and then keeping them and getting the best out of them? I think that's the part of D'Amico that I knew he had just by just knowing the way he operates, that I figured that Caserio would really, really like.
You know what I've noticed about Nick when he gets asked about stuff? When he gets asked a question like that, and he does acknowledge that things are better now than they were before. That's just factual. Better now than the first 2 years that he was here. He never says never says, like, hopefully we keep getting good results and we keep moving things in a positive direction. And I think it's probably symptomatic of the first cut we played where you don't talk about results and things like that.
That's exactly this is one of the most frustrating things in the world. And again, I read Belichick's autobiography, and I like going through Belichick's autobiography, or his, whatever he calls this latest book of his, and looking at the things that people are just, the advice they're not going to follow. Or that if anybody else said it, people would say, oh, that guy doesn't have a winning mentality. I don't know. Because Belichick, Caserio a few years ago said, hey, we can't control whether we win or lose. We can control the process. And people were furious about that. You go ahead and look up Mike Krzyzewski, John Wooden, Bill Belichick, any number of the all-time great coaches. They all have quotes that are exactly like that.
Yeah.
But unless you say it as you're sitting on top of 6 championships,
right,
people don't want to hear it.
They
just don't want. Krzyzewski would say multiple different quotes of Krzyzewski saying, we really can't control whether we win or lose. What we can control is the process, and that's what you worry about. Krzyzewski says it, like, yeah, cool, makes sense. Anybody else in the world says it, what a loser. I can't believe this guy doesn't even want. Belichick would basically talk about how you can control, be a team that's good enough to be consistently getting to the conference championship, and then beyond that, there's a little bit of randomness involved in it. It's about, you're going up against really good teams. There's injuries. There's the bounce of the ball. And Belichick can say that because he's won a boatload of Super Bowls. Anybody else says it, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're not trying to win a.
You were absolutely. I mean, that's why Landry asked the question yesterday. I think because when Nick said that back in 2021 and 2022, like, it's not about the results, it's about the process.
Yeah.
People were like, yeah, well, it's you won 3 games last year. Of course you're going to say that, and it's
right.
But now they're winning division titles, and the answer is the same now.
Nick Saban, same thing. Yeah. Boatload of quotes about the process and not worrying about results and everything.
Yep.
But people don't want to follow that advice because they've watched so many damn movies. They're like, no, the coach of the 2 teams that merged he has to give a big speech at the beginning of the game, and that's when everybody realizes, hey, we're all the same on the inside. Get off my porch. Get off my lawn. Just sentimental dweebs. Yeah.
Text message, someone says D'Amico and Nick are like long-lost best friends at this point. It's true. They have great respect for each other, man. I think they enjoy working with each other. DJ Bieneme had a good piece yesterday on ESPN.com. He interviewed the McNairs. He interviewed some of the players in West Virginia is where these interviews took place. The headline is, why the Texans owners feel Houston is, quote, pretty close, meaning pretty close to getting to where they want to go. Before we dig into some of the nuggets from this article, let's harken back to January. I think this is the Monday after the Texans lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs. That Chiefs playoff loss is the fulcrum of this article. It is a big part of this article, the loss to the Chiefs, whereas in 2023, the Texans felt like, man, we're still pretty far off. They got blown out by the Ravens. The feeling inside the building coming off of that loss to the Chiefs in the 4th quarter on the offensive side of the ball. Here was D'Amico Ryans the Monday after that Kansas City loss, acknowledging they have to get past the divisional round.
I look at this year specifically, I am proud of our guys and for accomplishing what we accomplished this year, to win a division, to get into the playoffs, right, get to the divisional round. Like, I'm proud of our guys for that. But for me as a coach, as a competitor, that's not what I put all the work in for, is just to get to the divisional round and just be excited about that just because of where the Texans were before. I'm just supposed to be pleased with getting to the divisional round. That's not why I work. Like, I work to win. and we didn't get the job done. We didn't make enough plays to win the game, to get over the hump. So for me, it's like good year, but not good enough in my mind. And for me, it's how do we take the organization to new heights. So I'm looking at all areas to improve our football team.
If you had said that with more gusto, that could have been a drop that they use on the New Heights podcast, which would bring D'Amico the more fame and accolades that he so desperately wants.
Oh, yeah, he wants that rub from the Kelsey brothers for sure. Well, it's funny because, you bring, that is something I noticed in that cut right there, like, oh, God, he's got we just got knocked out of the playoffs vibe to him in this cut right here. Like, you can tell that he's not the usual upbeat D'Amico Ryans in that cut. The DJ Bienson here, I'm going to read an excerpt from the article real quick from the McNairs. Cal McNair told ESPN, what makes us feel good is the past 2 years we've had good results, and we're expecting, hopefully, that these roster and offseason decisions turn into something along those lines. Cal McNair offered words of encouragement, telling ESPN in August at the Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia that, quote, we hope to see us get a little bit better this year. Then Hannah McNair grinned and swiftly interjected, a lot better.
The dynamic between those two is
awesome.
So funny in a good way, a good, funny way. Because Cal is as laid back as they come. It's almost like a CJ Stroud and Nick Caley dynamic.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Nick Caley's all full of zest and verve, and CJ's very laid back. But yeah, Hannah's got a very take no prisoners approach.
Very much.
I think if she had grown up in your household, she would have been a huge wrestling fan. I think.
Yeah, she is now. I know that. Yeah.
Is she?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Ever since the two of them went to Monday Night Raw. A couple years ago, and they got introduced. They did a video of them walking down the ramp and whatnot. Ever since then, she
could cut a promo.
Definitely could cut.
She's
a promo.
Always at any given time. It seems like she's biting her tongue.
Yes.
I'm amazed that she can still talk because I feel like when she gets in front of a microphone, she's biting her tongue 50% of the time.
Yeah. More. At first, not so much, and now she's getting a little more. It seems like a little more. Cautious.
She's having fun with it. Well, she calls out, talking some probably. Yeah. That's the biggest one where it feels like, oh, that's actual. Like she's taking it to the other owners.
Yeah.
She's just she's fighting in her weight class.
Yes.
Like, hey, the players can play the players. The coaches can coach against the other coaches. I'm going to take on the other owners.
That's right. That's right. Okay, what do you think of this Titus Howard quote from this article here? Let me read this to you, Seth. Talking about. DJ says, under Caley and Popovich, Titus Howard believes the offense fits, quote, us the best. Howard told ESPN, the biggest difference is our mentality. The type of offense fits a lot of the guys that we have in the room, being able to start the game off strong as an offensive line and being able to finish games. Also running the ball and then using the run to open up the pass game, not coming out getting effing negative yards on outside zone runs plays. Stuff that didn't really fit us, end quote.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
The F-bomb adds some juice to that one, right?
Yeah, there. I'd love to. The problem with all of that, though, too, is it's not like the scheme itself is the problem. It was the way the scheme was being executed. And Bobby Slowick just seeming to try to detach himself from the execution problem as much as possible. Every time Bobby Slowick talked about the execution, it felt like he was talking about it as if it was something he wasn't responsible for. Where when you look at the way when that scheme works well, like in say San Francisco, like Kyle Shanahan knows exactly what the hell he's doing. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that the San Francisco offensive line over these last 6 or 7 years has been a soft offensive line.
No,
but they know how to execute.
Yeah,
that it's gotten a lot harder. I was talking to Drew Hodgson, who coaches high school football now, but he runs a version of that scheme because he learned it under Kubiak. And the big difference now between then is that because you can't cut block anymore, it's really, like in the NFL especially, it's that much harder to execute that scheme because the cut blocks used to be such a huge part of it.
Yeah.
And by and large, most of the cut blocks that were the bread and butter of that scheme, you're not allowed to do anymore. So the teams that can run it effectively, they got to know what the hell they're doing. And Bobby Slowick just flat out didn't know what the hell he was doing, and Chris Strausser didn't know what he was doing.
Yep. It seems like Things are better now, but boy, Titus, the F-bomb right there. F in negative yards. He's the second guy we've quoted this. Well, we didn't quote Dameon Pierce. We played the audio. That's the second guy on the show this week that's...
Well, I think part of it, though, too, is, yes, he's saying that the scheme is better suited to what they want to do or what their temperament is. But I think he's probably also taken some personal accountability for that. It's not like he wasn't responsible for any of the negative yardage plays in the run game.
True.
So I think it might just be a matter of he feels better in this scheme and the way they're operating this year as well. And so he's not going to be as responsible for as many negative plays.
ESPN has some bold predictions for all 32 teams. I'm not going to go through all 32 of these, but I'm curious. These are ones that I thought were interesting. Dan Graziano did the piece, so these are all his predictions. It's a long piece. This is a long piece for one person to write. Good job, Dan Graziano. Don't be surprised if ... the Texans have the best defense in the NFL.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I think the two biggest hurdles that they have to overcome or at least improve on compared to last year is some of the big plays that are a result of either poor tackling or mental errors in the secondary. You got to get rid of those, and then B, the linebackers in coverage.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be incredible. I don't expect all of a sudden one of those guys to be Fred Warner or something, but as a group they've got to be better in pass coverage. Those are really the two things that are most glaring and responsible for them not being an absolute top-tier defense last year. But it's not like those are very fixable issues, because the linebackers, a lot of the issues were more just like play action recognition and things like that. They were mental, they were reaction time, there were things like that. It's not like you're asking Aziz Elshire to cover a receiver. You're not asking him to be Derek Brooks and cover tight ends and receivers down the seam all the time.
Yeah.
They've got to be more on point with some of their reads.
My reaction to that, again, these are bold. They're supposedly bold predictions. Don't be surprised if Texans have the best defense in the NFL. That didn't strike me as particularly bold. I mean,
That's
I guess
not a bold one. Yeah.
It's bold in that there can only be one best.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're truly the best, like we wouldn't be disappointed if they're third or something like that. He's saying the best, but that one didn't pop for me as being bold. I'm like, no, I expect them to be excellent this year. Now this one surprised me, and I think it might surprise you as well, and it might surprise some of our audience. Be surprised if the Colts pull an upset and win the AFC South.
Yeah, that would
surprise me.
That would surprise me. I think the Jaguars, if there's a darling or whatever, if you want to pick somebody to upset the Texans, division favorites don't win the division all the time. Every single year there's somebody that falters. The Colts just have. I guess the Colts they've got really a potentially scary group of skill players. Their weapons on offense could be scary. The question is that you've got Daniel Jones being the one that ties it all together.
Yeah.
And that's where I just don't know. The Colts defense also could improve. And it wasn't like they weren't as bad. Remember, they started off the season really, really bad.
Yep.
And then they fixed some things up.
Yeah.
So that's you know what? That's not as glaring as it's not as glaring as Tannenbaum saying that the Titans are gonna win the division.
Oh, we'll get
Mike
to
Tannenbaum
him.
on ESPN said that the Titans are gonna. That's a more glaring.
Yeah,
one.
we've got that audio in the next segment. We'll get to him. I will say this, and maybe I should have saved that for when we play Tannenbaum. I would pick the Titans before I pick the Colts, just based on the upside and the unknown of Cam Ward. The same way nobody was picking the Texans the year that C.J. Stroud took them to the division championship a couple of years ago. There's no upside with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. We know what they are. They're not good. And I don't think Shane Steichen's going to make either of them good either.
And with Cam Ward, he's playing in a scheme that when executed properly, there's a lot of similarities to Shanahan's scheme that they're doing there. That an experienced quarterback.
Correct. And
you can kind of simplify things for him and get the most out of what he can do as he's learning how to do all of the other elements of being an NFL quarterback. It's a huge wild card, and there's no film on him. So go back in any of the, RG3 as a rookie compared to how RG3 would be later in his career. There's some things you can't prepare for until you got a bunch of film on it, and Cam Ward could end up being that guy at the very least. And then who knows how good he ends up being in future years.
Got a couple more here. I want to bounce these off you. Don't be surprised if, again, these are bold predictions from Dan Graziano of ESPN. Don't be surprised if the Bengals return to the AFC title game. I think that is a bold that's bolder than the Texans having the best defense in the NFL. The Bengals defense, I don't care that they got Trey Hendrickson back in the fold. He was in the fold last year, led the league in sacks, and that defense stunk. And they haven't done anything to improve that defense really in the offseason. They hired Al Golden as their defensive coordinator. He was a DC at Notre Dame last year, but that's a big jump from college to the end. There's nothing there where I go, this guy had a great defense at Notre Dame. Boy, he's going to turn the Bengals around. And the AFC is tough, man. Like you're talking the AFC title game. That means you're talking about the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens. I'll throw the Texans in there because I think they're as good. I think they're on the same level as the Bengals. I know the Bengals get a lot of love because Joe Burrow had an amazing season last year.
Look, Joe Burrow, I don't know. I feel like we're on a collision course to him that says he's either going to retire or play elsewhere. It's
Carson Palmer.
I saw some Bengals fan thumping his chest in a group of Texans fans. He had entered the replies of some tweet, and I was just kind of perusing it. I never participate these days. But he's thumping his chest about his organization versus the Texans, which, if you really want to go how the Texans have dashed the Bengals' dreams in the playoffs or whatever. But you think about how you think about the Bengals right now, where you think, okay, yeah, Joe Burrow, credible team and everything. Sean, they had a stretch of 2 years where starting in 2018, they were 6-10, then they were 2-14, then they were 4-11, then boom, they go to the Super Bowl, boom, they go to the AFC Championship, and then the last 2 years they're 9-8, they're 9-8.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a golden era of 2 years for him, and as great as Joe Burrow is or can be, right now I'm kind of back to just looking at them as, same old Bengals.
Same old Bengals.
Great. You got some great skill players. What are you going to do with them?
They're going to be, I'll say this about them. This doesn't correlate at all to getting to AFC title games. If anything, there's a negative correlation. But I would say if I didn't have a dog in the fight in the NFL and I was just sitting down to watch Sunday Ticket every Sunday, I'd watch Bengals games. I mean, they're going to be 38-35 every single game. They're going to be fun as hell to watch.
Yeah,
and they were last year down the stretch. It's just they couldn't. Joe Burrow, if they had gone 12-5, if they had gone 11-6 instead of 9-8, Joe Burrow might have won the MVP last year.
Right. No, and then when I say same old Bengals, like with a lot of teams, that might be in 14 or whatever. No, the Bengals. Remember, in the Marvin Lewis era, they went 7 years out of 8 making the playoffs and losing in the wild card every single year.
Yep.
It's just being good enough to be right there, except they got a better quarterback this time around.
Yeah. Last one I wanted to bounce off you. This isn't bold to me, although I think Mike McDaniel is on the hottest of hot seats. Don't be surprised if the Dolphins are a wild card contender.
That's just dumb.
Yeah, you can be like in week 15. You can be 6-8 or whatever. I'm throwing a bye week in there.
Well, especially with an interim coach too. They'll get the interim coach bump or something.
When they fire McDaniel.
I think Mike McDaniel probably. Yeah. I don't know, somewhere around week 9 or so. They let go of the dream. I don't know.
Do you want to do our NFL first head coach fired death pool tomorrow on the show? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I win it last year? I won it, and I wasn't happy about it.
You had Saleh.
Yeah, because I didn't think Saleh was going to be deserved. Going into last season, I didn't think Saleh deserved to get fired. I think that because he was getting all this criticism for not handling a situation well enough. Of in any given week, it was like, why are you not kowtowing to Aaron Rodgers? And then the next week, it'd be like, well, you got to draw a firm line with Aaron Rodgers. And meanwhile, it wasn't like it was his decision or anything else to bring that quarterback in. And it just and as soon as they cut him, the one good thing they had going, their defense, which he was responsible for, that fell apart too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that was a good pick.
I know. I didn't want it to be Robert Saleh.
No.
I didn't think he deserved to get fired, but I know the Jets.
Yep.
Now one of my favorite teammates ever, Aaron Glenn, is the head coach of the Jets. You think I get any sleep at night?
No. Nor should you. You love Aaron.
I care about Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, you love him. Yeah. You think Saleh gets another shot?
As a head coach?
Yes. He's a DC in San Francisco right now. Again.
I think he will.
Yeah.
I think that depending on how he spins his experience with the Jets, because there were a lot of things that were out of his control, and yet he had. I mean, the one year they were they were a nearly 500. They were a 500 team while playing 4 different non-NFL quarterbacks.
The year that Aaron Rodgers got hurt on the 4th snap of the season, they won 7 games. With Zach Wilson and Tim Boyle and guys like that. They
beat the snot out of the Texans.
Right.
With Zach, with Zach Wilson.
They did with Zach Wilson, and then they did it last year with an interim coach. Stop losing games like that, Texans. You want to get – Hannah kind of talks about that in that article by DJ Bieneme. She has the same view I do, which is, you know how they get to new heights? Have a home game in the divisional round. You know what I mean? Like, have a home game. Stop going on the road in the divisional game, and you get home games in the divisional round by beating the Titans at home, by beating the Jets with a janky-ass Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, by closing out games where you've intercepted Jared Goff 5 times. Don't give up 19 unanswered in the second half. Talking to you, Texans, all right? Don't be surprised if ... Oh, I like this.
Don't get swept by the X kind of thing.
Yeah, people are sending in some don't be surprised if ... right now. Don't be surprised if ... Seth wins the mile race.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sports Radio 610.
I won't win it. Bijani will beat me on that one. But as far as beating Clint Stoerner, let me read you a text from my brother. Because my brother's a bigger guy. And he's done Ironman triathlons, and he and I have both kind of delved into that world of being not fit for endurance events, but just liking the challenge of endurance events. But I've got this extra motivation now too, because I don't think my brother thinks this is legally binding, but I was texting back and forth with him about like what should I set as a realistic goal and everything, and he said that if I run a 7-minute mile, quote, I'll give you $10,000 if you do that. Unquote.
Wow. When your brother does well, he wouldn't be like emptying his 401k or anything.
No, but I don't know. I've got it in writing right there. That's a legitimate text from my brother.
It's a text. Now, is that an incentive for you? That's not a bet where if you don't do it, you owe him $10,000.
You know what I'm going to do is I'll guilt him into giving $10,000 to the charity of my choice.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
If he does give it to me directly, I told him to make it $9,999 so we don't have to get the feds involved. And,
good job.
Just wire that over just shy of $10,000.
That's right. Someone texting, you can't fade that Zaza mentality.
I'm shooting right now. I'm currently training. I'm gonna have to talk to your daughter Judy's boyfriend Charlie.
Oh, to Charlie? Okay, Judy's already committed to put a program.
Knows that I'm bone-on-bone arthritis.
Told
in
her
both
everything,
knees.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing like basically some hardcore interval and hill training. I suspect that's what she'll tell me.
Yeah.
And then supplementing it. I'm shooting my sights on a 6-minute mile. I found a 250-pound guy who ran a 6-minute mile.
Okay.
And now that I know it's possible, was he 24 years old? Yes, sure he was.
It's all right.
Had he been training for that, and was he a former track athlete? Of course. But now that I know that it's possible, I will be laser focused on running a 6. You hear that, Clint Stoerner?
Oh.
Now the first time when I beat Clint, I'm not going to have to run a 6-minute mile.
No.
I think I might just kind of tease him and let him lead the first. Maybe I'll let him lead the first 1,400 meters, and then I'll reel it in. I'll let him give like a 50-meter lead right around that half lap to go, and then I'll reel him in.
And you'll get him. I was listening to their show I was on my way up here. We had our fantasy draft up here, our Odyssey fantasy draft at 3:00. So I was listening to them in the car, and I think your commitment to doing a 7-minute mile has rattled Clint a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was like, Chief, he's saying, man, I think the reason Seth can do it, you know why? He's a little crazy. He's a little crazy, He's a little crazy.
I don't care about the pain.
And
I love the pain.
I love it so much. I love it so much. It's my last name. My name's actually Seth Smith. So Ron told Clint on the air that Judy, my daughter, was going to put together a plan for you. And Clint's like, that's a beginning. and Clint was even at the point, too, where I was listening, and he's like, he was shying off of the 8-minute mile. He's like, when I said 8 minutes, I really meant 8 something, be in that 8. The first number would be 8. And I'm like, oh, Seth's in his head.
I did 12 hill interval runs yesterday. Just to let you know.
When was the last time you did that?
Maybe like 10 years ago or so. Yeah.
Yes.
And Sean, this is the key. This is where I've matured.
Yeah.
You know what? I felt I wanted to do 16, but I was like, nope, I'm gonna
dialed it back
off. Injury prevention, and it's not even injury prevention. It's not making my current injuries any worse. I'm gonna back off a little bit. I'm gonna be mature about this. Yeah.
This is no disrespect. How big was the hill?
I was doing a minute of running uphill.
Okay, so it's a big hill.
I tried to keep a steady pace.
Yep.
Until I did 1 minute of running up the hill, then walk back down, then run up again, and again. I've matured. I could still stand and breathe and everything at the end of it. It's trying to keep a consistent pace.
Did you go to the top of the hill, or was it such a big hill it took a minute?
It's such a big hill that I was just perpetually running.
Gotcha.
Parking garages are good for that. So in Houston, people ask, like, hey, where do you do that? Our parking garage across the street from us is
no
a good
doubt.
place for that.
No doubt. All right, man. I think the public is ready for this. I mean, you're in Clint's head right now, just so you know.
I'm kind of like, I've almost... Beating Clint is the one thing, but now I've kind of just taken on the challenge of kind of preliminary as I work up towards the 6-minute mile.
It's good, too, Sean and Seth, because he says it in that Clint swagger, so it sounds hilarious and so serious at the same time. It's going to be fun. Okay, and now we're getting a bunch of texts telling you who you look like. Seth, has anybody told you you look like Rosie O'Donnell?
Pre or post plastic surgery?
That's right.
Oh wait, no, I'm not thinking of Rosie. I'm thinking of Roseanne Barr.
Yeah.
We had a comedian in once a long time ago, and it was after Roseanne Barr had gotten her cheeks done and everything. Yeah. I'm like, dude, just set aside everything you know or feel about Roseanne Barr and just look at her face. Yeah. She looks kind of hot. And the comedian, I don't remember the comedian was, but he was like, I will never forget you or this conversation.
Yeah,
what the hell are you talking about?
Be memorable. You
got to set aside everything. Set aside whatever you feel about Roseanne Barr and just look at this picture of her.
I'm not going to do that.
That is a potentially, just from this camera angle, that's a hot woman right there.
Now I'll do it out of curiosity, but I don't want to. All right, we mentioned this. Take a Mania preview. We got Take a Mania tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Does this take make the cut? Seth alluded to it before. We'll play the audio for you. Got to remind you, too, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Collect that $10,000. $9,999.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Our Friday Take-A-Mania that we do at 9 o'clock every Friday for the worst takes, where we have a champion that has to get unseated each week, that has to get knocked off his perch. We've had one of our strongest champions running right now, Hayden Winks, with his take that the DeAndre Hopkins trade was actually a win for the Texans. That'll be on display again at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll see if it can get knocked off its perch. We occasionally like to play some of the audio that may show up on Friday. This one was making the rounds earlier this week, and it's relevant to the Texans because it's an AFC South take. So we'll probably hear this today and tomorrow, but worth playing here. Mike Tannenbaum, who is on ESPN, he's a former GM for the New York Jets. Of all the former front office types that I see on TV, he's the one that I would say he's the one most likely to wind up in Take-A-Mania on a frequent basis. He's got some hot takes. And that may have been the goal of this segment, to have a hot take, but he seems pretty serious about this one. Mike Tannenbaum picking the Titans to win the AFC South.
Really on a hot streak, with some of your takes. And I'm told that you have another bold one.
Cam Ward, the first pick over the Titans to the AFC South Division champion, and he will
lost your damn mind this year.
Right now,
you're insane.
Are you kidding?
That's ridiculous.
Look at his track record. He started off at a Carnegie Word. He went to Washington
State. I'm not saying what he's not going to eventually do. You're saying year one.
Who's better in that division?
C.J. Stroud.
He's also going to be the best quarterback. I love C.J. Stroud, but when you have 5 new offensive linemen, Mr. Woody, you will attest to that. That doesn't happen overnight, and he was sacked 52 times a year ago.
You brought that up, Stephen A.
So Cam Ward is going to have great protection. They signed Dan Moore from Pittsburgh.
I got reservations about Houston's offensive line. I got reservations about everything in Tennessee. Everything.
You should be.
What are you talking about?
They got 2 veteran receivers in Tyler Lockett and Calvin Ridley.
Oh, my Lord.
They got a good running back in Tony
Cam Ward can play. I like him, but I'm just saying, year one?
And they have a great offensive line. Look what a great offensive line has done for some of these young quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, amongst others. My point is, I think Tennessee, Cam Ward is the most unheralded first pick overall.
You're there because he doesn't talk, not because we haven't seen him play. We've seen him perform collegiately. We know he was worthy of being the number 1 overall pick. He just doesn't say much. He's one of the quietest number 1 overall picks we've ever seen.
And
we got
talented,
that part.
And talented.
He can ball. Anybody saying he can't ball?
So you want to take Daniel Jones over him?
Of course not.
Okay.
I said C.J. Stroud. That's what I said.
Yeah, I understand that. But look, when you look at Houston, it is a fatal flaw when you can't protect a great quarterback. I'd rather take Cam Ward and that offensive line than C.J. Stroud and that offensive line.
Listen, it's not the worst take that I've heard from Mike T. I want to tell you, it's not the worst.
It's not the worst.
The reason Damian Woody was quiet right there, Damian Woody, former offensive lineman for the Patriots, who's a frequent first take panelist as well. The reason he was quiet is because he's like, Tannenbaum, don't drag me into your horrible take.
The whole thing was, if he would have...
Damian will tell you.
I'm willing to entertain anything. Look, 2 years ago, if people said the Texans were going to win the division, they would have gotten laughed off of first take.
Yep.
So let's look at what the actual argument was. And if he would have stuck to the offensive line, he could have had something. He made a couple mistakes, though, in saying they've got a great offensive line. Yeah. I think that they could have an improvement. Yeah. Who do you mention? Dan Moore. It's been a while since Dan Moore was it's fine. He's an adequate offensive lineman.
He gave him a ton of money.
Right, yeah. So, saying that he's got a great offensive line is a stretch. But then he also asked, who else is in the division? As if in his mind he really didn't understand that C.J. Stroud was in the division.
Yeah.
He asked that rhetorical question. Yeah. Not expecting to get such a slap immediately. I do have an issue. I tend not to criticize people for mispronouncing things because I do it myself so frequently. But did he say in Cardigan Word?
I thought he said in Carnegie Word, like Carnegie Mellon. I thought the same thing, Seth. I was like, I'm going to let that
Cardigan.
Go. Yeah.
He comes from Cardigan. Word?
He started off at a cardigan.
He's wearing a cardigan.
Cardigan word. and he folds his arms like this after he says word.
He plays in a cardigan. Word.
Yeah, word.
But no, my favorite by far without a doubt, the best and worst part of that argument was they have veteran wide receivers. Hey, they don't have 3 rookie wide receivers.
Yeah.
They've got Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley, ever heard of him? And Tyler Lockett. He didn't retire.
Yeah. I love Tyler Lockett coming out of Kansas State in 2016. Yeah.
They've got receivers who have not yet retired, Sean. That's a big plus for an NFL team.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
This is, okay, people weighing in on this. These are back-to-back texts from different people. I can't believe I'm rooting for Stephen A. Smith in an argument. That's how dumb that take is. Very next text. The worst part about this take is I'm taking sides with Stephen A. Smith. That's a good barometer for how bad a take is.
It is. It's just so quickly. I mean, I feel like if you're going to have a take that aggressive, you gotta come better prepared than he did there. The first words out of your mouth when challenged can't be, who are the other quarterbacks in that division?
Yeah.
Do you even have an argument? Now, he did, to his credit, he had an argument as to why he thinks Cam Ward can fare better because of the offensive line issues.
Yeah.
But he went too far in saying it's a great offensive line.
Yes.
They were one of the worst offensive lines. I'm optimistic that the Texans' offensive line is going to be improved. There's no way in hell I'm going to sit here and say they're a great offensive line.
No. Yeah, I totally. So that'll show up tomorrow. Then that's worthy of being in. Don't say it's better or worse than Hayden Wink. So we don't want to. That's for tomorrow.
It's tough for a prediction to win because it's so hard to actually predict things. There's so many bad predictions that end up being the exactly correct prediction.
Yeah. But it'll show up. It made the cut. It'll show up tomorrow. I've got a few more lined up for tomorrow.
Although that's where the prediction is one thing. If you predicted the Titans are going to win the division, that's never going to be a bad take in and of itself. It's how horrendous his arguments were.
Correct.
They've got Tony Pollard, which are right. Tony Pollard did better than I think probably people would have thought or what have you. But it's not. I'm not hanging my hat on him as the guy that's going to drive them to winning the division.
If you are, you're a 6-win team at best. If Tony Pollard is the straw that stirs the drink, then he's that's where you are. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Rob Stone of Fox is going to join us at 9 o'clock. He's already in Columbus for Ohio State and Texas. He's, of course, the host of Big Noon Saturday on Fox. We'll preview the big matchup between Texas and Ohio State, talk some college football with Rob Stone at 9 o'clock today. Up next, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. Kind of did a rundown of a few of the really key positions, and one of the more, I would say, head-scratching decisions roster-wise. What was the reason for this? We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next. Hey, Saturday, it's 2 days away, 10:30 a.m., the doors open now.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 8 o'clock hour. Don't be surprised if, ... We're getting a lot of those because we read Dan Graziano's bold predictions for the NFL. Don't be surprised if, ... DNA results show Seth's true father is Gary Busey.
The Gary Busey one hurts. I feel like, I can handle an Ed Helms. I can handle a John Rocker. Back in the day, people used to think I was Brian Cushing every now and then. Those are all well and good. The Gary Busey one, not known as a rugged leading man type of
what about,
dude.
No, not at all. What about Case Keenum?
Oh, Keenum, I take that 100%.
You've gotten that
I'm yeah, I'm Case Keenum. Now get out of my face, kid.
I know, I look smaller on TV. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, of course I'm Case Keenum. Now give me some money and scram.
Give me some money.
Give me your wife's phone number or your mom's phone number.
That's right. Someone's asking if we do this mile, are we gonna live stream it? Yes, I would imagine we will.
Oh, yeah. We will monetize it, and we'll do it to fund some charity.
Yep.
We're kind of talking about, like, back in the day when we used to do the Combine.
Yeah.
We could do something like that maybe, or make it a kind of a fun event. People can get out on a weekend morning or something.
Yeah.
We should probably have something where and we could make this kind of like a healthier version of the Wing Bowl. If we have a bunch of listeners just want to run a mile once a year.
Oh, boy.
And we just have everybody participate.
Yeah. Definitely would need disclaimers that you sign there for
the release
form. Release form. Yeah, definitely would need those.
That's one of those things. It's like eating shellfish. People understand. Like, all right, there's a chance I could die.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's go. Let's run a mile. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday, and we've not dug into some of the positions with this team and what the head coach had to say about it. Let's do that here. The offensive line, which we just got done hearing Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN tell us is so ratchet that the Titans are going to beat out the Texans this year in the AFC South. Does D'Amico Ryans have a different take than Mike Tannenbaum on the Texans' offensive line?
I feel really good about our offensive line situation. We
got
guys who we feel really good can play tackle. We feel good about that with Cam, with Titus, with Tay. Feel really strong about our tackle position, inside guys as well, and that you want to be strong at that position. Similar to what I spoke about the defensive line. As we know, as you go throughout the season, things happen, and you don't always have the same guys that you start the season with. So as many depth players as we can have, as deep as our roster can be, we're going to need everybody, right? And that's always my line to our guys. Like, you never know. You're one play away. We need everybody to be dialed in and ready to go at any given moment, right? Something can happen first play of the game. Like, are we ready to go? Are we ready to adapt and adjust? So feel really good about where we are with our depth.
Yeah, I would say I actually feel okay about the depth, but only in that I wish there was a further droppers, because then it would mean, as it is with the secondary, I don't feel great about the secondary's depth, but part of it's just there's such a stark drop-off from the starters to your backups.
The starters are elite in the secondary.
Yeah, I guess with the backup offensive linemen, I feel like, well, there's not that far to fall necessarily from any one individual, so I'm optimistic this is going to be an improved offensive line. The individual players along the offensive line, that's a big crapshoot. I'm more excited about the fact that they look like they're playing as a cohesive unit. We haven't seen the mental errors or the mistakes or the lack of communication that we saw before. So you can get a viable performance out of that type of offensive line. If I look across the board, the only guy that I look at that I really think, man, okay, this guy might be a future All-Pro, it's Ariante Ursary.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might see a better version of Titus Howard, and maybe he's got more upside than than I should be giving him, or than I am giving him right now. But Ariante Ursary is the one guy that I'm like, okay, this guy, boy, he really might be something, man. This might end up being not just an inadequate substitute or fill-in for Laramie Tunsil, but a guy that I actually feel better about as a complete football player. Instead of having to say, boy, Laramie Tunsil is one of the best pass protectors in the league. Yeah. Oh, how is he as a run blocker? He's one of the best pass protectors in the league.
Right, as run blockers go, he makes a great pass protector.
Yeah, I think Ariante Ursary, if you said, hey, he'll never be the pass protector Laramie Tunsil is, but he's going to be a more complete offensive tackle, I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, I'm with you. They're the two, I think, not only the two best offensive linemen of this team are the two tackles, Ariante Ursary at left tackle and Titus Howard at right tackle, just purely in terms of like in a silo, those are the two best. You're absolutely right that it's all about these five guys working in conjunction. What's fascinating to me, and is going to be fascinating to me, is the fact that the interior of the offensive line was a major issue last year in pass. Was major. Yeah. The whole line was an issue with everything. So let's back up and acknowledge that. But in terms of the pass protection and guys just breaking through right into CJ's face, you look at the interior last year and you go, man, that was bad. And it was, Juice Scruggs at various times at left guard, replacing Kenyon Green, who was bad. Jared Patterson was your center, and he was okay, I guess, at times. And then your right guard, Shaq Mason, who, by the way, got arrested yesterday in Tennessee.
Yeah. It's not clear. It was some kind of allegedly burgling and some kind of assault. It's not. I saw it framed by one aggregator as domestic violence, but in the police report itself, it doesn't say that. So it's not. Yeah. It's not clear whether it was against a woman or anything like that.
No,
but yeah, he was arrested for something.
Yeah, not good. Go Google it if you want to find it. That's neither here nor there for purposes of this conversation. Shaq Mason was bad at right guard last year. They replaced them with Laken Tomlinson, journeyman. Jake Andrews, one start at center in his career. And now it looks like it's going to be Ed Ingram, who they got for a 6th-round pick. I mean, you're talking about. I mean, maybe Scrap Heap is being a little, little disingenuous. Potentially, this thing could work, but these were not highly like any team in the NFL could have had any three of these guys playing on their offensive line.
Right.
Like when they are fixing something with recyclables right now, and it just might work. That's what I'm intrigued by. Like because the Bears spent a ton of money to fix their thing. The Texans are really finding parts here they think might fit and make a better overall product.
At the very least, I think you have last year the left guard who was your starting left guard and seemed to be like unmovable in terms of his position on the depth chart was Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
He was totally immovable as an offensive lineman. He got moved all over the place, but he was nope, that's our left guard. He's not in the league currently unless somebody picked him up because the Eagles released Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
Right guard Shaq Mason is currently facing charges.
Might still be in jail today in
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
This feels like the epilogue at the end of Animal House and
killed by his own troops.
The two guys that started for you at center are both currently backups.
Picturing Kenyon Green like waddling down the field and then the shot freezes. And then they put the graphic at the bottom.
Released by the Eagles.
Yeah.
Deemed unfixable by legendary offensive line coach Jeff Stoutland.
Yeah. God, that's hilarious. Oh, my God. So, that gets intriguing. So that was D'Amico on the what?
I saw there were some articles in the offseason, which I'm guessing were agent-driven. People talking about Shaq Mason like, what? Wow. Make him a vital fire. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Cops picked him up. That's who picked him up.
Let me show you one clip of Devondre Sweat swatting him aside like a meth head panhandler or something.
No.
What the hell?
Someone's going to pick him up. Yeah, Franklin PD picked him up on Monday. All right, here's D'Amico Ryans. I like hearing D'Amico Ryans on this position group because this is the position he played when he was in the league. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the linebacking group.
Our linebackers are very athletic guys. Our playmakers is really, I'm really encouraged with getting Christian back in the fold, getting EJ Speed, like two very athletic, fast linebackers. And I feel like they can take our defense to the next level, right? So feel really good about those guys. When it comes to different packages and stuff, it just gives me more flexibility. Like if we want to play base, nickel, whatever we want to do, having guys who can run and be athletic, make plays in space, it really opens up the playbook for me.
And the question there, Seth, was actually, do you see yourself with this group? You have 6 linebackers now. Do you see yourself playing more base? More 3 linebacker sets.
Yeah, and especially when they go up against teams like the Ravens or what have you. Jalen Petrie is awesome in that role of nickel backer, where you're basically playing linebacker against the run. There's sometimes where it's just it's a body mass thing. You've got teams that line up with fullback, and and that Ravens fullback weighs like 275 pounds.
Ricard, yeah.
Ricard. I mean, he looks like a defensive lineman, and multiple tight ends. That sometimes you just got to have more mass on the field. And I think that last year, it's fine. Most teams teams in the league are on the field most of the time, but there are times in games where you'd really love to be able to line up in a 4-3.
Yeah.
And they really couldn't do it that much last year because of injuries and or unjust suspensions.
That's unjust.
At any given time, Azeez Al-Shire might have been injured, or he may have injured Trevor Lawrence.
Right, and then subsequently been unjustly suspended. Well put. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday. I think one of the bigger surprises, maybe the biggest surprise on the initial 53 at least, was the Texans keeping a third quarterback. I did not have that on any of my 53-man roster projections that I had done since the beginning of the offseason, Seth. But Graham Mertz made the initial 53. What's the thinking in keeping Graham Mertz on the roster?
One of the most valuable positions in our league is quarterback. When you have a young quarterback who shows some promise, as Graham has done, he showed a ton of upside. You want to keep as many of those guys around as possible because as we see the trades and things that happen around the league, everybody is searching for that backup quarterback. And as we know, if you're not deep at that position, you don't have a guy, if something happens to your starter, you don't have guys behind him who can go out and perform and keep the team moving, then most of the time your season is just done when you don't have that next quarterback to step in. So feel really good about Davis. Davis has had the best camp that I've seen since he's been here. Graham has came in, worked himself back off an injury, missed a ton of time during the spring. So really just training camp was where he was just starting to get started. But I feel like he has a ton of room to grow, and he showed in our last preseason game, he showed that he can have the command that it takes. He has that leadership ability that it takes to team. He's done a great job, and I want to see him continue to blossom and grow at that spot.
It really is, without overthinking it, there's an element to just it's the most valuable position in all of sports. So even regardless of any situations that might come up with your particular team, it's if you got a gold bar laying around there in the 6th round, like, if somebody offers you up a bar of gold for pocket change, do you take it? Yeah, sure. I have no use for it. I'm not particularly fond of gold as an investment class or anything.
Yeah, but it's funny.
I may or may not have a few bars of it buried around my property, okay? Right. It's nice to have, just in case. Yeah. As of lately, it's actually done very, very well whenever there's economic uncertainty or whatever.
In fact, now that you mention it, does anybody...
Now that you mention it, I might have to dig up my treasure map. And it is a literal treasure map. And I think that also, though, and one of my live stream viewers pointed this out yesterday, and I felt like an idiot for not having thought of it myself, is DeMeco was on a team in the San Francisco 49ers who had to play with their 4th-string quarterback in the playoffs.
Yeah, Josh Johnson, yeah.
And then their 3rd-string quarterback had to come in with a numb throwing hand.
Yep.
Because, how much depth do you need at quarterback? Man, that particular year, it would have been nice to have 3 healthy backup quarterback, or a 3-deep healthy quarterback squad.
Do you think Mertz remains on the 53-man roster as we head into the season here, or I mean they didn't make any waiver pickups yesterday.
Yeah, I think I think they were going to keep him on the practice squad no matter what.
100%.
After that third preseason game, they probably thought like, nope, what are we going to just hope nobody claims him? Somebody might pick him up, and then we genuinely wasted a 6th-round pick. It's the most valuable position in all of sports.
Right.
If somebody said, so what? Graham Mertz right now is a treasure map that may or may not be valid. But there's teams out there that are going to say, oh, wait a second, I can pick this guy up off of waivers for just about nothing, and it's a treasure map that might actually have treasure at the end of the rainbow.
Now, that team who picks him up has to put him on the 53. You know, they can't just pick him up and throw him on the practice squad.
Right, but I think that's.
But there's 31 other teams.
Yeah,
you know,
and that's the price. Is like, okay, it's a roster spot. A lot of bad teams out there.
Yes,
and there's a lot of teams that don't feel great about their quarterback that would pick him up in a second.
You're absolutely
right.
Just
based on that one, you might say, oh, it's only one performance, right? But it's a lot of quarterbacks don't have any good preseason performances.
Correct. Yep. Last one from DeMeco Ryans. What were you looking for in an OC when you hired Nick Caley?
The most important thing for me when I was looking for an offensive coordinator was the connection piece. Right? It's about how you interact with the players. That was the most important piece to me because I feel like coaching is all relationships. Right, and it's if I can build that deep relationship, that trust factor with a player, and I can, as players and coaches, we can accomplish anything because we have that tight relationship. And it goes to the guys I'm looking for in our team. I talk about looking for everybody to come together, right, and be a tight-knit unit, right, to be together because It's going to happen. There are going to be some high moments. There are going to be some low moments. But who are you in those low moments? The only thing that can allow you to survive those low moments is having a trust, having that true trust, having that true deep connection and relationship, with your coaches and players, and that allow you to get through everything. So that was the main.
Interesting. Zero about scheme. Zero about, the
Yeah, and we talked about this last week, remember? Or maybe earlier this week about how, Bobby Slowick obviously impressed D'Amico in a lot of ways, and D'Amico, liked Bobby Slowick, but at the same time, he wasn't really cut from the same cloth as D'Amico.
No.
And when I watch, and I would say the same of Chris Strausser, just watching those guys and the way they operate, they didn't seem like D'Amico type of guys. When you watch Cole Popovich coach or you watch Nick Caley coach, okay, these guys just seem more like they're cut from the same cloth.
Yep.
And this, I think the scheme, I almost feel like with D'Amico, the personality was probably like the non-negotiable, that he was willing to talk to guys who might have different ideas about how they wanted to operate the offense and what have you. But the non-negotiable was, we need to have a guy that's going to have swarm-like tendencies, and being able to get guys to play with the same attitude that the defense plays. And Nick Caley feels very much more like that kind of guy.
Yeah, he does. He definitely feels like a different personality type than Bobby Slowick. And I'm not saying Bobby Slowick's personality is wrong. It works for some. It's not. If Bobby Slowick didn't have the relationship with D'Amico Ryans and he was just one of like 10 guys that came to your job, I had to guess he wouldn't have gotten the job. Just maybe just based on personality type.
Yeah,
but they had that pre-existing relationship in San Francisco.
Right. And when I point out, I think some people, and credit to them, they get really hyper protective of D'Amico whenever we say anything at all remotely critical.
Yeah.
And so whenever I say, okay, one of D'Amico's mistakes early on was hiring Bobby Slowick, I think D'Amico would agree with me. He would never say it out of respect to Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
But every single coach, you can go undefeated in a season. You're going to make mistakes along the way. But especially for rookie head coaches, there's so much that you don't know yet in terms of informing your decisions, but B, there's a time crunch. And when you're trying to hire your staff, there's not your dream list of candidates. A lot of those guys are already accounted for. They're under contract. They're on a situation that they feel good about, and they just want to stick with whatever it might be. So it's not as simple as, hey, I get to pick the guy of my choosing. And meanwhile, everybody else is flying off the board. So it's an incredibly excusable mistake. I'm not skewering D'Amico for it. I give him credit for doing the really hard thing, which is firing somebody that you're friends with, that you brought in.
That's hard. Dude, hiring, period, is hard in any walk of life. And to apply all those parameters around it that you just illustrated, Seth, where it's like, hey, it's one thing to go hiring, salespeople or hiring people in a regular company where you've got nobody's under contract and everybody can just come in and get your resume to them. It's another thing where you got a limited pool of candidates and you got to get somebody hired by, whatever the date is. That's hard, man.
The cool thing about the Texans,
especially when you're doing it for the first time,
right.
Yeah.
Well, and the one thing that I've been really impressed with Cal McNair as an owner, Cal and Hannah, is that they do not mind. They totally accept that, okay, there's going to be some dead money. If you don't like a coach, great, we're going to have to pay him. It comes out of the owner's pocket. Yeah. It doesn't count against the cap or anything. But the Texans have been pointed to as, at least alluded to, when the NFL sent out a memo saying, hey, you guys might want to be careful. A lot of teams are spending a whole lot of money on coaches that aren't employed for them anymore. The Texans were one of the league leaders in that regard.
They were, yeah.
Which is a negative in that, okay, obviously you've made some bad coaching hires, but I always love an owner who's willing to spend that money.
Yes.
Jerry Jones has a reputation of a guy that he has that weird reputation. He's willing to spend a boatload of money in some things, but he nickel and dimes that team to death in other regards. And that's the type of, why do you hang on to a coach so long? I think part of it is he doesn't like paying a guy who's not employed for him
to not work for you. He doesn't like paying people to not work for him. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, opinions on the Houston Texans from around the league. Do you respect the opinions of players more or of coaches and front office people? Because there is one side of this that distinctly has a different opinion of the Texans, I think, than the other. We'll talk about that. Rob Stone joins us from Fox's Big Noon Saturday at the top of the hour. Stay there, but before you go anywhere,
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, fans, we kind of unearthed this yesterday, is that DeMeco Ryans, based on a lot of the sideline microphones that get picked up, when DeMeco's mic'd up on the sideline, guy comes to the sideline, makes a play, and he screams like, yeah, defensive player of the year, like to Danielle Hunter, he's screaming, all-pro Sting, it's defensive player of the week right there. I think DeMeco Ryans likes accolades. I think he likes, you know what, we'll parse out this quote because somebody asked him about the top 100. Was it Sarge? Somebody yesterday asked him about the Texans have the most players in the top 100. The player voted top 100. And DeMeco gave an answer that I think explains exactly why he might lean into some of that stuff.
Oh, man. We pay attention to the top 100? No, I'm not. No, it's a credit to those guys. That's a big deal. It's a big deal to a lot of our players. So, just for bragging rights, I think it does mean a lot to those guys. Who's our top guy? Sting, yeah. So it's so we had a few guys on there, I think, well deserving. A lot of guys made it because they're great players. They're some of the best players in the league. So I'm proud to see our guys make that and get that recognition. It's pretty cool when you're working a lot. Texans don't get a lot of coverage, but when we do get the coverage, to see our guys get recognized on that national level, that's big for them. I'm proud of those guys for that.
Texas.
I think he cares, but he doesn't care about the award itself, but he cares that his players care. Use it as a motivational tactic, or just also, acknowledging, okay, you guys care about this, and I'm gonna recognize it, and then there you go. When most coaches are going to tell you, like in their core, they're like, who the hell cares about outside acknowledgement? We just care about winning and everything. But he knows that the players do, or at least a lot of the players do care about it.
The next step is for someone next year, when they come out, to ask him about Madden scores. The Madden player scores. So DeMeco, Sting is one of 8 99s on Madden. That's always the big deal, the 99 club on Madden. It means you're one of the best.
Oh, there's only a few 99s? Does anybody ever get 100?
No, 99 is the most you can get. So it's
99 is the highest.
Yeah, 99 is the highest. There's usually I don't know. Correct me, text page, if I'm wrong. There's usually maybe 6 to 8 99s, and then on down.
When did the Madden scores come out?
In the summertime. Yeah, they already came out. But
they did. Okay.
Yeah, but. If someone wants to ask him about him, that would be very entertaining for me and Seth.
Well, you know what, though? That's an interesting one because that actually plays out with guys. Actually, I like hearing stories about it. I never got into Madden or playing it or anything, but I always enjoyed, NFL players playing with guys that either with themselves as a player or guys that they know and everything. Yeah. That part of it does get interesting.
Did you ever
get an NFL player to speak honestly about, the gap? What's the gap between which guy do you play against who's got the most underrated Madden score versus over?
They care about that stuff.
But I want him to go Jalen Ramsey and just be fully honest and Jalen Ramsey would do it because he has done it before.
Yep.
He called his own quarterback. I can't remember where Jalen Ramsey was, but he basically just threw shade at his own quarterback.
Oh, it was in the
was
it in a GQ article? No, I'm thinking of Odell Beckham Jr. in the GQ article was throwing shade at everybody.
Jalen Ramsey basically just said something where he gave a lot of compliments to everybody except his own quarterback.
Oh, it was Bortles. That's
right. Yeah,
his quarterback was Bortles. I remember that. I do.
But no, I think that he cares that the players care, and he knows that he can use it as a carrot on the stick or as an attaboy. Yeah.
I thought this was interesting only because it happened with all of the Texans players who made the top 100. The Texans had 6 players who made the NFL's top 100 as voted by the players. It was 1,000 players, and they put their top 20, and they tabulate the votes. Joe Mixon, 58. C.J. Stroud, 39. Joe Mixon, 58. Will Anderson, 46. C.J. Stroud, 39. Nico Collins, 32. Danielle Hunter, 25. Derek Stingley Jr., 18th. So that's all voted on by the players. 6 of the top 58. That's It's going to wind up being the second most players in the top 58. It's the most the Texans have ever had in the top 100. So this is, to the players, this is a big deal. ESPN did a top 100 of their own this past week, Seth, and it was compiled by experts, writers of theirs, former players that write for them, but the Jeremy Fowlers of the world. There's about a dozen or so, so-called experts that voted on their top 100. Every single player for the Texans that wound up in the NFL's Players Top 100, every single one wound up lower on the pundits' top 100. Joe Mixon.
Oh, the pundits.
Joe Mixon didn't even make the top 100 for them. I'll admit I was a little surprised he made it for the players one, and especially 58th is pretty high. C.J. Stroud was 39th with the players. He was 90th with the ESPN crew. Danielle Hunter, 25th with the players. He's all the way down at 57 with the ESPN crew. I mean, I think some of this is playing into what D'Amico kind of just sort of side-eyed said. They're like, Texans don't get much coverage. We don't get much attention. Will Anderson was the one whose rating was probably the closest. He was 46th from the players. He was 50th with ESPN. Nico Collins, 32nd with the players, 45th with the ESPN experts. And then Derek Stingley Jr., 18th with the players, 28th with the ESPN. I mean, those are some big differences right there, just in terms of the perception of the Texans play. I mean, this isn't going to decide the season for the Texans. I just find it interesting that across the board, people who cover the game and don't play it don't find the Texans players to be as good as their peers do.
The one thing that kind of jumped out at me, Sean, where I think it might have affected this is off the top of your head, because you follow the NFL Top 100 about 1,000% more than I do.
Yeah.
It seemed like there were a lot of offensive linemen on this Top 100 list by the experts. NFL player list, there aren't as many offensive linemen.
Certainly not high up the list. There aren't.
Yeah, and I think that's where if you take a more measured look at things, there's just when I was scrolling down through, every third guy on this list is a fatty, and I think that probably skews things a good amount. And so I have to. Out of respect to the fatties, I gotta maybe respect the ESPN list a little bit more. But it also makes me a little bit less offended that they don't have the Texans ranked as highly as their player.
Stay offended. Yes, you must stay offended. I just thought it was. I just found it like as I'm going through this ESPN thing, I'm like, man, these guys do not. Especially the big one is CJ. Okay, like that. Forget about the other ones. They're all fairly close. They're in the same neighborhood. CJ 39th amongst players, barely cracks the top 100 with the experts.
I think if you're looking at it again with a measured eye and using analytics and stats more so, then CJ's got 2 years of stats on him. And if you're trying to be objective about it and you're not looking at everything else, he's got one really impressive year. He's got one other year where statistically it didn't look as good.
Yeah.
So that's how I've been all off season. I think by and large, most people nationally haven't been skewering C.J. Stroud at all. I think they've been saying they've just kind of put him off to the side. And as D'Amico said, people don't talk a whole lot about the Texans nationally. They can kind of just hold them off to the side and reserve. And they're looking at this year as, okay, I'm going to have more of a firm opinion about C.J. Stroud after we see him with a different offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just interesting that this particular group of people, I think like 90th is pretty far down the list. Like 90th is they did spend time digging into a bunch of numbers and labeled him 90th. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say 39th amongst the players. Feels like the players weren't even looking at anything. They're like, CJ a dog, man. CJ's a dog.
Yeah. Right. No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But I wonder about the court. Like Jordan Love was 87th on this list.
And he didn't have a good year in the second half of last year.
Right, but where was he on the NFL Top 100?
He was higher than 87th. I know that. Yeah. He was higher than 87th.
I mean, there's a whole lot of offensive linemen on this. I think a lot of them just got pushed out.
Yeah.
Like Jared Goff was 66th on this list.
Jared Goff just got announced he was 16th yesterday.
Right. Yeah. So I would if it helps you at all, Sean, and be a little less offended, I think quarterbacks in general got pushed back on this list.
Yeah. That makes sense. All right, I'm less offended. Sean, the word is wretched, not ratchet, and while we're at it, it's regenerative, not regenerative. Okay, I did mispronounce that on the Men's Tea Clinic commercial. No, I was saying ratchet. I'm not saying wretched.
Yeah.
I'm saying ratchet.
Don't correct Sean on his slang.
Yeah, it's slang, dude.
That's proper slang.
Yeah. Do you know what slang is, Texter? Okay. You know what that is? Yeah. All right.
Mr. Well, actually.
Right.
No. Listen, if you're going to actually somebody,
get it right.
Do us a favor of being correct.
Yes.
My God.
No, I said ratchet. And he didn't even spell ratchet right. He's WRATCHED. He's probably thinking I mispronounced it. No, I meant ratchet when I said it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Rob Stone joins us top of the hour. We'll get you guys ready for the big game between Tech this coming weekend on Fox. He's the host of Big Noon Saturday. Joe Mixon questions yesterday. These answers were not acceptable to the assembled media. Nick Caserio had an explanation I thought was a good one as to why the Texans approach injuries and reporting them the way that they do. We'll get to that coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you what. This is why you need to do things.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Rob Stone will join us in about 15 minutes. We'll talk UT and Ohio State. First Fox broadcast with Dave Portnoy on the broadcast. I'm curious, too. I think ESPN is also going to be at that game. I'm always curious what it's like when both Fox and ESPN are doing game day, their version of game day from the same place.
And now, did this end up being fake news, or at least the initial story wasn't the complete and total story that Portnoy's not going to be allowed in the building?
Not allowed on the field, I don't think.
Not allowed on the field.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. We'll ask Rob. Okay, Rob, what's going on with this Portnoy thing right now?
Yeah,
so,
this Portnoy's a big Michigan guy.
Huge Michigan guy, yeah.
And he's talked a lot of smack about Ohio State.
Well, and he's reportedly being brought in. Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool, and a business genius. I mean, he's turned Barstool into a huge thing, obviously. The thought is, or the people are saying that Fox has basically hired Portnoy to be kind of their answer to McAfee. You know, McAfee, that outspoken, big personality kind of thing. But Portnoy is very much a Michigan and Big Ten fanboy, and the reports are that Fox people around Fox feel like that can counterbalance the SEC slant that ESPN has.
Right, yeah. Well, now it's interesting because McAfee, like McAfee knows when to come to heel.
Yeah.
You know, like he likes to paint himself as a renegade and everything, but they can heel boy him pretty when they need to.
Yes.
Portnoy is not wired that way.
Yeah, we'll
Portnoy, Portnoy, when Portnoy hears no, or he hears yes, or when somebody says no, he hears yes, or I'm going for it. Remember, we were there. It was the Atlanta Super Bowl when he got booted out of the. When he got booted out of the media night, wasn't it?
I think you're right, yeah, because that was a Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. Was that Atlanta Super Bowl in January 2019, yeah.
There was, the best is, if you go back in time, Portnoy's outside the facility there doing a selfie video, I think talking about how he just got booted out or something, because he snuck in with a mustache on. In the background, you can see Paul Gallant trying to get one of those rentable scooters to work.
Oh, yeah, they had a ton of those in Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, I was using them. It was a blast. Yeah. But it's hilarious. If you know Gallant's he's a Boston guy, you know, and Barstool's Boston-based and everything. And I can't remember if Paul even knew that Portnoy was anywhere in the area, but he made it into the very background of this video of him, like, messing around and, like, you know, getting angry like Paul tends to do.
Yeah.
Or Seth, whatever. And it was an awesome little video because of that.
That's funny. So he was like 20 feet away from a guy who's probably a hero of his, and he's just sitting there trying to get this scooter out of the rack.
It was even further in the distance.
That's
hilarious. It was one of those things that you kind of can't listen to the main person because you're looking in the back of the video.
That's great. That is great. All right, we'll talk to Rob Stone at the top of the hour. Here's Nick Caserio yesterday on Joe Mixon. Was the setback that we've gotten with Joe Mixon, was all this expected?
Yeah, I mean, with all injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, you know, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate it at that time.
Okay, all right. So do you anticipate Joe Mixon playing this season?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
Okay, what about you, D'Amico? What's the deal with Joe Mixon right now?
My expectation is for Joe, we're taking it one day at a time, and when he's ready to be back, he'll be back.
Okay, so it feels like this Mixon, the secrecy with which they're handling Joe Mixon right now felt like kind of a tipping point yesterday. Landry Locker asked Nick Caserio towards the end of this press conference, how do you and D'Amico Ryans approach disseminating injury information?
Yeah, protect the player. I mean, it's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing? Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get made about every little detail and about what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injury. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that. We respect that. But we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players, because that's what we feel our responsibility is to them.
All right, former player Seth Payne, you're taking what Nick Caserio just said.
Oh, I've got an informed look, Sean. I played the game, and
10 years.
Here's what all you don't understand.
That's right.
I think that there's two parts to this, and when it comes to the fan base, I think the fan base has widely diverging opinions about all of this. I think, hey, yeah, exactly what Nick is saying is true, 100%. They don't have to say nothing. I think there are a lot of people that maybe, aren't even Texans fans, or if they are Texans fans, maybe they wanted to draft Joe Mixon into their fantasy draft.
Yeah.
So there's a broad spectrum of how fans feel like they should handle it. I agree that it's good that the Texans stand by their players and they're not going to divulge any information. I think that there's more to it than just that. I think there's also a gamesmanship side of it where you just have a policy of keeping things close to the vest as possible whenever you can. And it's not, you don't have to justify it in every single instance. Why are you guys playing it close to the vest? Why this? You just always do. And that way, over time, maybe you can gain a competitive advantage by it somehow. And it might be minuscule, might be none at all, but it's just you keep everything close to the vest. You stay tight-lipped. The Texans are a very tight-lipped organization. There are not a lot of intentional leaks or unintentional leaks. So I think both those things can be true. It can serve the team well, but it can also serve the player well. I think there are times where I think players might want their information to be out there, but the team is saying, remember when Arian Foster put out that image of his hamstring or whatever?
Anti-awesomeness is what he called it.
Yeah, and I don't think the team at that point necessarily wanted people to know exactly whether, it's especially within the season, they want to release as only the information that they have to release.
Correct.
And nothing more, so it keeps the other team guessing. It keeps the other side guessing. It's not a HIPAA situation. So do send something about HIPAA, please use the correct acronym at least.
Yes.
It's not HIPAA with an A, okay?
It's two A's. It's two A's.
Right.
Yeah.
It's HIPAA. It's not HIPAA with an A at the
two
end.
Two P's.
Yeah. So it's not a HIPAA thing. It's more it's how teams choose to do it. And as far as teams having different policies, look at the Astros with Kyle Tucker. Were people happy when the Astros gave more information about exactly how it went? No, they were not.
No.
They were livid that the fact that they hadn't diagnosed the actual issue at first, and then the Astros got piled on even more than they already were getting piled on once they did divulge more information. So it's not like there's a proper way for the team to handle it from a PR standpoint or anything. The fact of the matter is, it's like anything else in life. When something is going on that you're not happy about, you get mad at everything else surrounding it. So I'm not happy that Joe Mixon isn't going to be available for the next 4 weeks at least. And then I start getting agitated and getting mad at anybody and everybody that's standing around the situation.
Yeah. And we're in a time of year where there's no reporting on any, the team doesn't divulge anything about any injuries this time of year. We won't get an injury report on players until next week. Mixon won't be on there because he's on the PUP list, but guys who are banged up who are on the 53-man roster are going to be listed on an injury report next week. I thought that was one of Nick Caserio's best answers that he's had in a press conference setting, because I thought that was a reasonable answer as to why they handle things the way that they do. The disconnect that I have is more with D'Amico Ryan's football players to medical issues of regular people out there, which we don't have time to play the audio here because we're up against it, and it's literally a 2.5-minute clip. Maybe we'll play it in the 9 o'clock hour. But I totally get D'Amico trying to protect the players. I totally get the emotional side of it that he has with maybe the effect that reports on players, and I completely side with him on the need for accountability of people reporting incorrectly on season-ending injuries and things like that. I 100% get that. It's when D'Amico does a thing like, hey, you guys wouldn't want your medical information out there for the world to see, that kind of thing. I'm kind of like, look, you live in a world where the medical information on players is part of the fabric of the sport. There's a reason there's an injury report every week. It's gamblers.
I wanted to read John McClain's condemnation of Nick Caserio.
Oh, yeah.
But he retweets so many people. I've been scrolling this entire segment and haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah.
So John McClain,
he was not happy with Nick.
A couple days ago, accused Caserio of being word salad and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, maybe by the end of the show, maybe I'll finally scroll down to where that
Good
tweet
luck.
was. Yeah.
Good luck with that. Our first college football watch party, brought to you by Flight by Yingling, is coming up this Saturday at Boomer Jacks, 1110 Grand West Boulevard in Katy. Party starts at 11 a.m. Doors open at 10:30, though. Doors open at 10:30. Watch the games. Have some ice-cold Flight by Yingling, $4 drafts, and root for your favorite team. We'll have some great prizes from Yingling to give away as well. See you there, out there. I'll be out there at Katy on Saturday. Looking forward to that. 10:30, doors open. Rob Stone, he'll be in Columbus for that. He is the host of Fox's Big Noon Saturday. We will talk to Rob Stone coming up next about that game and the upcoming college football season. Stay there.
The countdown is KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth Payne officially has more open text right now with my kids than I do. You got a group text going with my two sons on what cartoons people in their 20s watch these days.
Yeah, I want to be sure. Like, I realize I watch a lot of Family Guy to try to just keep the funny bone tickled a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's Family Guy's kind of an old guy cartoon by now. I don't want to get dated. So Rick and Morty, they said I should start watching Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty, and you're getting Judy all primed up to get you a regimen so you can beat Clint Stoerner's ass running a mile, right?
Yeah, initially to beat Clint, but then eventually to Well, also being bone on bone with arthritis in both.
It would
of
be
my
an
knees.
amazing story. Yes,
I have. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, joining us right now on the hotline, someone who knows full well I can't run even close to a 6-minute mile. We've been friends for decades now. He, of course, is the host of Big Noon Saturday on Fox. Big one this weekend. Number 1, Texas invading Columbus to take on number 3, Ohio State. And hosting the studio show for that game on site will be our good friend Rob Stone. Stoner, what's happening, man? How's Columbus treating you?
Everything is good, but I'm curious, why isn't it Pendergast and Payne? Why is it Payne and Pendergast? Something seems off right off the bat.
Listen, Rob Stone. I'm old-time egomaniac, okay? And that's what I demanded, damn it.
Yes.
I told the suits, that's what I call them.
Right.
I walked in and I said the suits, like, listen, this is the face that's on the poster, this one right here.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been saying that I look like Gary Busey, but no, it makes no difference. That's what people want to see.
Yes.
Then Houston doesn't want Sean's face on a billboard.
No, God, no. Oh, Stoner, if you could see the text I get about my hideous face. Yeah, no, that's
It's a good question, Rob, and it never actually was a conversation. It was one of those things. Neither Sean nor I were going to be the guy that were like say we need to have our name first. So when the program director said it would be Payne and Pendergast, I think it was easy for me. I said,
you know what's good? Yeah, a paycheck is good every 2 weeks. So that sounds great, Bob.
That's what I said. That was my argument. I'm like, do I still get paid the same amount? Yes, let's go. Let's do it.
Carry on.
Yes, carry on. How's the atmosphere up there already? Thursday morning, the city's kind of taking on the shape of this big matchup here?
Not quite yet, but you know what? I think, guys, it's been going on for months. You know, it's really been kind of going on since that national semifinal game where Ohio State took care of Texas. People have been building to it, but it's quiet right now. But you can tell that storm is kind of brewing. You know, the burnt orange invasion hasn't happened yet. I expect that later today and definitely tomorrow. And then this place will be absolutely percolating. And I love that college football is starting so strong this season. You know, once in a while we get a couple good games, but there's so many great matchups. And then this one, you know, with just 2 absolute mega blue bloods and the number 1 ranked team in the country and the defending champ. This is how you start a season. Like, the NFL is so smart in how they schedule their season and how they just light that firecracker right off the bat. And NASCAR does it with Daytona 500, right? This is what college football should be. They should have this ignition of games to just kind of light that fuse right off the bat. And they got it this year, you know, LSU and Clemson as well, but there's nothing bigger this weekend, nothing maybe bigger this whole season than Ohio State and Texas.
Well, I think when it comes to big-time college football stories that are, you know, have the potential to dominate all of the shows across the various networks, Arch Manning's a big one. I mean, for NFL fans as well as college football fans, have you? Is there what's your feel on the Arch Manning? Either the potential hysteria or the hysteria already?
There, sure. I mean, the dude has not been quarterback number 1, essentially, and yet they're already talking about him being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL. Should he come out after 1 season as a starter? I'm very much in the pump your brakes. I think this kid is going to be great. Obviously, he has wonderful DNA. He's got legs to back up his arm as well, so he is a bit of a dual threat. That's really going to help Texas, particularly on the road in Columbus. But I would just, and it's impossible to lower the expectations because of what his name is, because of the fact that he was the number 1 ranked player in the 23 recruiting class, the highest ranked Texas recruit since the great Vince Young was there. So it's impossible to pat down those expectations. But if I was Dad Cooper, who's going to be so stressed out Saturday, I would just ask the Texas base and really the college football base, just can you give my son a couple weekends? Can you give him a couple real games as quarterback number one? You know, we know he had 2 starts last year and did pretty well, but it was Louisiana Monroe and not a great Mississippi State team. This is Ohio State. This is the Blue Bloods. So I think the kid is going to be fantastic. I'm not convinced you're going to see it in week 1, but again, he does have that last name, and he does have that DNA, so maybe we should expect something absolutely remarkable on Saturday.
Rob Stone, Fox Big Noon Saturday, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So along those lines, Rob, what exactly is Arch Manning facing here with Ohio State? We know they're the defending champ. What is Ohio State bringing back here, and what's that environment going to be like for Arch Manning on Saturday?
The environment's going to be massive. It's going to be intense. A lot of players from last season's team, Howard and Sawyer and company, are going to be back there. So the place is going to be frothy. We know that, right? But as far as what Ohio State brings back, let's be honest, not much. They bring back their brand, right? That's, I think, why they're number 3, because guess what? They bring back 3 on offense, and they bring back 3 starters on defense. This is a rebuild, and I think people really need to pump the brakes on Ohio State right now. Will they surprise us on Saturday? I think to some extent, but they have new coordinators on both sides of the ball. They have the pressure of being the defending national champ. They're breaking in a new quarterback. They've got maybe the best player in college football in Jeremiah Smith, but Jeremiah Smith is never going to see one-on-one coverage all season long, and if somebody does go one-on-one with him, they're going to absolutely pay for it, assuming that Sayan can get it to him. So if I'm an Ohio State fan, enjoy it, and keep remembering what you did last season, because I think it's a bridge too far to expect them to repeat as national champions this season with all the reloading that they have to do. But the beauty of an Ohio State, of a Texas, of a Michigan, of these big brands, these Blue Bloods, is it's stormtroopers, dude, right? Like one man goes down, another dude pops up. Another 4-star is up. Like, what happened to that 4-star? Oh, there's this 5-star freshman coming in. So, maybe it's a chance that these guys need to get that opportunity and get those snaps. But my guess, and I know this sounds easy to say, but I think both of these teams are going to make the college football playoffs. I think they're going to both be immensely better come November and December.
Rob, as far as your actual broadcast goes, one of the big news items is Fox this year, and
I hadn't heard. What's going on with that?
Now, okay, clear some things up for me, because I generally read headlines and nothing more. Is he or is he not allowed in the facility at Ohio State?
No clue. I mean, I'm not being. I'm not trying to walk away from it. I honestly have no clue. I've never even met Dave face to face. We've had 2 Zoom calls as kind of like a group. So I will see him probably tonight or tomorrow for the first time ever and actually shake hands with him. I don't know who's lying, who's telling the truth. It seems silly, but also it's conversation and people are talking about it, and they're talking about our show, which is a good thing. In the end, I think Dave is going to be a great addition to our conversation as we try to grow and compete against our obvious competitor. And I'm looking forward to the energy and maybe the creativity and obviously the attention that he's going to bring to us. But in all honesty, I'm not trying to navigate around it. I have no idea. Nobody from Ohio State, Dave, my leadership, nobody said, "Hey, Rob, here's the lowdown." And you know what? I'm not even going to ask them for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's always interesting to me when you're on a panel or something like that, especially in the environment in which you guys operate, where there's a lot of things going on, there's a lot of noise. Those first couple of weeks, are you just kind of trying to sit back and try to figure out how all the personalities are going to work together? You can't necessarily go into a show with a real plan or feel for how it's going to go, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to be a little more nimble than we have in the past. I had trust and love, frankly, for Brady and Matt and Mark and Coach Meyer as well, and the Bear. And now we're bringing in a new face, which is, a wild card, and that's how Dave operates. Dave is going to be Dave. Nobody at Fox, nobody on our set is going to say, "Hey, Dave, maybe turn it up a little bit or turn it down a little bit on this topic." He is going to do what he wants to do, and I'm going to be like the lockdown point guard defender I was in high school, Sean.
Yes.
I'm going to be on the balls of my feet. My knees are going to be bent. My arms are going to be out, and I'm ready to just take on anything that comes my way. So I'm not expecting a whole lot of things scripted from Mr. Portnoy, and that'll be just fine for me.
floor-slapping point guard that was Rob Stone at Simsbury High School,
baby. A lot of floorboards in practice,
Hell
baby.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Rob, there's a phrase we like to use around these parts is paint me a picture. Paint me a picture of a young Sean Pendergast in high school.
Man.
A day in the life of Sean Pendergast. Because I've kind of got a Ferris Bueller kind of feel about how he operated in high school.
That's not bad. A Ferris Bueller for sure. Definitely not the girlfriend that Ferris Bueller had.
No.
We can scratch that off. The car that Ferris borrowed, not quite the same as the Duster that made it around town of the mean streets of Simsbury, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Sean is exactly what you're seeing right now. Like, listen, Sean and I, good Lord, dude, how far back can we go? We were playing, your dad and my dad were basketball coaches, right? We kind of rigged the whole YMCA basketball things.
And Brian Kesselman had a pinball machine in his basement at his birthday party in 6th grade. I think that's the first time you and I met. We're playing pinball till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
And the next thing you know, the two of us are talking about pro wrestling, and from there, we've been friends ever since.
That's it.
When Sean told me that he was going to be a sports radio host in Houston, Texas, after his career of selling phone systems, I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense because you are so intelligent and smart and fast and witty and quick and creative and entertaining and love sports. And you're one of the guys that, like, I see him, Seth, from a distance, and I just want to kind of like break my stride and start kind of jogging and then maybe a little run and then just jump into those big meaty paws. He's friggin' awesome. He's the best, and this procession was made for him, and he was made for us.
Oh, you're the man, Stoner. You're the man. We will not talk about the picture from Florida spring break, though. We're going to leave.
Yeah, there was a picture like Sean.
Can we talk about Bob? Yeah. Did Sean tell you about Bob?
The homeless guy that we befriended, Seth. I told you about Bob.
When you were on vacation there?
In Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
In Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah. What could go
wrong?
So
you guys didn't. No, this strikes. That sounds like a perfect Sean Pendergast story because it's not like you just found a guy outside a convenience store to buy you a beer. He was like your concierge for the whole week, right?
He befriended us, yeah.
Well, the first part is correct. That's how the friendship began.
Beer.
And listen, it's like a little Bob Seger, like I used her, she used me, neither one cared, right? So that's in Lauderdale. When he needed something from us that was, on the clean side, everything was fine. We take care of Bob, and Bob certainly supplied us with our fair share of California coolers, Seagrams, some Bartles and James, maybe a couple random beers flew in there. Yeah, you know how it was back then.
Hell yeah. Oh, man, good times. Rob Stone joining us here. Hey, Stoner, back to the game for a second. I think ESPN is going to be on site doing their game day there as well. I know that's happened. I know that's happened a few times. I'm just curious. I mean, you know those guys. Like you go back with those guys. You used to be at ESPN. So what's the dynamic like when both of your shows are on the same campus like that?
Yeah, it's I call it hand-to-hand combat because everybody is fighting for kind of the same resources. So we're both fighting for the crowd. We're both fighting for guests. We're both fighting for real estate. We're both fighting for eyeballs. It's kind of down and dirty for both parties. I would like to think, I can't speak for game day, but for us, certainly it's more of a charge. But it's curious, like we hardly see them and vice versa. About the only time I'll see them is maybe at the end of our shows. And our show goes a little bit longer because we're leading into the noon games. So we'll see them on the sideline, and usually they pick their sideline and we have our sideline. It's like some kind of weird turf war that nobody asked for. But you know me, I'm a nice guy.
Right.
So I'll walk over there and I'll say hi to Reese and, kind of catch up and chat and see how the family is doing. And then, the Coach Corso story is so great this week and what he means to college football. And I had the opportunity to work with him as a production assistant. I remember the first, I can't believe we're talking about game day because it's all about big noon kickoff on Fox for Saturday, guys. But real quick, I was a production assistant on game day, and this is the first time they went on the road. And you know the first time they went on the road, don't you?
Florida State, Notre Dame, 1993.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. So I was in the back of a TV truck. But prior to us going, one of the ideas I pitched was Coach Corso doing a weather forecast. So we went down to the old WVIT NBC 30 there in Hartford, West Hartford line, right by the West Farms Mall. And I got him on a green screen, and we did this kind of whole weather thing of what the weather was going to be like in South Bend that week. And it went off the rails, and it was great television. And I don't think Coach Corso remembers me at all, but I certainly remember him and his impact for college football. So we are going to tip our cap to him on Saturday for sure. He deserves it. And, very, very proud of what he's been able to accomplish.
Yeah, and then Portnoy's going to kill somebody with a trident. Yeah.
At the same time, yeah, exactly. Yeah. To my point, I have no idea what's going to come Saturday, and I'm really excited about that. And I think the audience should be too, right? Nobody wants the same old boring, drab conversation of this and that. They want some wild cards. They want to be entertained. That's something that Coach Corso, one of his main mottos through his course in this industry. That's something that we certainly do at Fox.
Yeah,
that's ingrained in our DNA.
I'm always enter broadcasting. It's just such a different world, and they end up having to do things that they normally would never say as a coach or anything. What's it been like watching Urban Meyer make that transition? And because you obviously still see the Urban Meyer, the coach side of things, but has it been like a gradual opening up process for him?
For sure. It's been really amazing. He and I become really close friends. We have our podcast, The Triple Option, with Mark Ingram every week as well. So, like, all of a sudden, Coach is, a guy who really wasn't, quote unquote, media savvy or media friendly, because just what you always saw from him on television was just this ultra focused, intense leader who wanted nothing but wins and the best for his student athletes and wanted that national title wherever he was. So every year, I definitely see that competitiveness come down a notch, but you also know it's still there. And if you needed to call upon it at any moment, it's there. It's lurking somewhere in his system. If Ryan Day had the flu one week and Ohio State's like, Coach, we need you to walk in. He's like, got it. Like he'll just shove us to the side. He might like put me in charge of the kickers and like lay out some pennies or something and cones, but he could walk right back into that environment. But he is so smart and so savvy and so intelligent, and he's one of the best speakers you could ever be around. If you ever get an opportunity to hear him speak out in the public, his stories and his life lessons are just so fantastic. But I try to get him to smile maybe a little bit more, and it's coming out as more and more grandbabies are produced. So he's becoming more and more of a normal human being rather than this intense, amazing college football robot head coach that he had been for so many years.
I'm sure adding Dave Portnoy will add plenty of smiles, I'm sure, for the Ohio State guy.
That's going to be great Michigan-Ohio State banter.
It will be, no doubt. And I'm glad you mentioned the podcast, Stoner, the Triple Option. That is a great college football podcast that you should subscribe to and download, because it's Rob Stone, it's Urban Meyer, and as you mentioned, Texans legend Mark Ingram. He was a Texan for like 5 games, and then was the smartest guy in the world. He asked for a trade off the 2021 Houston Texans.
Hey, I'm excited about your Texans this year now. I got my fantasy football draft coming up Monday, one of them, and I think there's going to be a lot of Texans that are going to get picked.
I'd stay away from
draft Joe Mixon.
I'd stay away from Joe Mixon. That's
I know that one. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Nico Collins. Hey, Stoner, you want Woody Marks? You get into about the 15th or 16th round. Woody Marks, rookie running back out of USC, I think is going to factor much more heavily into this team than we all forecasted the day that they drafted him. So I'm saying like a late round pick. Get yourself some Woody Marks.
Love it. Yeah. Love it. Love a Woody Marks. Yeah.
Okay, we got a Woody. We have a Nick Chubb also on the team, Rob. Just saying.
Just be careful, Brady. Just make sure HR isn't listening.
Yeah, we're good.
Don't worry. You sound a little bit like an ad that we have running right now. That don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we can't. The boundaries have been. Stone, you can catch him big noon Saturday, the Triple Option podcast. Stoner, 10 a.m. our local time here in Houston, right, for the start time?
10 a.m. I don't know.
Central.
We're on 3 hours this weekend. Math is hard, Sean. Math is hard.
Yeah. You know what?
You just tell me.
Just put it on Fox at 9 a.m. and whatever's on, watch that. And if it's big noon Saturday, watch it. If it's not, wait till big noon Saturday comes on. That's what I would tell people.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Good man.
Hey,
thanks, brother.
Stoner, you're the man. Love you. You're the best. Appreciate you. Have a great broadcast on Saturday. We'll do it again soon, my man.
You got it. All right. Hey, and I love listening to Sean and Seth every day.
Yeah, take that. Home field advantage.
Nick Casario does that, and it's bogus. Because Casario's a big WWE guy. Him and Sean have bonded, and whenever he kind of name drops us in an interview, he'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm on Pendergast and Payne."
He did it on McAfee. When he was on McAfee, he's like, "Yeah, Pendergast and Payne in Houston." I was like, "Yes,
yeah." So everybody tune into High Noon Kickoff starting at 9 a.m. Central this Saturday. Yeah.
The Double Dribble podcast, too. Yeah,
the Double Dribble. That's great. Stoner, we'll talk soon, man. Have a good show on Saturday,
all right, brother.
All right.
Have a great weekend. Be good, buddy.
You too. See ya. That's Rob Stone joining us here on the show.
It is 9 a.m. Central this week.
It is 9 a.m.?
According to the AI Google,
We'll go with it. All right, that was the great Rob Stone joining us here. That's going to be fun, man. Texas, Ohio State, boy, I don't know, man. 3 starters returning on each side of the ball. I'm feeling a kind of a big wager on the Longhorns on the road.
How have you got? I feel like you've got an axe to grind with Arch Manning, just because, as Rob himself pointed out, people are almost like anointing him without him having actually played a whole lot of football.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's carry that into the next segment. Do I have an axe to grind with Arch Manning? We will discuss that coming up next.
Hey, the 2025 Texas.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's a funny text coming in. The mean streets of Simsbury, LOL. Hey, you've never been there, man. Texter, I'm assuming. You don't know. You don't know. So much glazing going on with Sean and his buddy Stoner. Calm down, fellas. Rob was coming on and saying nice things about me, man. What? I didn't script that or anything. And
yeah, you didn't. You hardly said anything nice about him. Yeah, if that helps at all.
Yeah. It was total one-way glazing. Yeah. What are we doing?
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff. When is the first Circle of Swarm? Oh, that's a good question. That'll be next Friday, right? Next Friday, 7:20.
So. Is that when we do it? We do it on Fridays.
Fridays at 7:20. It will be our first Circle of Swarm. I don't know what we're going to base it on. I guess the preseason.
We're doing a Circle of Swarm before the regular season begins.
Well, we started it in week 3 last year, so we've got no precedent. You know,
I feel like for the Texans, it goes. For the Astros, it's more of a, okay, this is a Circle of Trust. Who do we trust? Circle of Swarm was more of a post-game award for the guys who were very swarm-worthy that week.
With a glance at the week ahead, though, too.
Right, but it wasn't as much of a prediction. Yeah. The Circle of Trust with the Astros, which we've been very negligent with this year.
Yeah.
It turns out we're very much front-runners when it comes to a Circle of Trust.
Yeah.
So we got to revamp the Circle of Trust.
We do.
But then we could do a Circle of Swarm based on the preseason.
I think the people want one. I think they want a Circle of Swarm. It's a fun segment. It generates conversation. We'll do both next week. How's that sound? Now, tomorrow we are going to do our annual NFL head coach death pool draft.
Yeah.
As you and I each try to predict which will be the first head coach fired during the season.
Yeah.
So that
I gotta guess McDaniel's at the top of the leaderboard.
He's
right
at the
now
top of the
that.
odds board. Yeah, I'll send you the odds so you've got something to work off of. But
anytime an entire fan base is worked up into a fervor over whether or not your head coach is tough enough, that's a bad sign, man.
Dude, yeah,
that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
You got to do something He's got to go out and just down. He might need to beat up one of his players.
Yeah.
Now I don't know which one that would be. It'd have to be a specialist. I don't know which football player Mike McDaniel has a chance in hell of beating up, but he might have to go. He might have to take it too far and get a little too physical with one of his players.
God, that would be fun. That would be so fun. You asked me a question going into break because we just finished up with Rob Stone, who's the host of Fox's Big Noon Sat to cover the Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes. The game will be on Fox, and Arch Manning is the A topic for this game for sure. He's the A topic in college football this year, in my opinion. And you asked, do I have an axe to grind with Arch Manning? I don't have an axe to grind with Arch Manning specifically. And Seth, I'll be honest with you, the more interviews I watch with him, the more I like him. I think he's a really likable kid. What I am upset with is the two things. One, the complete assumption that he's going to go into the NFL draft next year and he's going to be the number, not just that he'd be the number 1 overall pick, but that he would go into the draft at all. Like the history in the Manning family is guys stay all 4 years, and I know that was a different time. I would argue that this is a different time that is even more conducive to Arch Manning staying in college with the advent of NIL and getting paid. Yeah. Not that he needs the money.
Right. And no, and a lot of I've seen a couple mock drafts for next year that don't have Arch Manning in it. You know, it's not like people aren't aware of it. And Arch Manning himself came out and corrected his grandpa when Archie said that he wasn't going to enter the draft. Arch said, "Well, hold on a second." Yeah. Archie said, "Okay, that was out of line." But yeah, there are a lot of reasons to believe that he might not enter the draft. But even if he does enter the draft, I mean, it's just. It has nothing to do with him or how he's conducted himself. It's just that he's an unproven commodity still.
That's the other thing.
And the fact that people are almost acting like it's a given that he's somebody worth tanking for or what have you. When how many times do we have to go through this?
It's lazy. It's just lazy.
Should the Dolphins tank for Tua? Turns out they didn't have to, because he ended up selected 5th that year or whatever it was. You just don't know.
I think tanking talk in the NFL period is lazy. I think tanking talk for Arch Manning is silly because he's, to your point, he's thrown 93 passes at the collegiate level. Like if his name was, Arch, whatever, Arch Jones or something like that, like he we wouldn't be having these conversations.
Various other guys who have been the top quarterback recruit, like let's say Davis Mills, perhaps.
Yeah,
out
of high school, right?
Coming out of high school,
number one guy. Tell you, Texans had 3 of them on the roster at one time.
Who are the 3? They had 3 former top-rated quarterback prospects.
Top-rated high school quarterback prospects: Davis Mills.
Yeah.
Kyle Allen.
That's right.
Jeff Driscoll.
And Jeff Driscoll. That's right.
Yep.
All 3 of them have
number
been.
1.
To the point where I was starting to come up with my theories in my mind that Nick was just going after guys that maybe had never reached their full potential, but at one point,
that Nick was the one GM hoping that the NFL would start relegation and they would relegate your team into college.
Yeah.
And then we would dominate with Kyle Allen and Jeff Driscoll, Davis Mills.
Jeff Driscoll, give me a break.
Exactly.
Now, the one big difference is that Davis Mills was not necessarily playing for a program that's the caliber of the current Texas Longhorns.
No.
So there's, I think that the amount there's unlikely to be another worldwide shutdown of college sports in general and all of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was intrigued by some of Rob's answers to the questions that we asked him, like the Portnoy thing. Is really interesting to me. I think Stoner's being 100% honest. When you asked about because I'm in the same spot you are, Seth. I see all these Dave Portnoy stories about, and Portnoy with Fox, he's going to be part of Big Noon Saturday. But Michigan guy, very outspoken, supposedly banned from being able to go on the field in Columbus. I see all these stories. I mean, we asked point blank the host of the show that Portnoy is going to be on, what's the deal? And Rob said not only does he not know, he will be meeting Dave Portnoy in person for the first time in the next 24 hours.
Right. And Portnoy, I saw a couple of weeks ago, said he doesn't really know what their plans are for him. So it could be mayhem. It could be brilliance. Who knows? The whole, and honestly, I felt better that Rob Stone doesn't know whether Portnoy is actually allowed in the building, because I've read conflicting articles about exactly what he is and is not allowed to do at Ohio State.
Yeah.
'Cause he's been pretty critical of Ohio State. Some would say he's gone too far if you're like an Ohio State booster or something.
Yeah.
So, I have no idea what to expect. It should be interesting.
It should be. I'm intrigued now. You know, I will be. They will be. The Fox folks will be on. It's working. I'm intrigued.
They're picking up the young male viewer that is Sean Pendergast.
That is me. Yup. The demographic of 18 to 25 and 56-year-olds. Just a random island right there. Yeah. And then the whole thing about the ESPN turf war, the dynamic of the two entities, game day with ESPN.
Yeah, they're both there.
They're both there. I was expecting an answer of like, no, we all know each other. It's pretty friendly. That was not the answer. The answer was they kind of stare each other down from the opposite sidelines.
Well, it sounds like they're scrambling for a lot. I'm guessing a lot of the players that they'd like to interview beforehand, a lot of the actual geography, like where are the best places to set up your stage and everything.
Yeah.
I wonder if both networks sent out people extra early, like the people that do all the location scouting type stuff and everything. Yeah, like basically planting their flag or putting an actual tent up. I would, if I were an enterprising young person working for $17,000 a year for some entry-level job but trying to make a name for myself, I would bring a tent and actually camp on like, nope, this is where our stage is going to be.
Seth Payne, game day squatter is what you would be. This is our land. This is my land. I've been here for 48 hours. Those are the rules of college football preview shows. If you've been squatting in a tent for 48 hours, this is our land. We didn't get a chance to ask him this. I do wonder, Fox is the Big Ten, basically, outlet. They're associated with the Big Ten. ESPN's more associated with the SEC. I wonder if that factors in, but if they're in Columbus, if Fox is getting dibs on best location, we get Ryan Day first, all that stuff. That stuff's interesting. I don't know how interested the audience is in that, but I'm intrigued by that kind of stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on. I promised we would play it again earlier. D'Amico Ryans, about as emotional as you'll see him in talking about players and an aspect of the media. What parts do we agree with? What parts do I know we will talk about that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Yeah, let's get Prize Picks going here. Prize Picks and these games we've been talking about, including the college games, all on Prize.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick. This is from Sam Fortier, who is a sports writer for the Washington Post.
Yeah.
And there is an article that is in the Washington Post that I'm guessing Sam wrote. Breaking, NFL owner Jim Irsay secretly relapsed, got ketamine from a, quote, luxury doctor before his death.
Oh.
And the 3 bullet points in the tweet with the link to the article are: Irsay and Colts executives misled the public. Irsay overdosed 3 times between 2020 and his death in May.
Yeah.
Serious concerns raised about his doctor's care. Those are the 3 bullet points. So
I don't think that's a big surprise. I mean, it seemed like in those last few years that, I mean, it got to the point where I used to love to make fun of Irsay, and then I kind of backed off because it seemed like you knew he had this history of chemical dependency and what have you, and it seemed like that. It just didn't seem like he was necessarily in his right mind. I guess strictly on a football side of things, it's been interesting to watch people lambaste the Colts for the way they're handling Anthony. I almost feel like it's disingenuous in a way, because at the same time I think they're not discussing the fact that that it seemed like, and there were reports at the time, that it was Jim Irsay that was forcing Anthony Richardson on the Colts and for them to play him immediately, even though Chris Ballard didn't. I don't think Chris Ballard thought he was ready to play immediately. He was an extreme project.
Yeah.
Except that, so people they're trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
They're calling the Colts idiots for benching Anthony Richardson because he needs time and reps. Well, at the same time, they're not acknowledging, what was actually reported, which was that this didn't. I don't think Ballard himself really wanted, Chris Ballard, the GM, really wanted Anthony Richardson to play right away. But they're kind of treating the Irsay situation with kid gloves. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like an ugly situation at the end, or at least in the last couple of years with the Colts.
Yeah, and I'm not saying what I'm about to say to be insensitive. I'm not, and I acknowledge the sadness of this, and Jim Irsay's, that in Indianapolis, he's he and his family are the reason they have a football team, and I should point out, Jim Irsay, very charitable, did a lot of great things in Indianapolis and around the country. My thought, just purely from a football standpoint, is holy crap, this was not an owner who sat at his house doing drugs and just let people run things. Like, Jim Irsay was involved. He had 3 overdoses, according to this story, between 2020 and his death in May. In that interval, and I'm assuming the 3 overdoses weren't the only times in this football team. That would be the thing if I were a Colts fan, like, holy crap, the guy that's really running things, was who knows what state of mind he was in while he's doing this.
No, and I think that was about, you have to be careful when you're talking about stuff like this, because it's an actual serious real world problem he was having. But at the same time, there were football decisions that were being made that seemed increasingly either erratic or desperate, or at least pushed on the actual football people.
Yes.
And remember, he had that mysterious absence a year or so ago before he died. There was a lot of stuff going on, and listen, everybody listening, you know how I feel about Indianans in general. Vile people. Just everybody except Vanessa Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
Just putrid people. But I'm increasingly convinced that her family is being held in Indiana against their will, and Vanessa can't say anything about it,
right?
Because of fear of harm that could be done to them.
Yes.
But I think that, like, Chris Ballard has done a lot of good things as a GM. I think I'm really impressed with him as a GM. I think they've been hamstrung by their owner for the last few years. Mm-hmm. And Irsay's family is in charge now. His one daughter that was kind of visible on the sidelines seems, I believe, is the one who's actually in charge.
There's one who's sort of the leader of the daughters, yes.
So there might be more of an actual stability there with the Colts now to curious again as an opponent.
Yeah, I'm going to read this article for sure. It's WashingtonPost.com. Is that one that I need? Are they behind a paywall? Do I need to do like a?
You're going to have to do a $1 membership, I think.
Okay.
I usually, between you, Amy's email, and then any one of you want to concoct on Yahoo or something,
Gotcha.
You'll be fine.
Okay, I'll be fine.
Just remember to set the alert to cancel the subscription.
Right. Or I just wait for Florio to turn this into his latest co-celebra and give me a rundown of the article on Pro Football
Yeah, but the
Talk.
problem with that is that it's the telephone game.
Yeah.
You read something from an aggregator, and then you realize, like, oh, wow, like Florio with his own reporting about the NFLPA grievance they had filed.
Yep.
Where I'm getting it from Pablo Torre and Florio himself, and I'm like, okay, let me go read this document. I read the document, and I'm like, oh, these guys are totally just trying to snowball everybody.
Yes.
Florio's irate that people were not, just to go off on a tangent, Florio, just to encapsulate the last 6 weeks of Florio leading into training camp, where he was trying to come up with something click-worthy. This is basically what happened. He said, ha! I've got evidence that the NFL colluded against the players. Oh, what's the evidence? A ruling that said that there wasn't collusion against the player. Why are people not more angry about this?
Why are they not clicking on this? Yeah. Hey, let's get to D'Amico Ryans before the guys on the in the loop come in here. We'll find out what they've got going on the show. This was D'Amico Ryans unfiltered for about talking about how injuries get reported and in some cases misreported.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on, the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now in the day and age where we are with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true accurate information? That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get it. It's the microwave society. Everybody wants it quick. Everybody wants it now. And that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business. That's whoever's business. And don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end. It's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly care about our players.
I think the thing about a lot of, because he said a lot there, and there's a lot to attack. I think one big thing, though, is that I think that at least part of what D'Amico's talking about there isn't Joe Mixon specifically and anything that anybody might have put out. Because I don't know if I haven't seen any things that might be false or inaccurate actual reports yet about Joe Mixon. I've seen people say things that are like logically true, which they say, well, it could be something that keeps him out all year. And then depending on who's saying that, when it's something like Adam Schefter saying that, you naturally to know something, so like that's where it does it. It feels a little bit irresponsible unless he's reporting something factual that this doctor says that Joe Mixon specifically doesn't. But I think that D'Amico is also addressing the report that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a torn ACL.
1,000%.
Because that was factually incorrect.
Yes.
And it was done in haste, in a rush. And then that's it. There's nothing.
And then the article got taken down, like he said. And there's no repercussions, right?
So there's an environment where there's this desperation to report things, but also when it comes to the team itself disclosing things, yes, you're protecting the players, but I also I do think a lot of teams are also using it as a competitive advantage. Just whether it works or not, they keep things very close to the vest, and they're not going to divulge anything that they don't have to divulge. And so both things can be true. One, out of respect to the player, you don't want to put out anything that the player doesn't want to know. But even if the player says, no, you guys can go ahead and give my whole medical history, tell them everything.
They won't.
Tell them about the time I went to a psychologist, whatever.
Right.
They're not gonna. They're going to keep it close to the vest because it, in some way, even though it's minuscule, it might be a competitive advantage.
It benefits the team, and it's not just about the individual always. Yeah, that's a good point. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Do you guys want your medical information out there?
I don't care.
I think there's instances where
I put it out yesterday.
Yeah, let's
I put it out myself
bring
yesterday.
it on. Yeah, well, you gave me a medical report the second
morning.
I walked in. You said my back's hurting, my knees are hurting.
Yeah.
You said,
I'll walk with you and let you win.
Oh, you'll let me just burst ahead at the very end, so you and I have a nice casual walk where we're just whistling.
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be fun.
Snapping our fingers.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Seth, can I ask you though, because when it comes to the idea of competitive advantage for the tight-lipped approach or close to the vest approach that the Texans have, do you think that actually exists in the NFL? Because one of the things that Nick Caserio himself will also say on the other side when we ask him, well, how do you feel about this player who may or may not play, is we prepare for all of the circumstances, all the inevitabilities that could happen. How much of a competitive advantage do you actually see there?
Well, it doesn't matter. Can you quantify it or not? It's if a team, let's take it to an extreme. If a team definitively knows that, okay, this guy's not going to play no matter what, then that gives them an advantage in game planning for you and exactly what they practice that week or whatever. Versus if a team definitively knows that, wow, this guy actually didn't have any medical issue at all and he's 100% healthy, I think that gives that team, your opponent, can plan for it. So when taken to extremes, you could see it could be a huge difference. I think that it's like the mistake people make in this is that they do that thing in sports where they love to think that winning or losing all hinges on one single factor, when then that's never the case in sports or life. It's always a multitude of factors. It's thousands of things. And you're trying to get as many small advantages as possible over another team that's also trying to get. So I like it in terms of just having a policy of, look, we don't know, you never know exactly when something is actually going to pay off or when it isn't. But we know that we don't lose anything by keeping it close to the vest. And if it works, if it helps us win one play over the course of an entire season that we would have lost otherwise, then yeah, it's worth it. And I think that it's the accumulation of small advantages that gives you a bigger advantage.
There you go. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm looking at the Bills debuting their cold front uniforms on October the 5th versus the Patriots.
Do they have fur on them?
They look like you guys have seen Rudolph the Red. I think it's whatever Christmas story has the heat miser, the cold miser. I think that's Santa Claus is coming to town, and you have the cold miser, and he's up there in the north, the Great White North, and everything is light blue and white, and it's all icicles and everything. That's what this is. Look at this. Yeah, see that? Look at Josh Allen.
Oh, wow.
He looks like Cold Miser.
Mm-hmm.
The whole uniform is white, except for the numbers and the logo on the helmet is light blue.
Man, I hope it snows.
Well, it's October the 5th.
Oh.
It might in Buffalo.
And we just can't see anything? That's what you're looking forward to?
Seth, do they get snow in Buffalo on October the 5th ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not as often though. Usually it's if you get snow on Halloween, it's a big deal. So I mean, it's possible, but not as often.
Yeah, they're not.
You're more likely to get snow every now and then in June.
Yeah,
which is a blast.
Yeah, that was Denver, man. Living in Denver, could snow any. What's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, you saw Joe Espada got sick yesterday. Missed Jordan's big hit, big win.
And Cam.
Omar
Stay
Lopez.
away.
Omar Lopez,
Yeah.
Put a Lopez in charge, good things happen.
That's right.
You should have seen that one from a mile
So
away.
they say. I know. That's on me.
So the question of the day is, what's something getting sick ruined for you?
Oh, like you got sick, like eating or drinking something, or you got. Oh, okay.
Or just got sick.
Okay.
Mine was my middle son's engagement party.
Oh,
we had Chipotle for lunch. My wife and I.
Okay.
Went to the engagement party. We were there about 15 minutes max.
to get out.
And I said, we got to go. She goes, what? We just got. I said, no, we have to go now.
Yeah,
We have to go.
So has that ruined Chipotle for you?
I haven't gone to Chipotle again since.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think almost. I would think. I feel like 70% of the adult population can say tequila in general. There's something about tequila that once you get sick off of tequila, it's a rough comeback on that one.
Mine was Southern Comfort. Is still to this day Southern Comfort because of my 21st birthday. I don't know if kids still do this. I would hope they're more responsible. But on your 21st birthday, you had to take 21 shots.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I made it to 21. The last thing I remember, it's a Notre Dame story, so brace yourself. It involves a famous person.
Okay.
Tony Rice. You remember Tony Rice?
I remember Tony
Quarterback?
Rice. Yeah.
He was the last. And I wasn't friends with him. He happened to be the bar that I was at, McCormick's in downtown South Bend. The last thing I remember is Tony Rice.
Hey, you're 21?
In the year he finished fourth for the Heisman. That next thing I know, I'm on my couch the next morning. I have no idea what happened. There's a garbage can next to the couch. So Southern Comfort. And then, I don't know, I think I might have caught COVID, but something that getting sick ruined for me, the year Amy and I, we did our road trip and we went out to Vegas. We drove progressively. We got to Vegas. I got to Vegas, and I think I had COVID. I didn't leave the room for like 3 days.
Oh, goodness.
And it ruined Vegas for me.
Yeah.
It ruined I'll go back, but that trip it ruined for me.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are mine. Yep. Did you say what yours was, Seth?
No, I haven't been sick that much in my life. Knock on wood.
God bless you.
So I can't think of one.
Okay.
That's why he's going to win the mile.
Exactly.
He's impermeable.
Check your phones. I want to see.
I saw it, and I appreciate this disclosure.
All that white stuff in my knee, that's not good stuff.
Oh.
Nor is the big jagged bone sticking up into my meniscus there or anything.
Yikes.
That knee is going to run a 6-minute mile. I swear it.
6 minutes.
Honestly, I thought that was a pregnant
7.
woman the first time I saw it.
What is the white stuff again? That's metal? Or is it?
That's all. No, that's all inflammation.
Oh, inflammation. Oh, wow. Okay.
Is that just fluid in your knee or something?
Yeah. Now, I've got another. I'll send you the front view that's got all the pins and screws in
some
my
frontal.
knees.
Yes. Seth, send me some full frontal. Yes.
I've had 12 knee surgeries. It's not a pretty sight in there. Yeah.
12. Do you have to go in for tune-ups every now and then on that bad boy?
So my tune-up is running a 6-minute mile.
I know
that's
that.
The tune-up.
Yeah. That's the tune-up.
And an unrelenting denial of the things that are actually going on in my life and body. Okay.
Of Seth just walking in the doctor's office. Yep, 10,000 mile.
Yeah, it's my 10,000 mile checkup.
I want to bet that Seth cannot run a 6-minute mile, but part of me is like, I bet you he does. And then keels over.
Bet you he comes close. 7 minutes, okay.
7 minutes is a realistic one.
Seven, I think, could happen.
Yeah. Once I hit 7, then I'm gonna.
6 is moving, man. 6 is moving.
Judy, I've got Judy Pendergast is helping me out with this.
She's not running for you.
No, she's not. Not running for me either. Yeah.
But she understands this. She understands the state of my knees, and we're gonna come up with a minimalist, like high intensity plan.
Okay.
Where I run as little as possible.
So are Sean and I.
Yeah.
Totally walking. Walking, yeah. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Thank you.
Seth, antibodies to you and your knee.
Oh,
yeah.
Antibodies and a healthy afternoon to you because you're just so sickly all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much with my mayonnaise skin. Yeah. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening. Oh, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston at Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday.
Now.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved here. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Not just the ones, both ones and twos.
The ones, twos, and threes.
Oh, there's threes involved over there?
Yeah, salute to Freddie Davis.
I didn't realize we had threes
Salute
over
to
there.
Fred Davis. He was the only one. The ones, twos, and threes.
We got threes over there. Look at us. Look at us. All right, you can get involved. to 572-4610 is the number to text. Get involved. Let us know what you're feeling, what you're thinking with whatever we're talking about, and also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Lopez, we have a 53-man roster. We got,
sure do.
For the most part, I think, unless something changes, I think we got a practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
We got a football team ready to go and play week 1 against the Los Angeles Rams there in SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. But before we get there, kind of looking at the league, looking at this team and how it's coming together, and ESPN put together a piece that got me thinking because they had NFL seasons X factors for each of the 32 teams, and I was interested on what you might view as the X factor for this Texans team this year. 713-572-4610.
You want me to hit? Okay, so I've got 2 trains of thought here.
Let's hit them all.
X factor in terms of a player, a veteran, a guy that you know is going to be part of it, that maybe just plays at a different level, does impacts the team that much. And then I got the young guys. The young guy to me is easy, and that's Jalen Noel. I mean, to me, that's easy.
You think he's the?
Yeah.
I typically,
Yeah.
and that's a good point. Like
Yeah.
X factor is one of those things in sports, one of those phrases that we bandy about, and sometimes we talk past each other because we never agree what it actually means.
Yeah.
And for me, I think I view it as this is the factor that will determine a certain level of aptitude for your team. Like depending on how they go, you could wring a lot more out of this team because of this player or this portion of the team. Jalen Noel is a really interesting answer because he does seem to like he could possibly provide an explosive portion of your offense outside of the knowns, which are Nico Collins is a known.
See, and then I went to the knowns.
Yeah.
And to me, I think it's an easy answer as well because he changes everything. There's the X factor of if he's even what the impact is going to be participating, and that's C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I mean, to me, that's a layup.
You think he's an X factor? I think you mark him into like the
How much is he going to
basics.
play? How is he going to play? How long is he going to play? There's a lot of questions. So to me, that's the definition of X factor. Like if we said C.J. Gardner-Johnson, starter, healthy all preseason, we know he's won a Super Bowl, we know what he is, we know the options he gives this defense with Jalen Petrie and DeMeco Ryans being able to play around with the blitzes, we've talked about it, and coverages, etc. If he was like 100%, then it would be almost unexpected. To me, he's an X factor. I don't know how long that knee is going to, because it was something. It wasn't nothing. He's sitting. I mean, well, he's on the 53, but we don't know what he's going to do, when he's going to be back, how long it's going to last, and if he is the old C.J. Gardner-Johnson, absolutely X factor.
I think we might be weighing a little too heavily the scare that happens during training camp, and not to say that should not be factored in at all. Like clearly, you can't just pretend like he did not have anything happen that was scary that they had to go and do MRIs for, and that they had to ultimately see if. I think I hear you on, and I agree with kind of your trepidation when it comes to how long does that last? Is that a level of strain that then can be added onto by playing, I don't know, football?
Hell, is he going to be wearing a brace?
I think that all of those things, I think that he is such a great player. He is such a known commodity in what he gives you when he's on the field that I'd lean more heavily into that portion of it, knowing that he is going to be relatively healthy early on in the season. With any of these players, how many games can you expect Kamari Lassiter to play?
Yeah, but there's already sort of a baseline of doubt.
But I think I'd be willing to gamble, and I say this as a non-gambling man. I'd be willing to gamble that he plays 13 games this year.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could.
Really? So you have that much doubt?
No.
Obviously,
it's wonder. It's curiosity because anytime you talk knee and football, just those two words, you don't have to put them in context. Knee and football.
Especially with the change of direction position like safety, where you're going to be planting and turning and generating power coming forward. Yeah, I hear you on that. I still am going to. I'm not going to do the what if on. Yeah, he had this thing that maybe possibly weakens the integrity of his knee. I don't know that I can get to a place where I go, well, I can only expect him to play 7 games and be at that level.
No, I don't know what
to
expect. Hence, X factor.
Yeah, I wouldn't go X factor there.
Yeah.
I think that I view him as a commodity that's known for as many games that he's plays, and I would easily gamble that he plays more than 12, 13, I would gamble that he is in that place. And so for any player, if they play 3 quarters of the season, they're damn near there for the whole season in my mind. That's where the way I look at that. If I'm going X factor, I like the first answer that you gave a lot more in Jalen Noel because of the ways in which you were looking for explosive elements on this offense. I think we have profiled this offense as probably being more of a incremental offense rather than an offense that has many opportunities for big explosive plays. That preseason game 2 was so interesting. Was it game 2 or was it game 3 actually? It was game 3, getting the ball out there, or was that even 1? I'm mixing them all up now. But seeing Jalen Noel take a screen and get upfield and create big yards with it, I think that those are the things that we look at for possible explosion, at least early on with this offense. Getting the ball to playmakers, still quick, still, with that, that tempo, but then those guys then going and making plays. We know Nico Collins can do it. I think that having another guy like Jalen Noel could be a huge factor of what happens with taking this offense to a different place. Because one of the things we've talked about with this offense, who is going to force defenses to take their attention away from Nico Collins? And I think that Jalen Noel, just with things like that, he profiles as a guy that could be in that space for you.
Well, and I would argue the exact same thing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And I'm not to just
belabor the point,
not to harp on it and belabor it. But my thing is, I obviously we're all hopeful he plays 13, 14, hell, all 17 games. There's a knee problem. No matter the level of that problem, they're going to take extra precautions. They might limit snaps. It might it's certainly been affected. At some point, at some level, it might be another problem. To me, that's X factor. But we'll set that aside. Texter said that it's not even close. It's Nick Chubb. I disagree because I think Nick Chubb has kind of proven already. He's been healthy, showed a little explosion at the end of the preseason, clearly has run for positive yards. They have a lot of – I think it's whoever's behind Nick Chubb.
That's an interesting
I think
thought.
it's the next guy, whether it's Woody Marks or Damian Pierce or someone else. It could be Dare.
Yeah, ESPN, obviously, who wrote this piece – they did one and they named an X factor for every team, and the X factor that they named for your Houston Texans is indeed in line with those texts that have come in. It is Nick Chubb that they put in here, saying that there are too many X factors for this Texans team, in fact. And we haven't talked about some of the offensive line is one of those places that clearly is a huge X factor, and we'll talk about that here in a second. The last time we saw a healthy Nick Chubb, 1,525 yards, 2022, right? I've been very loud about my feeling that I don't think that that's a reasonable expectation for Nick Chubb. But if I allow myself to dream in the ways that I think people were when he was first signed or when we first learned of his signing to this Texans team, that is kind of incredible, especially as we get more doubt or questions as to when Joe Mixon shows back up for this team. If Nick Chubb finds any facsimile of that preaching, we haven't yet, but who's to say that he's not just ultimate gamer and showing us that once we get to regular season, once we get to those opportunities, if you have that, that is huge for what this team can do, especially a team that is going to be leaning on their ability to run the football.
When is Joe Mixon coming back? What did they say yesterday? What did they say yesterday, Figgy?
Hey, you don't want to get D'Amico pissed off, man.
That would clarify things, wouldn't it?
Hey, why do you guys care? Why do you guys care about that?
We should have some clarity on that, don't we? No. Okay, but here.
You made people care too much.
I don't want.
That's his business.
I don't want to keep hitting this, but I do wonder from
you
the
just brought it up, like, hey, if Joe Mixon comes back, and I'm like,
that's his
when
business.
Is that? Well, when is that?
Why are you guys focused on that?
When might it be?
It's other players on the team.
My hands are clean on this one.
I know. I'm the one who's doing this to myself. I will take the responsibility here. The sincere question I ask myself is I have already derailed myself, but that's how my brain is working in this moment. How do we prove that we care about these players when we're talking about them in D'Amico's mind? Because look, I think it's a very, very genuine place that D'Amico comes from, talking about I care about these players, and it feels like people don't care about them when they're talking about them with these injuries. How do I prove that I care about them when I'm talking about this while also trying to, find the different corners of the conversation on what is possible with these players and what it means for the Texans?
I feel like these media people here, like I'm talking to them. No, I'm being for real.
Yeah.
The people that are at the press conference, I feel like they do care because
they absolutely do,
because they know, because sometimes I know a lot of fans. Why ask them? Sometimes they ask them something and then they kind of feel the energy and they step back a little bit. Man, you ain't gonna get that nowhere else, man.
Look, we don't have to harp on this, but there are so many levels to this that are just bizarre. And first of all, the answer that he gave was pure deflection. It became a conversation about everything except Joe Mixon. It was a conversation about the media. It was a conversation about do they care? It was a conversation about who wants it first, journalism, etc. It was everything but Joe Mixon. So to give them credit, the strategy worked because they're not talking about Joe Mixon. They made the discussion about something else, and that's what irritates me. Because hey, you won. You didn't have to say anything about this or that. Nobody's asking Joe Mixon. Nobody's asking, all these other things. And the whole thing about, find the facts. This is a press conference. That's what we're trying to do. Like seriously, you know how.
And nobody's getting it first in a press conference setting. We're all getting it at the same time.
You know how I feel about D'Amico Ryans. Hell, about this organization. Cal and Hannah, I love them.
And they've given us a lot of great reasons to feel that way.
But come on, man. This race to get it first and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Maybe it's a testament to where the media is today as an industry, but the responsible, legitimate outlets, you get fired, you get suspended.
Do it seem like look at people jobs? Do it seem like these people are trying to get it first?
I mean, yes, to a degree.
Because it seemed like people used to try to get it first. They used to go through way more hoops.
Well, no, I think they do, and I think there have been some errors. And as Seth and Sean were pointing out, I totally agree.
I think you was telling me about somebody hiding in the bottom of bushes trying to get some information on something.
Yes.
I think it was John McClain said that.
Yeah. No. It's that part is true, but you have to also talk about the outlet. Is it just some part-timer working for a TV station or something that is trying to elevate himself and doesn't have the responsibility that others have or whatever? And I'm on a tangent here, but it did bother me, that part. Forget the Mixon discussion. Like, wait a minute, you're blaming things that are not supposed to be blamed here. You're talking about things that the question was not about.
It seemed like he was talking about somebody else. Like a different situation.
Yes.
This don't seem like it was a Joe Mixon situation. Because I don't think nobody said anything crazy about Joe Mixon or jumped out the window real quick on the injury.
I think there's also just tired of answering, being asked the question, because obviously the question is not being answered because they don't want to. They want to keep that information in house.
But it is funny.
which is what they will do.
I just wish you guys would get the facts. That's why we're here.
That's right. How do you feel about Ariante Ursery as X Factor? Because this is a blindside protector for C.J. Stroud. And, I mean, this is a rookie. And anytime that you start a rookie, and I know, like the NFL first-round picks or, kind of pseudo-first-round picks are going to be in that play. But anytime you start a rookie, that's a huge learning curve. It's a steep learning curve. And at the offensive line, a place of great need for this team, it's going to matter a great deal.
I think there's a couple on the offensive line. Yes, on Ursery. And Jake Andrews, we know who the offense is going to run through.
As a man who's going to be helping set protections, and that was communications and making sure that you're in the right protections was a big part of this offensive line. I think that's a good answer if you throw that in there. That's absolutely. The X factors that we're looking at for this season.
Just out of curiosity, rest of the division, who are the X factors? I'm guessing Cam Ward for the Titans.
Titans, actually, they go with L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback. Cam Ward seems like it'd be an easy one just because, again, rookie playing in the NFL, and especially at a position that has probably the highest learning curve or steepest learning curve as quarterback. But, obviously he comes in with a lot of versatility for L'Jarius Sneed. He's coming off of an injury, so that's also a portion that's different for them, but to help make their defense a significantly better unit, which is going to be something that's necessary to complement a rookie quarterback. Let's see, for the Indianapolis Colts, they go with their center, Bartolini. Obviously, Ryan Kelly, not the starting center for the first time since 2016. So, again, some of the things we're talking about with Jake Andrews, how important a center is to making sure that your O-line operation goes smoothly is going to be a portion of that. And, obviously, with your quarterback situation there as well, you want to make sure that that's straight. And then Jacksonville Jaguars is also an offensive lineman they go with. Anton comparison. That's a place to talk about. But yeah, high hopes for the Jaguars offense. Make sure your offensive line goes well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, Good Fromber did show back up. All right, so maybe we were doing too much hand-wringing, and he wasn't the only one. Which way is the wind blowing for you today when it comes to talking about this Astros team? How are you feeling? Let's talk about it next.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. Cougs fans, I need you guys to picture this. Tonight, under the bright lights at TDECU Stadium, the band playing, the crowd is roaring, and it's the Lone Star Stampede game to kick off the season. And that is tonight as the Cougs take on Stephen F. Austin, 7 p.m. start. It's year 2 for Coach Willie Fritz. And this squad is ready to go, but they need us. They need Cougar Nation to pat the house out. Now, tailgating, that starts at 4. Salute to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. They are throwing in all the extras for this one. I'm talking lasso practice, line dancing, coloring walls, giveaways, and yes, Howdy will be in the building. Oh, yeah, don't forget, hit up that rodeo photo booth. You might walk away with 4 rodeo season tickets. This is more than just a game. It's a night you don't want to miss. Get your tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. That's 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear red. It's Cougar football, baby.
The countdown is on. 3, Nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Astros got a win yesterday.
Astros got a win.
Astros got a win yesterday, 4-0 over the Colorado Rockies. So they do set themselves up for the opportunity to still win this series tonight when they face off against the Rockies. But a 4-0 victory, and this was a lot more akin to what you wanted with the Jordan return, with what's happening with this 10-2-4-6-10. How is your confidence level? What way is the wind blowing for you today with this baseball club after a 4-0 victory? A fantastic outing, I might say.
Joe Espada got Wally pipped.
All right, calm down. You didn't even let me mention Framber Valdez going 7 innings. No earned runs. A nice 5 strikeouts in that. So good Framber. That was lovely. And yes, you're right. Joe Espada apparently not feeling well. Turned over the reins to A. Lopez. Which
dang right, that's a dub waiting to happen.
Good thing it worked well this instance. But no, Astros, a victory. Was it a convincing one for you? I mean, obviously it's the Rockies, but generally, how are you feeling about this?
Look, and that's where we're going today, and I'm curious on our listeners, viewers, etc. Because we've talked all year long about kind of what we're mentioning here. Which way is the wind blowing for you? Is this have they finally turned a corner? Oh no, the sky is falling. I mean, and I'm convinced that's what it's going to be for the rest of the year. I mean, that's just what it's going to be. However,
we're going to ride the roller coaster of emotion.
Well, however, there are some good things starting to happen here now. And are we going to fall for it like we do with the injury thing? Jordan.
Fall for it, you say? All right, so he's saying it's fake. All right, go ahead.
I'm asking, are we going to fall for it? Jordan is back, hit a home run. Doesn't seem to be bothered.
Say that with your chest.
Hit a home run, big deal.
Center field home run, a jaw-dropping center field
home run.
Thank
you.
Big deal.
Is what he did. So he's back. Look who was playing and Jake Myers.
Yeah, baby.
How about that? Jake Myers on the horizon.
That's a big bat that you need back. Ain't that right, Lopez?
Well, yes. Question mark?
I just love that we could say that. And, I mean, we know that we're kind of joking, but in this year, it's true.
It is true. Framber that was a gem. I mean, he was ground ball king again.
That was the most encouraging portion of this.
Yeah.
Second closely is not just that Jordan is hitting the home runs, it's just seeing the respect that is being given to him. We knew that it was there, but seeing that it's still there immediately as he steps into the box. And I said it, and this is a little bit extreme. It's definitely extreme. But it's reminiscent of like Barry Bonds. They're very, very careful pitching to that man. And as much as, you've had people play well in the span of 100 games that he did not play, you ain't have nobody that gave you that.
Yeah.
And that's something different that should buoy your offense somewhat.
For Jordan and for Framber, it was not just the ground balls. It was curveball starting right inside on the corner and just missing by about 2 inches. The control, which has been an issue ongoing with name your favorite pitcher out, not named, well, actually even Hunter Brown in his last outing, but not named Hunter Brown, whether it's Eric Getty or whomever, the control was there. So, by the way, Cam Smith with another shot. So all these usual suspects are doing things that we came to expect. Are you falling for it?
I don't know if I'll quote unquote fall for it in certain respects. Like I have super high expectations of Cam Smith, and I know that sounds ridiculous because you want to have high expectations so that a player can meet him. I think that he's done a ton in this rookie year, and as you get to these time periods where it is big time, big boy baseball, I think I'm going to put more of those expectations on those bigger time players, the likes of Carlos Correa, the likes of Jose Altuve, the likes of Yordan Alvarez. Even I'm willing to put some more expectations, even though I don't know how much they will be met per se, on a Christian Walker, guys like that, where whatever Cam Smith gives me ultimately feels like gravy. Can I ask this question that popped up in my mind? And you could just wipe it away as ridiculous, and we can move on if you would like to.
I hope I can do that.
How much of the Framber resurgence in this one, we're seeing the snap on the curveball and everything, do you think that has anything to do with having Cesar Salazar behind the plate as opposed to Yainer Diaz?
No, I was really just kidding about what I said earlier, but I really don't think that was a big part of it. I think Framber's big issue is Framber. His mental approach from week to week, outing to outing, and that's why I think where I'm going to land on this is give me another week. Give me a week of good baseball, a week of maybe Eric Getty finding something, of Jordan doing Jordan things, Cam Smith being able to sort of have that second wind, because we've had this really in the last month. It's happened a lot where you're like, good outing, good win, fall off the cliff. Last week they had a nice run and then they lose. What was it, 13-1 or something? The Orioles.
What was that again?
I don't know.
Okay,
but
I'm just asking questions. That's all.
So yeah, give me how I will say I just want one of these pitchers coming back. By the way, Luis Garcia also on the way back seemingly, but I just want one of these pitchers to be consistent. I just want right now a week of good baseball. Give me a week of good baseball. You'll get a little separation from the Mariners, who are up and down as well. If you give me a week of good baseball, I'll start to believe a little more.
By the way, Mariners also up because they ended up winning that game. So still 1.5 games as a lead there. But there's that happening. And then there's also Luis Garcia seems like he's on the return track, possibly to return for
2
your
years,
Astros.
man.
It has been a good long time. So again, you have to temper expectations there. I'm seeing someone saying streakiness is the hallmark of a mediocre team. And there's also people that are talking about they can make the World Series. I think that's exactly the thing with the Astros is.
And they flip a switch.
If they could put it all together.
Do they still have that switch?
Any other cliches you want to throw in here while we're here, throwing them in here? Right? Put it all together. Flip a switch. Are they going to get hot at the right time? Are they going to have the momentum, right? All those things. I feel like that becomes incredibly big for the Astros because the thing that when you're talking about which way do you feel this, I think the easy part that I could point to is they absolutely have all the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, they're getting more pieces back, and that's why I wanted to ask that question today.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia, Jake Myers, obviously, Jordan coming back. Is this the good Framber? Can he put back-to-back outings together? Finally, I don't know. Framber is one of those guys that you can almost look at in the first inning or two and go, nope, or you can go, oh yeah. And last night, like in the second inning, you could just tell, like, okay, he's locked in today. I can legitimately tell you he's going to go 6 or 7 innings. Or nope. Not gonna
I want to test this theory. Next time Framber's up, I need you to text me within the first 2 innings. No, you get 1 inning.
I said 2 innings.
I'm not giving you that. Though. Within the first inning, I'm going to ask for you to tell me what it's going to look like, and then we will.
Hell, I feel like you could really tell in the first inning.
Maybe, but like I was looking at him last night, like, yeah, he's locked in. He's locked in. He's not going to be.
When you get the first 2 batters with base hits, you're like, uh-oh.
But even that, if he's locked in, you can see what was the game last 2 outings ago? He gave up 6 runs and then went 7 innings. And it was kind of fluky, 5 or 6 runs, I forget. But last night, I was just like, okay, yeah, this is going to be good today. Even though the other pitcher was pitching pretty dang well too.
Dollander,
yeah,
I believe,
But there are days when I look at Fromber, and I'm sure they feel the same way. Hell, they're around him all the time. We're like, okay, we'll see how he ends up with this one.
Are we going to have a gut off here?
Is he going to throw a tantrum or something? I don't know.
Lopez, I think we're having a gut off here.
A gut off.
From the 713, they said, I watched him warm up in the bullpen and saw that he was locked in last night. Who wants to one-up that? 713-572-46.
I saw him walking from the car.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see that person.
He was holding his coffee. I'm like, okay, he about to go
I
in
saw him
today.
go get breakfast yesterday and knew he was locked in. Hey, can you one-up that?
Y'all know
certainly.
Absolute tell.
Yeah, and he was on. And so Astros get a victory, a much-needed victory. Somebody made mention of how much can you tell from a game against the Rockies. Well, it feels like if it goes the other way, like you saw the day before, I mean, you could tell some things. So I'm willing to take that. I'm happy to see the win. And really, offensively, I was happy to see home runs. And can I also say I was happy to see not Christian Walker behind Yordan Alvarez because it really did upset me yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before.
Yordan was batting second.
That was fun, right? Get him back higher up, give him more opportunities through the lineup in theory. But a couple days ago, when it's Christian Walker in the first inning, I mean, you got Yordan, and you get a pop up, and you're not able to capitalize on that clear respect that pitchers are going to give.
I could
Yordan.
tell by the way he slept. He was locked
Wait, why are you watching from?
I know.
I could tell the previous night before. That's right. In the dugout.
He was sitting in the dugout, and I was like, oh, he's locked in.
Yeah, he's
Tomorrow's
locked
gonna be
in.
good. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is get to our question of the day. Inspired by Omar Lopez, who was sitting in for Joe Espada on the. It was weird though. We got that news after
30 minutes before the first pitch.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, but Omar
they said,
Lopez,
we need a Lopez.
Yeah, he was. No, I don't think that's what they said. But Joe Espada wasn't feeling well. Omar Lopez sat in and got a victory, but I imagine that ruined the day for Joe Espada. So, inspired by that, question of the day: what's something getting sick ruined for you? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's get you that new roof that you've been thinking about. You can call them Saturday and Sunday. That's one of the great things that Skeeter Braun has established with Braun's Roofing.
today. Call 1-800-526-7735radio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day, what's something that getting sick ruined for you? 713-572-4610. Because Joe Espada, yesterday, obviously the manager of your Astros, he seemed to be a little bit ill, and that took him away from being able to manage the club yesterday. Thankfully, he left it in the capable hands of Omar Lopez, bench coach, and he was able to oversee a 4-0 victory over the Rockies, including some lineup changes that I imagine weren't Omar Lopez himself. I imagine that was just the conversation with the manager.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it in the break. I really did appreciate seeing Jordan hit second. Obviously, the results were good, 2 for 2, 2 walks. Like that's really good. But then I feel like having Correa behind him. And I understand, like, the idea of protection. Jeff Bagwell was on the broadcast yesterday kind of poo-pooing. Or was they talking about that yesterday or the day before? But he was really poo-pooing the notion of, like, having somebody protect you and if that really changes how a person is pitched, especially a person of the magnitude and the caliber of a Yordan Alvarez. I probably hear him on that, but I will say taking advantage of what that person ahead of him does is something that shows up. And I like the idea of Carlos Correa being immediately behind Yordan Alvarez as opposed to what we had at least the day before in Christian Walker, even though he has had an uptick. Even his uptick in offense of late has him batting. And though I'd rather have a Carlos Correa who's looked really hot behind Yordan.
I think it protects you more in the early innings. You know, a lot of starting pitchers don't want to give up the big inning, so they might have to change the way their approach is. But either way, got the dub. Omar Lopez was stepping in for Joe Espada, so he ruined that day. Ruined that day for Joe Espada. What about you?
Do you think we ever find out what had Joe Espada ill, or just like a general illness?
He was ill. Actually, I'm expecting Tommy John surgery.
Okay. That's not a bad joke. I can't even be mad at that. That's a pretty good joke in the context.
Joe Espada was out because he was ill. In about 4 weeks, he's going to be doing in a rehab managing assignment.
I'm actually, it hurts me that was such a good joke. All right, what's something that getting sick ruined for you?
The most recent one was, how long have they been married now? 3 years, 2.5, 3 years? My son's engagement party. Everybody was so excited. My oldest son threw the party for him. It was at this restaurant down in Midtown area. They got the special area. Everything's all set up, hors d'oeuvres, everything. So my wife and I were out all day. We stopped at Chipotle to just to eat, and got to the engagement party about 6 o'clock. Walked around, and all of a sudden you get that little.
Oh, stomach start talking to you. Yeah.
Yeah. And I looked at my wife. We weren't there for 15 minutes. I said, we need to go. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, no, we need to go now.
We need to go now.
Right now.
Now, woman.
All respect, except
all due respect.
except for me. But haven't had it since. So that was one. There's been a few where, obviously, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of these on text board and YouTube, et cetera, where maybe you partook a little bit too much.
That's right.
One of those things. But I've never really missed anything that I can remember anyway. Yeah.
Ooh, do I want to tell that story
Haven't felt great about it.
I'm trying to decide, because there was definitely something where partaking too much in a particular way ruined a day in a large way. Some that are coming in.
Well, now you got to say it.
Do I have to?
Yes. That's a tease.
All right. I still haven't come to grips with this. I'm still dealing with this. But there was a day where I had a few events. It was definitely during a tournament, because some of the guys at the station that I was working with were like, yo, let's go up to this restaurant. We're all going to watch the games together. And then a former coworker came up, and I was like, yo, hadn't seen you in a little bit. And he had these gummy worms.
Oh, Lord.
Of a particular type. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And, we were in a public establishment, so he passed me one under the table. And I just popped this in my mouth without thinking, what's in this?
Oh,
how much of whatever's in this is in this? It did not have any of those thoughts. So, I'm going about my day. This is a day, and obviously if you listened to the Radiothon earlier, we auctioned off some dinners with, various shows. I had one of those type situations later that day. And so, after a little while, I'm like, yo, I got to head over there. Good hanging out with y'all. I get in the car. I'm driving to the dinner spot where we can, meet with a fan and hang out with them. And as I'm getting there, I'm like, why do I feel this way?
I know why you felt that way.
Why do I feel this way? Because of that gummy.
Yeah.
And so I get there, and, my co-host is there, thankfully. And then the listener is there, and we're, having a good time. We get seated. And things start spinning for me, man. I'm feeling terrible. I have to put my head on the table. I do not divulge the reasons why. I'm just not feeling well. I end up going to the bathroom, trying to make myself feel better. And thankfully, my co-host is, very, very, friendly and everything. He could kind of hold things down. At some point, my phone starts ringing, and I go, oh, yeah, I forgot that I agreed.
Oh, Lord, you had to go to the dinner?
No, I forgot that I was already at the dinner.
Oh.
In the dinner, my phone starts ringing. I forgot I agreed to do some radio, to do a radio hit. So I have to go out to the patio and do a radio hit under the influence of this gummy. And I've still not gone back to this day and listened to it. I have no idea if I did well, if I was coherent.
We're going to have to find this.
See, this is why I didn't want to share the story.
We're going to have to find this radio hit.
It very much ruined my day because I'm like, that might have been terrible. The dinner was probably terrible.
They're still talking about
because I was not.
Remember that dude? That reminded me of something else. Figgy, remember one of the things I was most proud of in my life. In my life, I had never taken an official quote sick day, and then I got what I felt was like COVID. Obviously in 2020, told y'all I'll be here tomorrow. I called the next morning. I said, yeah, I ain't going to make it.
Ruined your streak.
My streak is over.
From the 281, strep throat ruined a trip to the Amalfi Coast.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. Somebody said, I wonder why people take them if it makes you feel like that. I clearly took too much, 713. That was the moral of the story, is know how much you're supposed to take.
I kind of had a story like that. It wasn't a gummy. It was a real edible. And salute to my niece up in Cleveland. She made some cookies. She made them herself.
Oh, salute? Are you sure?
No, I'm just saying salute. Hey, she's doing her thing. But it was a cookie, and I tried a little piece. I'm like, damn, this cookie good as heck. It was like a real good cookie to the point.
You just kept eating.
Yeah, to the point I want her to make me those cookies without the marijuana or whatever that was in it. But I'm like, dang, this is good. I want to say about 30 minutes later, I forgot I even had it. I took it. But she had a little piece left. It was kind of a chunky piece. Like, anybody want it? And everybody was like being a little bee about it. And I'm like, screw it, I'll take it. Being a little bee about it. I'm just like, all right. Man, when I tell you I could not stop laughing, for some reason, everything just kept making me laugh. And I'm talking about belly laughing.
Yeah.
Belly laughing, cheeks cramping up, eyes crying. I'm just like, man, I had like the biggest headache that night, man.
And they were laughing at you.
Yeah, I was just sitting there like, I'm sitting there like, why is you just standing there looking like that?
Oh, no.
It was like one of those paranoid, but it was just being stupid.
Yeah.
Somebody said food poisoning made me miss a 10 toast to Jesus session. That is that might be the best euphemism that I've ever heard for doing the deed.
Dude,
10 toes to Jesus?
Why have I never heard that?
That is incredible. I'm writing that down. I don't know how I'm going to use that or when I'm going to use that, but that is fantastic. Similarly, somebody said, first time having relations with a young lady. Got so nervous I got sick. So, like, no food, just got nervous.
Did you say the chicken pox missed graduation?
See, that one, yeah, it definitely ruined that day for you, and I imagine high school graduation is probably more – it probably hits you more. But I always say that graduations are more for the folks, like their parents, the grandparents, the aunts,
yeah,
the
but you
uncles.
Want to go? Well, most people want to go.
No, I know quite a few people that were like, yeah, I didn't even care about walking. And look, I'm not somebody who could tell you what to do, but I'm like, I'd encourage you to, because it might not mean a ton to you. Them people that have seen you through, it probably means a lot to them just seeing you get to walk. So I always encourage people, if you can walk, but of course, it's up to you, ultimately.
Yeah.
Someone said Seagram 7 playing 3-man with 7 and 7 slammers. And I have no idea what that means, but that sounds wild.
Yeah.
I did tell y'all about the time that me and some of my friends wanted to do a chicken road trip of Texas on a day.
Oh, yeah.
We wanted to hit up all the famous chicken spots in Texas in a single day,
and how
or at
many
least
did
a
you
number
get
of them. We got to 0 because the morning of, when everybody's like, all right, meet up at this person's house. One of the guys was like, I'm sick. And so one of those great college things that you do in college, just like a random road trip because and who cares?
Yeah.
Nope. Didn't do it.
I ain't gonna lie, I was scarred for a little bit. Y'all remember this when I had food poisoning, and my wife she cooked the food, and all of a sudden I just didn't feel right.
Next time she made something.
Yeah, I was just like, man, I don't know about this. She was over there like, I ain't get sick.
Wow.
Yeah, because she did have the same thing. But for some reason, I got sick. It was coming out of all ends, man. Front, back, side to side. Man, it was awful, man.
It's the worst. It's the absolute worst.
It kept me up all night, man. Just going to the bathroom just kept me up. I was on the toilet with a damn trash can right there, man. It was coming out. Man, it was bad. It took me a minute to kind of get comfortable back with her cooking.
I guess.
That's got to be the worst. Hey, it's one thing to be like, I'm not going to Chipotle no more. It's another thing to be like, hey, baby, you want to go out to eat? Yeah. Why?
Yeah, just because. I had that plate of food. I was like, look over there. Just threw it right over my shoulder.
You know the thing about the food poisoning
this to the dog.
You're better than most people because, like myself, like I said, I don't know if I'm ever going back. Because it was that bad and it left that big of a mental scar. But you have no choice.
No, that's the worst, because it's one thing if it's Applebee's or something. You just never go to Applebee's.
Yeah.
No, it's your one and only. Like, and I'm not sitting there, Chef Boyardee.
I made you some homemade sushi. The hell you did.
Yeah. I'm like, you need to. At this point, you need to cook this steak well done.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still some great answers coming in. I might try and circle back around to a few of them. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where are the unwritten rules in this particular case, do you agree with them? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, ability trees.
play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL. I've just got to detail a few of my favorite. 3-2 got food poisoning coming out both ends 4 hours before got in their parents' car for a 23-hour nonstop road trip.
God.
From Houston to Miami.
I didn't see that one.
That is a problem. Melvin on the YouTube, you did this to yourself, big fella, said salad at a reduced price from the store had me sweating on the toilet. Took me 9 months to eat salad again. That ain't the salad's fault, big fella. You should have known. How much money could you have possibly saved on that salad? How much could you have possibly saved? And then this one from the 404. An asthma attack ruined a field trip to Reliant Stadium when I was in 8th grade in 2008. Why was that trip important? My classmates met Andre Johnson.
Oh.
Could have met Andre Johnson.
Could have met the GOAT, the Hall of Famer.
Yep.
And it just, asthma was being a hater on the day. Damn. Just being a big old hater on the day. You hate when that happens.
That road trip one, I would. Oh man.
Because
I just lay on the side of the road. Come get me when you're done on vacation.
It kind of reminded me when I took my wife to New Orleans for her birthday. Remember I told you all this, and we tried to play the little game of what we was on Bourbon Street.
Oh
so
yeah.
Whatever bar we see, we got to stop and take a drink.
Yeah,
man,
don't do that.
we went to 2 spots. Man, got so drunk, she ended up throwing up in the car.
In the car,
Exorcist style,
not out the window.
No, in the car. we was like 2 seconds away from the hotel. And I'm like, just hold on. She like, I think I got. I'm like, just hold on. I'm on the freeway going 7. Got all on the windshield.
Playing that game in the French Quarter is insane.
No, that was our first time there. So
you better be a tank if you want to play that on Bourbon.
Hey, I didn't do that at the Super Bowl. So yeah.
Although some of us acted like we might have been.
Yeah.
All right. Around the NFL, salute to the Baltimore Ravens and Kyle Hamilton, who has now been made the highest paid safety in the NFL. They agreed on a $100 million contract extension over 4 years. $82 million is guaranteed with that.
Woo.
And obviously,
safety with 82 guaranteed.
The reason to bring, I mean, he transcends being a safety. I really hate when people talk about things transcending because it's like, no, it's just he's just
sometimes
really good at it.
Sometimes it's true though.
But he is a great safety, and he plays back, he plays forward, and he changes what that defense is capable of doing.
Defensive end.
Like
he'll line up anywhere.
There are a few guys in the NFL that you go, he could pretty much do all of it.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. And so he's so vital to what they do there. And I understand the more I talk about that, the more the Texans fans go, damn it!
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm over here getting heated. I'm like, damn, man. Damn, Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green not even on well, actually, I didn't check to see if anybody picked him up or anything, but he didn't even make the roster out there.
Damn, Kenyon Green.
Yep. Nick Casario.
He was right there, too, man.
Nick Casario, not Kenyon Green.
Sometimes it hits, sometimes it don't, apparently, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so shout out to him. He deserves it. Unfortunately, that sucks around here. Actually, you made mention of a thing that I want to talk about here, Lopez, is with your Houston Texans, we have a roster. We have, obviously, a practice squad. We don't have captains.
Yeah. Hit me like bolt of lightning when during the first break, I said, you know what?
They usually announce that before training camp.
Or during, yeah.
Yeah,
No captains announced yet, which, of course, leads to the question. I think well, I do anyway. I know 3. I know 3 captains for sure, and they're obvious, right? C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
Will Anderson Jr.
Yes.
And with John Weeks gone, it's got to be Kaimi Fairbairn.
He's the longest tenured Texan at this point, is he not? Period. Talk less of special teamer.
And as they usually have a special teams captain, I don't think it's going to be Tommy Townsend. Definitely not going to be Brinkman.
It could be Tommy Townsend, though.
Could it be a Gumbuwale?
I can see that.
That would be.
You know what? I stand corrected. I'm going to correct myself.
You're going for Dare as the captain?
No, I'm going to say 2 sure things.
Oh.
I don't think Fairbairn is necessarily a sure thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I think it's C.J. Will Anderson. I'm starting to wonder about Gumbuwale. Versus Fairbairn.
Yeah, if I'm going, I'd put my money on Kaimi.
I would too, but I think there's a possibility.
It wouldn't shock me if he wasn't.
Yeah, it's not a sure thing as much as the other 2.
It's a guaranteed lock.
So what are the other? They usually have 5.
They usually have 5, and it seems like they split them evenly, like basically 2 offense, 2 defense, and then 1 special teams. That's fair to say, right?
Yeah.
If I'm going for the other offensive one, I actually feel pretty confident that it's going to be Titus Howard. I think that they like putting one on the offensive line, and Titus Howard has very much, accepted the role of I will be kind of the leader in this room, and so it feels like maybe even if it's not he is the leader, the on your chest to challenge you,
like they did with Laramie.
Exactly, and I think that could very much be the way they play that.
I see your Titus Howard, and I think I'm going to raise you Nico Collins.
I was thinking about the possibility there.
Yeah.
I could see it maybe, but I don't know that they need to challenge him per se.
Yeah, but I mean, enough's enough.
Just as a respect thing.
Yeah, it's been long enough. I mean, give the guy the C. I don't think Titus Howard's a bad pick. They like to do offensive line.
Yeah.
But I would say, what is this, year 5?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Give him a C.
I can see that.
Yeah, give him a C.
Now, the one that feels really tough to call is outside of Will Anderson Jr., who is the other, defensive guy?
I have a hunch.
I have a number of names that popped in my head.
Figure you thinking of anybody on the defense?
The first person I thought about, Aziz.
Aziz is one of those ones easily. He's heart and soul of the defense. I don't think he needs it by any means. Yeah. But just as a recognition, everybody points to Aziz.
But see, they got behind him last season, especially after the situation.
Yes.
So that wouldn't surprise me if they said, man.
I think Aziz would be the leader. I think the second choice would be Derek Stingley.
That is one of those ones that I go, he could easily be that, because they talked about I don't remember who it was. It might have been D'Amico going out of his way to talk about the leadership that Stingley provides. With unasked, right? Just talking about, hey, leadership in the field with how he works. That C might be a level of acknowledgement there. But they love them some Jalen Petrie.
That's the one. That was my wild card. I could see Jalen Petrie. That's another guy. Kind of came up. Not playing real well his second year, okay his first year. Then all of a sudden he finds a role, finds a place. They love him. They absolutely love him.
And they paid him.
Could you see Petrie?
I could legitimately all the names we mentioned I could see, and I got one more for you that I could easily see. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I could easily see them putting a C on his chest. I know that sounds a little crazy because he's just coming in with a lot of guys that are possibles. That guy comes in with a lot of experience, Super Bowl experience, as you mentioned.
Super Bowl champ.
He's expected to be, I think he could be almost a little bit of like a quarterback of that defensive backfield. We've already seen him come in and take dudes under his wings. I could see them putting C on his chest.
That's not far-fetched either, because you see what they did with Stephon Diggs last season.
Right.
He came in and they put that C on his chest.
Would it be weird to not go back to Joe Mixon having that C on his chest after? Because he seemed to appreciate that when they did in the middle of the season.
I was thinking he probably, if it wasn't for the injury, I thought he probably would have been. He
probably would have been,
because he stepped in really well last season. And to the point, I'm like, damn, they probably should have made him a captain during training camp.
And wasn't he one of the people who was organizing those team meetings?
Yeah.
I know we laugh at team meetings, but that seems to indicate something about how they believe who their leaders are.
He stepped in when they were having a little bit of issues and kind of rallied the crew a little bit.
The 832 says, do players vote on team captains? Yes and no. Sometimes they do. I think they do here. I think they do.
Maybe I'm not sure when Love was here. He said Davis Mills got my vote.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody probably have a vote.
Well, that leads to the other point I was going to make. Yes, players vote on it, but a lot of times the coaches have a very big influence on that.
You think they can put their thumb on the scale here?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I can see that. I think the point that ultimately comes to mind for me as I'm running through this, on defense, there's so many guys that are veteran or not, that demonstrate leadership type skills that I could easily see them acknowledging. And then on offense, there's a few of those guys as well, interestingly enough, as much as the
I would love to
offense
see
feels
Nico finally get he's a captain.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I think I'd point to probably Titus, and then honestly bringing up Joe Mixon, I might point to Joe earlier, depending on, of course, the timing. That's really the thing.
Yeah.
That makes that a little interesting. Some other things around the NFL, and actually before I get that, I want to always remind you this Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And apparently the Brady rules are gone. Tom Brady, noted Las Vegas Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders minority owner, and obviously NFL, widely regarded NFL GOAT, he is now allowed to attend production meetings, as he wasn't last year because of that supposed conflict of interest of him having an interest in one of the teams and then going in before games and getting other teams. Do you like this as a change?
No. I see where they're, why they ended up doing this, because, clearly they are partners. Clearly this is an integral part of every broadcast and the information they receive. But teams are not going to be very cooperative. They're just not. I mean, imagine you're the head coach of not even a division rival, but just another AFC team. And there's a part owner of the Raiders, who, by the way, is Tom freaking Brady and can break down every little, minutia detail of what teams are doing. They ain't gonna say squat.
Hey, they don't even say squat to the media people, man, because they think that's a little advantage. I know damn sure they ain't about to do this.
Hell no.
I think they're gonna say what they're gonna say. In a vacuum, I don't like this in the way that you're talking about. But we can be honest. They done basically flouted these rules already. I think that from the league standpoint, they benefit more from having their broadcasts be as good as possible.
No, I agree with that.
So
I don't think the teams are going to be cooperative in those meetings as cooperative.
Maybe. I think that they will. I think they understand.
I wouldn't.
I think they're in the normal flow of things. But
where'd Tom Brady play?
For the Patriots. Are you going to talk about the Gates?
What was their deal?
It's crazy. That team in his time period, and admittedly a long time period, they have multiple gates with an S. There's not just a gate. There's Spygate. Yeah. There's Deflategate. Yeah. There are multiple gates.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
No, I feel you.
Is that right?
I feel you. Not going to talk about that. We're just going to be like, hey, he's coming in. We got Fox coming in. And I think there's something to be said about the normal rhythm of we talk to the on Thursdays, we talk to them about what's happening, the production crew, so that they're ready for the game. I think that in fact, for me personally, selfishly, I'm not going to be able to stop whatever collusion or whatever is happening in the NFL. I can at least let's have Tom Brady be the best version of himself on this broadcast that I'm going to watch.
Yeah, again, I get why they're doing it, and there's a lot of money involved and the partnership and all that. But Tom Brady's sitting in a room with D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. So how's Joe Mixon coming along? Fine.
No, they're not. We'll let you know. He's getting what? Tom Brady, you're not special. You're in the media too. You getting what we get.
Or okay, just use another example. Jim Harbaugh, which is a division opponent. You're sitting in the room with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. So you guys really like to throw on first down, huh? Maybe. Maybe.
I would go complete 180 if I was a coach.
Tell them
I'm like, you know what? We're going to run the ball probably about 90% of the time. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I might start the backup this week.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just thinking right now. I wouldn't tell them a damn thing.
Nope.
I'll be in there lying.
All right, couple more things before we go around the NFL here. Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, he wanted to make it clear that the Colts won't trade Anthony Richardson despite interest from other teams. Obviously, this became a big thing. You mentioned Anthony Richardson's agent kind of getting out here and making it seem like this relationship was going to be hard to repair after Anthony Richardson was banked, even though he himself seemed to say all the right things and the things that you anticipate. The general manager saying we're not trading him, talking more and saying both of them, meaning Richardson and Daniel Jones, professional, battled to the end, and at the end of the day, Daniel won the job. But does that mean we're down on Anthony? No, but I don't want to dismiss that Daniel, he's had a good run here. Reminds me a lot of Alex Smith that we had in Kansas City, who I thought was just the ultimate professional day in, day out. He goes on further talking. One, do you agree with the idea of not trading Anthony Richardson there, or do you believe him? And then two, how much about the comparison of Daniel Jones to Alex Smith, who came over from the Niners and then ultimately kind of held down the job early on in that Kansas City tenure before Patrick Mahomes comes up?
I actually wouldn't expect them to say anything else on either of those fronts, but I wouldn't.
You wouldn't expect them to say anything else besides like comparing Daniel Jones to Alex Smith?
Put some confidence in him.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
show some confidence in him, which, by the way, is a pretty decent example. In terms of like what Daniel Jones is versus Alex Smith.
That feels disrespectful to Alex Smith.
No. In retrospect, it does.
It seemed like it's the situation too.
Right. It's the situation
where Alex Smith starting in San Francisco
right.
and then leaving, going to Kansas City.
No, at the time, I think it's a good comparison. Now we know Alex Smith was good.
I thought we knew then. The only reason Alex Smith lost his job is because Colin Kaepernick came up and was hooping.
Well, I mean, yeah, but he was.
I mean, if he was that good, he probably would have kept his job, though, right?
Right.
It was.
Do you remember Colin Kaepernick when he in that Roman offense?
I definitely remember, but this was Alex Smith, a top pick, and
it
was questions going around.
Right,
like, he wasn't.
I don't think
he wasn't a scrub.
The bigger point is
it was
Daniel Jones got thrown out, and they didn't have an answer. Remember, he gets thrown out, and the next starting quarterback is Russell Wilson, guys.
Well,
this is disrespect.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I don't think it is. I think it's a good comparison. It might be disrespect now.
No, I think the point because he ain't going bleep all over Daniel Jones.
That's the bigger point.
No, certainly.
He's just trying to say, hey, bringing them in a different situation, he can resurrect his career.
Correct. That to me, that's the bigger point. And the bigger point with Anthony Richardson is, so if somebody comes to you with a trade, you ain't gonna do it.
That is
you ain't gonna do it?
Great question that I'm still interested. I'm really interested in those teams who are supposedly circling and asking about him because you also want to fall for this.
Yeah,
I thought I guess this is the thing. You have to have a certain hubris isn't the right word, but you have to have a certain irrational confidence, even in your own abilities to develop in some ways. But I think if you get too far over your skis, thinking that's how you end up falling for he's got a big arm and I can fix him, right?
Yes.
Like every stereotypical woman, right? Is just I can fix him. That's how you get yourself in trouble. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about the Texans. I don't think they get themselves to the I can fix him. I think that they keep themselves within their sandbox or whatever of what they believe they can do and what they're capable of doing. That's the way they ultimately want to go about it. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL right here for this Thursday. Coming up next, I feel like we've talked a lot about the Texans. We're heading into that season. We talked about the Astros. We haven't talked about the Rockets, and I thought that this was interesting from The Athletic. They put together a fan survey from fans about how they're feeling about this Rockets team. I'm interested. How do you take in some of these answers from the fans, including how they feel about Kevin Durant? I thought this was interesting. We'll talk about it next.
The countdown is on.
Conference and getting to 55 to 59 or whatever it was, that's a tall task.
I mean, getting more than that is a relatively tall task. And I mean, maybe I'm leaning too heavily into this because the Thunder had almost 70 wins last year, so that took a lot of the opportunity for. I think that the West is still going to be a glut of really good teams.
That's why 52 to 55, 53, 55 would be better.
Adding a couple more wins, you think is a plausibility? Maybe that's the case. I'm just like, even 50 wins, being in that same space, I think that there's less of a focus for me on regular season. I think even if in that same space of around 50 wins, if they're better prepared for the postseason, that's really what the success of the season is for me, as opposed to that win total.
But aren't you better prepared if you were the number 2 or 3 seed again, or even better?
Sure.
Right?
I think that's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
But I think leaving the possibility open for just 50 wins.
Sure.
Just under 50% of the people went the way that you did, and then another 30% went with that 50. What are your expectations for this Rocket season? Making the Western Conference Finals feels evident that's a majority of it. Some people said making it to the Western Conference semis. That was about 19% of the audience. Does that feel low for you? Because I think it has to be Western Conference Finals or bust, right?
Yeah. Who'd they bring in? Was that Kevin Durant?
That was Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Western Conference Finals. I mean, anything less than that is going to be, for some, a disappointment. I think for the majority, a disappointment.
Do it depends who they play?
No, at this point, no, absolutely not. We don't know. I mean, there might be a team that just really vaults itself and like the Rockets did last year.
I was thinking, when if they run into a team like a KC, and it's just a hard series. And
to me, it doesn't matter. You're talking about before the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, right before.
To me, it doesn't matter. You brought in Kevin Durant for one reason.
Okay.
One reason. That's it.
And speaking of Kevin Durant, how do you feel about the arrival of Kevin Durant? Extremely excited, cautiously optimistic, indifferent, or unhappy?
I'll bet you I am extremely excited just because I'm glad he's in our city and I want to watch him. But I'll bet you the majority said cautiously optimistic just because of age and such.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Are you in that space as well about Kevin Durant
I get it, but I'm just as a fan, I want to see him. Want to see him play, and we're going to get to see him play more often.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the health part of it.
No,
I wonder if he could really stay healthy, because the last couple places he went to, it seemed like that was kind of a major issue, and it kind of brought the team down a little bit.
Yeah.
No, I agree, but I think that when it comes to Kevin Durant's health in particular, I have a decent amount of wiggle room that I think he can land that. I don't know that I even need to be cautious necessarily. He'd have to miss like 30 to 40 games and miss postseason play for me to be in that place. I think if he gets you around 60 games and is ready for the playoffs, that's all I could ask for. Like I'm very happy at that point.
Well, I think when they acquired him, I said he's just count on him missing 17 to 20 games. Just count on it, just because of whether it's little injuries or gauging his progress,
load management,
getting some rest, load management, etc. Just count on it.
All right. The biggest question that I really wanted to get to here, what will Houston's half-court efficiency be next season? Because of all the things we've talked about, that's the one that I actually have the least certainty on going into this year. I feel like their defense will continue to be fantastic. I know that they'll be able to get spot points when they need to, just on the Bel Air Academy offensive, get the ball to Kevin Durant. Where do you believe this offense will be efficiency-wise? Top 10, middle 10, or bottom 10?
Offense efficiency.
Offense, half court in particular.
I'm going to say middle 10, and as the answer, as the most popular answer.
That's the most popular answer.
Yeah.
Where do you believe that it'll actually land?
I think I'm going to say middle 10, as well. Yeah, because he's going to miss some games. There's still a lot to prove, uncertainty, et cetera. Obviously, there's some point guard questions and issues, et cetera. I think it's fair right now.
I think that is probably fair, and I think that is the biggest, that's the biggest place and space for upward mobility of this team.
Yeah.
If, again, we've talked about it, I think Rafael Stone has done damn near all you can expect of a general manager in putting a team together, particularly one that is ready for this modern CBA to have some continuity in years to come. I think as much as you can give Ime Udoka a lot of credit for getting this team to this place, if he can put together an offense that works in the half court, that's the big thing that will launch this team forward at this point. The defensive identity is great, and it's clearly, almost like the Texans, it's clearly the thing that sets the foundation. That upward rung of what they're capable of doing is going to be based off of that. And real quick before we go, this was a good question here. Which young player needs to take the biggest leap for the Rockets to improve?
The answer.
Amen Thompson, Jabari, Tari, Alperin, Şengün, and Reed Shepherd.
Well, this ties in with what I was saying in terms of the half-court efficiency. I'm going to say Reed Shepherd. Because even if the others, what was that the most popular answer?
It was the most popular. Yeah. Damn near 50% of the respondents went with Reed Shepherd as the young player that needs to take the biggest leap for the
Because we can talk about Jabari, hey, we think he's going to have a big, leap this year. Amen. Same thing. But even if they do not, you're good. Even if they don't take a leap,
if they just give you what you've seen,
you're good. If he doesn't, then all of a sudden you have some severe questions.
Yeah, because you're probably leaning on him to be the leader of your second unit, or at least the point guard of the second unit, the playmaker of that second unit. Now, of course, you still have Aaron Holiday, and you could lean that way if you needed to.
Sure.
More, but the shooting also is a jump for you. I think Jabari would be second to me, although Amen Thompson is the guy that comes in second when it comes to the voting, and I think that's because the higher end, if he's able to take that next step into being one of the stars of this league, you're set up to pay him in the future, but that's also on how much you need to lean on KD as well, right? Which, again, if you're cautiously optimistic, if you have Alperen Sengun and then an Amen Thompson who is growing into that role, that's where it gets real fun.
No, it does. But again, the answer is Reed Shepherd. The answer is Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. But ultimately, seems like a lot of the fans are probably right in line with the way that we feel mostly going into the season. And there's a lot of optimism that was there. So shout out to The Athletic for putting that together. But, we're really excited for the season that starts in about a month and a half, late October 20th.
It'll be a busy October, especially if the Astros in the midst of it all.
And it's the perfect kind of busy now, ain't it? So excited to see what that looks like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Astros manager Joe Espada gives us a little update as to what he's going to do with some of his pitching, particularly with his bullpen. Is this the reinforcement that you needed? We'll talk about it next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster. entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's a Thursday, and of course, the Astros going for Game 3 versus the Rockies tonight, hoping to get a victory, win another series, and continue on. Hopefully expand the lead against the Mariners in the AL West, because the Mariners just seem to be cheating off of our papers.
They're doing what the Astros do.
They're just like, whatever the Astros put on their sheet, I'm putting on my sheet. Is that an A over there?
Yeah.
A C?
Yeah.
C. Win? Is that a win? All right, we're going to get a win tonight. That's what they did yesterday. And so the Astros have the opportunity to get the win the series tonight. It's Jason Alexander on the mound, which I feel like he's starting to get to a place where we start making this
a little bit.
Happy Jason Alexander Day. 6-1 in his outings.
Yeah.
For the Astros to this point. So that's been fun. However, the news that's coming out today, as we do have the lineup, and I will give that to you in a second. I should recall that. But one of the things that Joe Espada has said about his team.
He's back from being sick.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is. I don't want to bury the lead. He's no longer ill. That was a one-day occurrence.
Yeah.
Thank you to
Goldschlager.
Thank you to a Lopez
every
step.
time.
Is that all right? See, that's not reporting. I want you to be careful. This is what gets teams in the city mad about us. That's what happens.
Apropos of nothing.
You media people. Definitely apropos of nothing. But Joe Espada, the manager of the team, said that Lance McCullers Jr. will work out of the bullpen. He mentions that it's in the short term, but could be available to start the finale against the Angels on Monday. But there you go. We're starting to see some of this work out, and that's the way it has to be, right?
Yes. We know what he's done. We know that he, as a starter, he's had some bad outings. He hasn't gone real long. I love the move, and he said he could still be available for the finale against the Angels on Monday.
Sure.
I don't want to see that. I think, it's the perfect role for him. Now, it does take some negotiation, for lack of a better way to put it, to convince him that that's the best place for him. The bullpen is the best place for. We've been talking about McCullers in the bullpen for damn near 5 years,
And I think all of that is part of the negotiation. This has been a long time thing. He's come back after 3 years away from baseball. And I mean, the 2-4 win-loss record, and then a damn near 7 ERA. I imagine that over the last few starts, this has been something where, if it's not been talked about explicitly, has been kind of implicit underneath. It's like, hey man, if you're not getting back on track, we've got bodies coming back. Luis Garcia is on the doorstep of returning and maybe giving us something.
Absolutely.
As a starter. Christian Javier in his return has started to look a little bit better. Spencer Arrighetti in his return has started to look a little bit better. I can't say the same about you, buddy. If you want to do what's best for the team, you could have gone wrong, rode off into the sunset if you really wanted to.
Sure.
You keep coming back because you want to be a part of this team. The way you help us right now is probably best suited out of the pen.
No, I think it's long overdue. I'm glad McCullers has at least, partially bought in for now. They're probably throwing him a bone and saying, hey, you could still start. But frankly, no offense, I think it's best for the team, and I don't want to see him start again.
Yeah, and speaking of Luis Garcia, I did want to make mention again. He made his most recent minor league rehab start on Tuesday. 6 innings, 75 pitches with 1 earned run and 4 hits. 5 strikeouts in there for him, though. Like, that's kind of what you're starting to hope to see as you're getting him back, and the number of pitches is good.
I always look at pitches.
Yeah.
On those rehab assignments, I always look at the pitches. That's a good number for him. 75 and just 1 earned run. So progress after 2 years on in his case.
And on top of that, Joe Espada said yesterday, before he ultimately had to leave for an illness, he said he was talking about Garcia saying the breaking ball was really good, sharp. It's what we're looking for. The velo was also pretty good, which is obviously a big thing. And he executed his fastball well. Those are all check marks. Of course, the manager is going to be more positive in that space, but all check marks when it comes to trying to see a guy come back. After a couple of years of not throwing, we talked about Lance McCullers with his long 3-year stint. Luis Garcia is not that far off.
No, not at all. And I love the way that he's coming along. He's been pitching, rehabbing for a month, 3 weeks, which is a good slow pace to bring him along. And I'm liking what I'm saying.
Noting. Football, college football's back, baby. Tonight, we get college football in earnest, for real. Tomorrow, obviously, you'll get into your
hackish theme of the week.
Is that how we're calling it?
You don't like to use the word hackish.
I don't,
but I do.
No, I don't. But
you'll like tomorrow's.
I should. I mean, I'll like it just because college football is back. This is a great time of year. The madness, the insanity of it. It starts tonight, or rather early today.
Hey, the Cougs are tonight, right?
They are.
Yeah.
I was going to mention number 25 Boise State facing off against USF, but we can bring it back local, Figgy Fig, seeing as you're the ambassador of such things. The Cougs get started today against FSA now, don't they?
Yeah. No, I'm super excited about it. You could go to uhcougers.com.
Hey, look at you. Look at you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Free ones.
Get you a nice little ka-ching in there. 7 p.m. at TDECU Stadium. Obviously, you can get your tickets. If you aren't able to get tickets, that one's on ESPN Plus tonight. You know damn well I'll be watching
Nebraska Cincinnati is tonight?
That one is tonight as well. There's a lot of good football headed into the weekend, and today is one of those that I'm excited to sit in front of and watch. Some other things that are popping. In fact, in that space, there's been a lot of talk about Dave Portnoy joining Big Noon Kickoff. Have you followed this saga that's happened where Portnoy and some of his
thin-skinned Buckeyes,
some of his employees at Barstool have been going at Ohio State, saying that Ohio State was banning him from being at the Big Noon Kickoff.
He had the big mustache and
glasses. What's really interesting to me about this whole thing is that as this is played out throughout the week, Ohio State said that he was not supposed to be part of the broadcast. This was a Fox decision, and if you're not on the part of the broadcast, you're not going to be we're not going to give you access to the stadium.
Yeah.
And, obviously where players are and everything. And then the thing that I found the most interesting is that a Big Ten spokesperson said that they had already made the decision that he was not going to be at any of the conference's venues all season long, and that was made well before. That points me to the idea that this is all work, man. This is all college football or Fox's Big Noon Kickoff team. I think that they were doing this intentionally. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Remember that this week is supposed to be a college game day week.
Oh yeah.
This is Lee Corso's final broadcast.
Yeah.
What is the broadcast or the pregame show that we've been talking about the most?
That one
is the Big Noon Kickoff because Dave Portnoy has managed to make this whole wrestling event of all of this. I think that this was very intentional the way that
I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right. This is what he does. This is how he grew Barstool.
True.
This is his MO consistently, and he's got an enormous following. I also think it's kind of, understandable, but kind of sorry because I don't know if it's going to really move the needle, for Big Noon Kickoff, especially this week. So
we're talking about it. So
we're talking about it, but what are you going to tune into? It's not going to
checking in with Lee Corso.
Exactly.
Personally.
It's not going to really. It's discussion points, talking points now, but I ain't going to switch over there.
Although I'm not the gauge. I was never going to be a Big Noon Kickoff guy,
and then most people are not.
Portnoy wasn't going to move me to that place either way. Although I think that it does raise a question with what we're finding out, especially with that Big Ten spokesperson said, assuming that they are correct, because sometimes these things can in flux be wrong, that he was never going to be at any of the venues, at least for the Big Ten, and I imagine that might be how this goes all the way with Fox. What is his role supposed to be?
I think he's just sort of the extra voice on the set, right?
But if he's not going to be on the set,
comic relief or the smart act,
is he back home? Is he doing vignettes like
he's going
Rob
to be
Riggle?
Featured?
Is he supposed to be like their Rob Riggle?
Maybe, but he's going to be featured at some point. Or else they wouldn't have brought him in. But he's, I think, smart aleck, comic relief. Obviously, an attraction because of the huge following. But I don't necessarily think he's like the hardcore college football expert.
Yeah, he is supposed to be kind of, I imagine, more of a fan type voice as well.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm interested to see. That is, I'll be curious, and I imagine that I will probably personally consume this more in like Twitter clips, what they actually are planning on doing with his usage and how he's supposed to add to that broadcast. But college football, baby, we are getting there. Yeah. We are getting there, and it starts tonight. You keep it real close to home. University of Houston with what Willie Fritz is doing there. I am super intrigued by that, and you should probably be intrigued on seeing what the quarterback Connor Wegman does.
I'm really pulling for him. I've always liked him since he was. Was it one size? I don't remember. I'll be corrected on the text board.
That's right.
But
Ocho, where you at?
He was Houston Player of the Year. I was at the event when he won that award. Obviously, he went to A&M. Was really pulling for him. I liked him a lot. Injuries derailed him. really pulling for him at U of H because it is in there. He is a good quarterback.
Oh, and of course, I was about to wrap this up, but I should actually give you the lineup for your Houston Astros versus the Colorado Rockies. I mentioned that Jason Alexander is on the bump for him, but of course, your lineup does not include Yordan Alvarez today, mind you. He is getting a day off, which, do you like that? Because, I mean, I saw someone mention it on the text line that, man, he's been out for 3 months. Does he need a day off? Did you like the idea of him having the day off? Because he's not in this lineup.
I can't even really tell you if I like it or not. I think what it is for me is a place to watch. Keep an eye on this, and not necessarily in a critical way either. Is it gonna be 2 days on, 1 day off? Is it gonna be managing Yordan's reps, so to speak, or is it just, hey, it's an afternoon game after a night game, give him a break, and he's gonna blow and go, after this?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I could easily see them doing some level of managing him because, I mean, he has made it clear that this hand thing isn't fully cleared up. This is a level of management all the way around. So you're right, it could just be the quick turnaround from a night game to a 1:10 first pitch. That, hey, that might be a little too much stress, or it could be, two on, one off, and that could also help alleviate some of the DH concerns of places. To put Gay as Altuve, he's batting third, so you go Pena short, Correa at third, batting second. I mentioned Altuve DHing, batting third. Christian Walker at first, batting fourth. Ramon Urias at second base, batting fifth, interestingly enough. Cam Smith at sixth in right field. Dubon in left field at seventh. Chas McCormick manning center field will bat eighth, and then Salazar again manning the mound because, of course, you don't really have many other catchers. Catching rather, filling out the battery because you don't have any other catchers, right?
How about Caratini? We haven't even talked about this. He's in concussion protocol because he's gotten hit in the head by so many pitches and foul tips. That's wild, man.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that. Concussion protocol. It's not something to be laughed at or
but
nothing.
It's like that dude has been put through the ringer.
He has, and I always love Caratini because it just feels like whenever you need him, he's there for you. So I have no complaints with him at all. Being in the concussion protocol, all I have is well wishes. Get well soon, brother. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about C.J. Stroud headed into the season. Is there a path for C.J. to win MVP this year? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster was announced.
Things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can. But we feel really good about the 53 men that have made our team so far, and those 53 guys definitely deserved it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The U.S. got proof yesterday that they chose the right captain for the Ryder Cup team. Keegan Bradley made his picks and left himself off of it, even though he's played well enough to merit a selection. Bradley talked about how difficult the decision was. He's sending a message. The team is bigger than no one. The Ryder Cup is in late September in New York. With Bradley at the helm, you can tell the Americans are all in. I'm Andrew Perloff.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an 8+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. You guys know that I go to the Men's T Clinic for my testosterone replacement therapy, but they are about so much more than that there with their long menu. If you're suffering from joint pain, that's holding you back in the gym or even just day to day, all natural regenerative therapies are available for joint health and a whole lot more. No meds, no surgery. It's long lasting. Find the location nearest you. There's 5 around town here in Houston. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. This is incredible. Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. With summer heating up, did your AC pan overflow? If you made a claim, did your home insurance company leave you with a wet crack in the ceiling? We can help you with that because it has never been this easy to get Dick. The number at Dick Law Firm is so easy to remember. It's 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. Call us right now at 832-LAWYERS. Home insurance companies are in the business of making money and not paying out claims. That's why you get a home, Eric Dick. That's why you call me right now at 832-LAWYERS, and we'll take them to Pound Town, baby. Don't delay. Call me today. Call me right away at 832-LAWYERS. They won't sit straight for a week. Our office is in Houston, Texas, and we want to help you. Our clients always come first. Better get Dick.
D&M Auto Leasing, you guys know we've gotten our last 2 vehicles at D&M Auto Leasing. Affordability is the big problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages have not kept up. Some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. And D&M Leasing, they solve the problems with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Do not overpay. Solve the payment problem. Visit dmautololeasing.com or call 713-290-1000 today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce,
connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text GUYS55 to 32 32 32. GUYS55 to 32 32 32. Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Liqueur 43 is recognized as the world's top-selling premium Spanish liqueur, and it is the key ingredient in the Carajillo, the greatest after-dinner drink of all time. The Carajillo is Liqueur 43 and coffee. Learn more about Liqueur 43 at buyliqueur43.com. And Zamora reminds our friends to drink responsibly.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio Signal with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is there a path to an MVP in the 2025 season for CJ Stroud? 713-572-4610. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And John Lopez, CJ is clearly, I mean, we were talking about X factors and that the word can kind of be used in a lot of different ways and people can talk past each other not getting it, you know, what it means. But when it comes to who is going to matter the most on this team, which I wouldn't necessarily say is an X factor, it's clearly CJ this year and most years when you talk about the quarterback, but it raises to a different level this year. And I feel like one of the big things that makes it particularly more impactful this year is because of the way that the system has changed, especially because it leans so much more on him.
Yeah, you know, and the whole CJ embracing Tom Brady thing we've talked about. He talked about it again.
Just beat Tom Brady,
day before yesterday.
Yes,
the day before yesterday with Andrew Siciliano. And shout out to Tyler Milner for sending these because I went through them.
And shout out to Applebee's for making it happen.
And Applebee's, yeah, who doesn't have a signature dish. But either way.
Send in the signature dish for Applebee's, 713-572-4610.
This is one of those where, you know, you consistently hear something. You know, Tom Brady. I've been studying it from 03 and 04, whatever it is. And this is one of those rare occasions where I don't quite know how I feel about this whole Tom Brady and C.J. Stroud embracing, you know, what he is thing or what he did and the way he ran the offense. Because part of me is like, this is really cool. You know, this is what an offense that Brady ran for a long, long time. And I want my quarterback to embrace it, to study it. But then on the other hand, I'm like, boy, is he kind of setting the bar a little high here? You know, like I've been studying it. I don't know. It's like a legitimate question. How do you feel about that? It's like, yeah, I've been studying Tom Brady did it. They want me to do those things. Yes, that's great. It's also like freaking Tom Brady.
Yeah, I will say at least it's early Tom Brady. It's not like legendary GOAT Tom Brady. This was early on where he wasn't really it wasn't like it was considered.
How does it make you feel, Figgy? Because I'm like, it's cool. But it's also like, boy, if he falls short, if there's some struggles, it's
I'm actually fine with because it's like 02, 03, 04, that Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm actually okay with it. Now, if we talking about the third Super Bowl Tom Brady, it's like, all right, man. Like, we ain't got to do that.
All you got to do is come back from 28-3.
But just looking at
how we're asking.
Just looking at how that offense was ran, how New England ran that offense during that time where it wasn't a lot of pressure on Tom Brady.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very much the reason why you use that. Like, the whole idea is, I prefer this to, we're just going to have you figure it out as you go, right? Find someone who's been successful at something and see if you can learn some things and possibly emulate some of the things that they did well. Like, I think that's how you try and get better at a lot of different things. And so it makes sense. This was D'Amico. This was rather talking with Andrew Siciliano with Yahoo about studying Tom Brady for inspiration.
You know, this has been really encouraging because, I mean, I've been watching a lot of Brady clips because Kels was also in New England, and they're showing me film from like 2004, and it's the same offense almost. You know, Brady is still early in it, and, you know, it took him, I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure it took him a little minute to ace the offense, and I feel like I'm, you know, just starting out, but I'm getting there, surely, slowly but surely.
Now, one thing I will say that I'm trying to be good about. So can you help me like bat this fear back? Because I know I can be a little anxious at times, undiagnosed. And one of the things I always think about when I hear, because he said this offense is very much the same. Like, of course, it does not mean that it's inherently the exact same offense. I would very much hope that there's a lot of new elements. But I think about, you know, if you're running an old offense 20 years ago, there have been a lot of changes and developments in the way that teams play from now and then. And modern coaches understand how the rules and principles of those offenses worked 20 years ago, and we've probably found damn near all of the responses and the ways to handle them.
It's all on film.
There's something back there in my brain that goes, is there a chance that this offense runs out there and, we're doing this thing that's worked in the past, and then you get to modern defenses and modern defenses say, no, we got everything for that?
Well, yes, 100%, because people spent damn near their entire how to combat what they were doing in New England, especially Tom Brady.
Yeah, or even people trying to imitate that. And, like, I don't know anybody else who imitated that type of offense successfully like Tom Brady.
I'm glad you brought that up because it reminded me of something that Cecil Short was sitting right there and said, and maybe it's just PTSD because he was talking about a meeting. You know what I'm talking about, Figgy.
Yeah.
He's talking about a meeting with Bill O'Brien and how he was adamant, this is going to work. Tom Brady did it. And I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah. And Cecil said, yeah, that's cool, but we ain't got Tom Brady.
I think Brock Osweiler was the quarterback.
Definitely not C.J. Stroud, but also very much not Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's cool, but we ain't got Tom Brady.
And
over here.
maybe that's me. That's a me problem. I still have that PTSD. It's like, I know it's going to work. Tom Brady did it. Oh, really? That's like saying, I know you can run fast. You know, like whoever pick your favorite sprinter did it. You're like, oh, well, okay, well, that's a different breed right there, you know?
And it's early Tom Brady that we're talking about, but also, like, I think early Tom Brady in that time period, you were talking 20 years ago, again, the differences in defenses from then till now, defenses disguise is the word I was looking for. They disguise their coverages so much more.
Yeah.
And so much of the responsibility on Tom Brady then was, all right, read what's happening pre-snap, and then you can adjust to the things that we have that are answers to that. Well, what happens if I adjust to the thing that's an answer and then the answer or the question changes because I snap the ball and here goes guys rolling and shifting and moving, and now I have to figure out what I'm doing in that play. That's all to say that I think the difficulty that's in front of, I also think that could be part of the path forward for C.J. Stroud to an MVP this year.
Okay, explain.
Because we're already in a place where I think for those in the know, at the very least, this comparison is there. And that also leads to what could be unfair also as the comparison to Tom Brady. But what happens if that works in his advantage? What happens if he plays to a level where, damn, he's doing Tom Brady things? Does he then start getting Tom Brady comparisons?
No, that's a great point. But because, nobody has said be Tom Brady. It's study Tom Brady.
Certainly.
But the fact that you mentioned that guy's name, in your development, it does somewhat, and this is the other side of it for me, it does somewhat put it at a standard that is damn near impossible to achieve,
Yeah, because like I said, it's a whole bunch of different offenses out there where you've seen people be successful at it. You don't have that with that type of offense where it's like, hey, you got Tom Brady, and then who else do you have?
Right.
So I think that's the scary part too. And plus, we seen it here with the New England offense, and we be like, man, it didn't work as well.
Right. And so where is the? I think you're right. Like if they capture, I shouldn't say lightning in a bottle, but if everything hits, the defense is outstanding, which they had in New England. The running game is committee and successful, which they had in New England. And then C.J. Stroud, makes the plays in the big games. To me, that's what it's going to come down to, Reggie. When face, any of these Buffalo, and it's a close game, and all of a sudden he makes the plays down the stretch, then all of a sudden I think you could be mentioned in the MVP race.
And I was rooting around the stats, which I have a propensity to do from time to time. And I was looking, I don't even remember what took me down this path, but I was looking at quarterback efficiency stats and things from last year. And obviously for C.J. Stroud, there's going to be some of these that are just really problematic. We understand why, pressure-wise, things of that nature, why those will pop up. But C.J. was legitimately top 5 last year when it comes to intermediate passing, which I think could still obviously
be a big focus
in this situation.
I think it's going to show up more.
He was 25th when you talk about efficiency on short passing. There's a clear emphasis on short passing in this system. And, making sure that not only is there an emphasis, but then the blocking maybe doesn't have to hold up as long, but it's also geared towards short passing. You have a lot of guys we were talking about earlier, the likes of Jalen Noel, clearly Nico Collins, you get him the ball, like those screens that we saw in preseason. If they look anything like that, you'll get him the ball, he'll pick up yards. Noel will get the ball and pick up yards. I think his efficiency numbers could go up huge. And can you imagine a man in C.J. Stroud who was 25th there in short passing efficiency, but intermediate passing is not an issue for him?
Right.
What happens if that 25 becomes top 5 there as well? Like, what kind of numbers are we looking at for C.J. Stroud? What kind of offensive efficiency are we looking at for him if we have the short passing paired with what he was already very good at intermediate? And then, without even getting to the efficiency numbers for deep passing. No, he's capable.
Have some success with him. Yes. No, I think that's where that argument could come into play that you're making. You know, is he being set up for, you know, asking too much of him? On the other hand, he's being set up in a perfect system to let him thrive and maybe hit those marks and become a candidate in that discussion. Of course, it always ultimately comes back to wins and losses too. But if he does it in those particular instances against those upper echelon teams and isn't running for his life, yeah, I think it could be in play.
Now, a good question comes in here on the text line again, 713-572-4610. Has anybody with a new offensive coordinator ever won MVP? Is a question that pops up. And while I try and double check on
Tom Brady,
it is worth also keeping in mind, yeah, that is part of it. The dynamic of the new offense coordinator, Nick Haley, is all a part of it as they're trying to find their relationship. This was, again, C.J. Stroud on Yahoo Sports, one of their podcasts with Andrew Siciliano. This was him talking about the relationship that him and Nick Haley have developed.
I mean, it looks like ownership. It looks like, hey, this is not just somebody's baby. This is, this is in the keys are in your hands, CJ. So like, do what you feel is best. And for me, I think that's been dope because that's kind of what I grew up doing, playing football. When I was in college when I was in high school, I had rain, I had ability to change the play, I had abilities to change protection, and I had the same ability in college, and now I have the same ability in the NFL. So I think I'm a smart guy. I see the field really well. I can see coverage, see blitzes, and I think the one thing that I've learned is like when you're all wrong, you're right as an offense. And so we can all be on the wrong page, but if we know where our issues are, we can handle them accordingly. But if we're all right, then we're right. So sometimes you're batting 800, sometimes you're batting 200. So like you just got to take your lumps and learn from it.
This is the one that had me thinking about, are you kind of setting the bar a little too high? Because I'm not saying he doesn't have it in him, because that's the other feeling that I have here, that it could be wildly successful. But at the same time, when you're in high school, the defensive coordinator wasn't also teaching health. When you're in college, the defensive coordinator might have been really good, but it wasn't an NFL defensive coordinator. And that speaks to what you're talking about, And by the way, Lamar Jackson with a first year.
That was what I was going to say. 2019, Greg Roman.
Matt Ryan with Kyle Shanahan won in 2016.
Okay.
Now, the Greg Roman one in 2019, that was Greg Roman knowing a system that works particularly for a player with unique skill sets. The Kyle Shanahan might be a little bit more apt, but Kyle Shanahan was already kind of known as a guy who had a nice schematic advantage. I'm interested to see how Nick Haley is able to fit into that, because again, I don't know that he's bringing something that, or maybe he is. Maybe the Greg Roman one does fit as well, because C.J. Stroud is such a cerebral player. He's not given as much credit for it, and it's one of the things that actually, funny enough, people were upset about with him at Ohio State. You can to this Figgy was, hey, you can run. Why aren't you running? He likes sitting back there and dicing people up.
Yeah, he never ran the ball. It'd be 3rd and 2. And he'd just be sitting there wide open, like, get the first down. And he's steady trying to pinpoint somebody. And it's just like, damn, 3 and out.
And so this could represent, like, this move to this Earhart Perkins more style offense, it seems like, and really allowing him to have all these things on his shoulder. It feels like it is maybe fitting your offense to kind of his genuine and his unique style. And maybe that's what ultimately, with the short passing, and also somebody asked about the running backs that Tom Brady had at that point. Some good ones, some solid ones.
Some good ones, but also very committee.
Very committee. So, all these things kind of could fit in to give him an opportunity. I think the tough part about it is the path to the NFL MVP probably matters more about those other quarterbacks and how and Lamar Jackson has a great offense that is well calibrated with the ability to get there, and I think they could win 13 wins this year, maybe even 14. The Bills also, they have that calibrated to his skill set. I think that there's those teams that make it a little hard for him, but if he is able to live up to the promise of what this offense could be, I think he can put himself at least in the MVP conversation.
Yeah.
And I think that'd be the biggest thing. So I think if I had to try and answer the question we put up, there's probably not a path without like injuries or something like that. But I think he could be right up there in the stratosphere.
Just
where
be Tom Brady.
He could be on the ballot.
But see, it still might be tough because Kaylee is a first-time play caller, first-time coordinator like that. So it might be a little tough because the other guys y'all named They were coordinators before, too.
Right.
That's also a great point. No, that's absolutely it. So I'd probably say no for him, especially because there's going to be fits and starts of them finding what this offense is. But I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Just be better than last year,
That's
man.
right. That's
Just be better
ultimately
than
it.
last year.
Just be better.
He ain't got to be an MVP and all. If the offense look better than last year, I'm fine with it.
No, you're absolutely right. The bar is not be an MVP player. The bar is have a good offense that complements well with your defense.
Yeah.
It was just fun to think about how high the ceiling could be for him if everything hits. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions as we often do. We'll do that next.
The countdown is on. for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is really more of a discussion than anything, but it's definitely my my confession.
Mm-hmm.
You saw what happened with Howie Roseman? Actually, Figgy texted it to us. And this unwritten rule. I guess Jared Verse tweeted it, or somebody did. And
well, it's like it wasn't Jared Verse. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
No, it wasn't Jared. That was a.
But it was like a fan whose Twitter
really
account.
Be some drama.
Yeah,
there was a fan whose Twitter account, like obviously, Mox was. Is a Stan account? Is that what we're doing here?
It is, but this is not just him. It's just the first one that popped up. It's come up about this unwritten rule that teams don't claim waived / injured players as a courtesy to the original team. Kind of so they can stash them on IR, and it does happen.
Yeah, but it has to be waived injured, not just waived players.
It's
like
waived
injured.
Yeah, like an injury. Wave. Yeah.
So 31 teams respected that regarding the Rams offensive lineman Willie Lampkin. Howie Roseman claimed him from the Eagles. I don't have anything against Howie Roseman necessarily, but I don't want to have to sit here and defend Howie Roseman. But you know what? Unwritten rules are just weird to me. And how do you know you broke it? How do you know you broke that rule? This is professional sports, and he's trying to help his team, and he claimed this player. You got a problem with that?
I don't think I do, and I'm like, have I just maybe not considered this enough? But that's always the danger of this. But I do get that the tough part is any society, there are some things that we all kind of understand. There are courtesies is a fair point. And you don't want to get yourself into a place where, you tee off the people that, are around, right?
What does it matter to him? He's competing with these others.
He's competing, but you also do. I think
this isn't a courtesy like a common courtesy. This is professional sports. You're trying to do everything you can to win. And again, I don't want to have to defend him, but this whole if it's an unwritten rule that everybody wants to abide by, make it a written rule. Is what I would say.
Well, the only thing about it is the people that would be upset about this would be like individual teams. I don't know that they have all the opportunities to get into the rules of this. And maybe this goes up to a committee at some point, one of the various committees that are out there, including the flag committee. Which shout out to Hannah McNair, who she was named to that flag football committee that the NFL has together.
Yeah,
but that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to say hi, Hannah. But with that. Yeah, I don't know that I don't have it in myself to get upset about it. However, I'll be upset if I know that if other GMs are upset about it. Because I think that the waived injured player isn't a place, that's not the place or the hill to die on. That's not worth you going to go make deals with and having some level of bad blood because of that. If they don't care, I don't care.
Bad blood. They're trying to beat their ass.
No, they don't have.
No, they have good working relationships in terms of making a deal or something. But in every one of these deals, somebody's trying to get over. They're both trying to get over on the other.
Nah, it seemed like Howie got his. He put his coconuts on the table.
Yes.
Like, hey, I'm a Super Bowl champ. I could do whatever I want, and let me mess around because do he necessarily need that player?
No.
That's what I'm saying. It just seemed like it's a little more pettiness.
But to me, it's also about the unwritten rule thing. What
I hear you on that.
Where is this coming from? Why is it? When does it expire? What are the details of this unwritten rule? We don't know because it's unwritten.
It reminds me of the unwritten rule in baseball.
Yes.
It's a bunch of those in baseball.
Yes.
When you got the position player pitching and somebody knock a home run out the park, and it's just like, oh, that's bush league. That's an unwritten rule.
But I got my home run.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Then?
Yes, exactly.
Just sit there, hold the bat.
Yeah.
Right. No, you're right. Sometimes unwritten rules can be nonsense. I think the places where unwritten rules become, is it pragmatic? Is it useful for you? And that's why I came from the place I did, which is, okay, let's kind of play it the right way. You can go ahead and do that. Is it pragmatic in that place? Are you going to have some general manager who looks at you a little sideways the next time y'all try and make a deal because of it. If you are, it's probably not worth it. If not, go for it, dog.
I don't, in the NFL, again, each participant is trying to get over on the other. Every single deal. Now, they might say, hey, this worked out for everybody, but they are trying to get something, to get over. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the Rams, if they felt like that guy was really that important, they would have found a way to not waive him.
Exactly.
They would have kept him.
They could have fixed this.
Yeah. They knew it was a chance that could happen.
These are my confessions.
All right, this is my confession, John Lopez. And I probably shouldn't talk about soccer right now because I know what comes on the backside of that and it will hurt my feelings, so please don't do that. However, rarely do broadcasters matter to me on a sports broadcast. For the most part, I'm tapping into the sports broadcast for the sport, right? I'm watching tennis for the tennis. I'm watching, and I mentioned that because the U.S. Open's on the TV right now. I'm watching college football for the game that is there. I'm usually not there for Gus Johnson, but when Gus Johnson's there, hey, this is fun, right? I didn't come here for this, but this is a nice ad.
Yeah.
It matters for me with this news that came out that Ian Darke is going to be attached again to the 2026 World Cup for Fox. He will be on the broadcast, and it matters just because he's transcendent. There's few places where that's the case. Like, I might watch a game that I have no business watching because Kevin Harlan's on it. That's a possibility. Ian Darke is also kind of like that. It's a lot different if Ian Darke is on there. But I feel like I might be in the minority there. I think broadcasters and who's actually calling the game matters a lot more to some other people.
It does. How do you feel about the Doris Burke news, by the way? Getting demoted for Tim Legler.
In fact, I would say Legs is better than Doris Burke. I think that people make too much of a deal about Doris Burke and trying to say she's bad.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think I like Tim getting this due. I feel like he's kind of been under the radar. I don't know if it's a personal thing or just ESPN just not really using him as much. But I like that he's finally getting some shine.
Yeah.
Or the shine. But yeah, it didn't really break.
I'm kind of there with Reggie. They make too big a deal about her. Oh, blah blah blah. But he's good. He probably deserves it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why they kept Richard Jefferson up there because I felt like that would be the one I would probably look into moving to the B team.
Oh, you don't like Richard? Here's the thing.
I don't think he's that good to be an A team like that. Like, that's he's fair. Untouchable.
He probably should be like, if ESPN had not run off all their talent, Richard Jefferson would fit in very nicely as a B team guy, especially with the way that he likes kind of being a little off-putting.
He like to have fun.
Yeah. He does. He does.
But yeah, I don't think he's untouchable. I think he's cool, but I'm like, damn.
I'm actually with you there.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess this, man. So I think it was Saturday night. I had to work an event, and I came back kind of late. It was around 11:20ish. And I'm like, damn, I'm kind of hungry. Let me go to Wingstop. I checked my phone. I'm like, let's see what time Wingstop closes.
All right.
They close at midnight. I'm like, all right, cool. I think I still got a little time. I walked in. All the chairs was up. I'm like, okay, they might be getting ready to close up. I walked to the counter. And like, did you put in on the app? I'm like, no, I just walked in. I'm sorry, we don't take any orders no more. I'm like, damn, at 11:22, I thought I had a little bit of time. But I just wanted to confess, did that seem about right?
Because you were right on the borderline.
I understand.
11:22, you said, and they close at midnight?
Yeah.
Nah, they was wilding. Like,
I understand.
Half an hour, I don't go. But you were 8 minutes before that.
Wait, but you weren't eating there either. You were taking this to go.
And it usually take about 20 minutes because
they do not want to serve you.
I get it. No, I get it. You don't have to want to. The idea that they didn't take the order at 11:20, like I'm saying, it's not 11:45. I might hear them if at 11:45.
Yes.
11:22.
No, that's what I say. You were right. Right.
No, there wasn't no right. They was just being lazy on that day.
But this is the thing, though. I ain't gonna tell which one it was. But they said they stopped taking orders at 11.
Okay, well then
I'm like, damn.
That's information I could have used.
I'm like, you know what? Do we need to change the sign to close at 11 then?
Yeah.
Because I was shocked. I'm like, damn. Because like I said, I've been there before where people come in. Hell, I had people come to Starbucks around 11:58. expecting to get some coffee and all that stuff. And I'm just like, damn, but we still had to serve them.
Yeah.
And I know that's not cooking chicken wings. But I'm like, I thought it was good at 11:22. If I knew that, I would have just went home. But I'm like, 11:22, I'm like, that take about 20 minutes to cook the wings.
This is a really interesting topic here because we were talking about common courtesies.
Yes.
Half an hour, I'm going to do the common courtesy and not go to your place.
Even on takeout?
Even on takeout.
I think takeout out 15 minutes.
You have to realize they're cleaning the grills. They're putting stuff away.
And look,
but you were right. You were close, but I would have probably expected
And
something.
see, this is the other thing I was thinking about, too.
Yeah.
Wingstop, they usually cook their wings to order.
Right.
So it's not like sitting around.
So they might have already been cleaning stuff, getting it all ready to get out. Because they want to get the hell out of there.
No, I get it.
Like everybody else.
But you still got to have one burner on or one fryer on.
No, I get it.
Because you still open.
Like I said, you were close.
So my thing is, if let's say tonight, if it's around 11:59, I might as well say nope. Might as well not go to Wingstop because they damn near closed.
Oh, you mean 10:59?
No, they close at midnight.
Okay.
They close at midnight.
11:59. There's no shot you would go.
But I thought 11:22 was all right though, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, if it was 11:45, I would have just drove on past. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna do that.
Right.
But I thought I was in the green right there for a little bit.
I would have probably been there with you, but it's close.
And
that's what I would say.
Like I was so intrigued to the point I almost drove to another Wingstop to see if it's the same thing.
Are they gonna serve me?
No, I had been to some places where they be like, "Yo, the manager gone. We shutting down early. We not taking no
Wingstop
more
owes you
orders."
some wings, and I want them tomorrow.
All right, so
I want them tomorrow at
I ain't gonna do all
11:30. Wingstop, you heard him.
If you'd be all right when maybe someone spitting in your wings, you should have just walked right outside and hopped on. Hey, I got an online order.
You know what? I did have an online order.
See, that's exactly why I'm like, you know what, y'all got it, man. And honestly, I hate going to restaurants when they about to close because you ain't gonna get the best,
right?
The best,
right?
But I thought I was good during that time.
Nah,
my confession.
Yeah, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio.
Hopefully, I ain't offend nobody. I wasn't trying to start no trouble, but I thought I was good. I thought it was a little early. I mean, not late, but I thought it was a little
on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said, come on, bro. They got to clean all that chicken grease. You don't have to. But then why be open?
No, listen, I worked at KFC. That was my first job, man. We didn't get that type of courtesy at all, man. We had people coming in trying to get a 24-piece, and we was closing like 5 minutes. And
there you go. Got to cook it.
Yeah, man.
We talking about a whole 38 minutes? Like people are acting like you walked in there 5 minutes. 38 minutes,
dog. You might as well take that midnight off. It don't close at midnight at
or
this
just
point.
put closes at midnight, but don't you dare order after 11.
Don't come in here, though.
Dog, you can look at all these commercials. They advertise we're open till midnight.
Yeah.
Like we might as well take that down then if that's the case.
Yeah, they were finessing. They were.
So.
Yeah, I don't blame them neither. I was cool. I was happy. I was cool. I understand. So I wasn't upset. I wasn't being a Karen or nothing like that. I'm like, all right, you cool. All
right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. It's a Thursday, so let's get some buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-469. About it next.
The Texans.
pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us, and especially appreciate you interacting on the text line 713-572-4610. Not that other thing that I said. Man, you guys, the various different policies, and it's not like I disagree with you guys. It's just I did not realize y'all was so passionate about when you show up to the restaurant. That is very interesting.
And look, let me be clear. I was not trying to tick nobody. I was totally fine. I wasn't mad. I ain't make a big deal or nothing like that. I was just shocked at 11:22. It was just like, yo, week 9, we stop at 11.
I'm
like, damn.
I do love that the workers were just like, we not doing it.
Yeah. No, they literally looked at me crazy. Like, I'm
not
like,
gonna happen.
I'm like, damn, okay. I'm like, oh, it's all good. Like, no worries.
All right. Let's do a little buy or sell, ladies and gentlemen. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? John Lopez, what you got for us?
Are you buying Wingstop after 11:30? No.
Sell. Apparently you don't have an option. That's what I'm learning.
All right. Are you buying this? It's big news around town. Let's just see just one sentence out of D'Amico Ryan's press availability yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Are you buying or are you selling? Quote, let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. Then, of course, he said after that he wanted to protect the true information.
Without getting too
he wasn't
deep
going to give you any true information.
I'm selling that. Like, speculation is a part of sports. It's the whole conversation. I mean, how many times have you, as a sports personality, have somebody come up to you and, well, what you think about the Texans this year?
Yeah, well, this morning.
Sorry, coach don't want me to speculate about. Like, that's part of the nature of all this.
Or the injuries. Hey, my fantasy draft is tonight. Is Joe Mixon going to play? I've gotten that.
Right. And so I understand where they're coming from. I'll try and stress this. I understand where they're coming from. I think that the spirit that they're coming from is absolutely correct. It's one that I respect quite a bit. I just don't know that what they're doing actually does what they believe it to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to disagree on that. And they're going to know we're changing that. So, but I'm going to sell no, we're not going to speculate on all of this. We are.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. When you don't tell anybody anything, people just naturally, not even in this field, just naturally, people they're going to speculate. If I was off of work for a month and nobody said what was going on or why, people are going to wonder what's going on. People are going to make up stuff at this point.
It's kind of I'm selling too. It's kind of a non sequitur. Like, let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. Okay, follow-up question here in the back. How can I get the true information?
Get it out the mud. D'Amico, that was one of the fun things. D'Amico was like, back in the day, people used to find the information. Yes. I'm like, oh.
Still got my hand raised back here.
Get out the mud, huh?
Still got my hand raised back here. All right, you buying or you selling this?
What's Joe Mixon's agent name? Exactly. I need to ask him something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they don't like that. Here's another one for you. This is C.J. Stroud. And we have audio. This is an audio entry. And the
up in the production value of buy or sell. That's incredible.
We are a full service.
Look at that.
We are a full service segment right here. Let's play the audio first.
What's it like being a Buckeye in Texas this week?
I'm accepting all the smoke. Anybody? Well, here in Houston, it's more Aggie land. So,
right.
I have a lot of Aggies surrounding me, but there's a couple UT guys. I have buddies who are UT guys, and I don't know if I have any teammates that went to UT. I know I have a coach, but it's a couple harsh words and a little bit of back and forth, but it'll be fun. I might see me, maybe.
All right, a little news right there. But are you buying that that C.J. Stroud is saying here in Houston it's more Aggie land, or is he maybe just sort of avoiding all not the smoke, but avoiding the discussion?
I'm buying that. Like we can do the numbers and look at it, and there are a lot of Aggies.
Oh no, there
more
definitely
on the team.
Are. Yeah.
And I mean, we're a lot close. I mean,
hell, his quarterback's coach was a quarterback at A&M.
We could talk about the geography. We know obviously Bryan College Station significantly closer than Austin. Like all these things add up. And yeah, I think what you're getting to is he's rooting for Ohio State because he went to Ohio State. But he's like, it doesn't hurt that I don't want to hear about Texas, and I'm going to have more people on my side wanting Texas to lose here on that side.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I'm buying it.
Me too. I think he is surrounded a lot. I think there's a big number that maybe backs that up, and not like it's overwhelming, because obviously we know there's a lot of Texas fans here, but I'm buying it too. This was just a funny one to me because they met. It was some sort of trip or something. You're familiar with Anthony Edwards' work, right?
Yeah, a lot of these athletes, particularly basketball players, have go over to China, especially continue to push their brand. And Anthony Edwards is one of those guys growing in China for sure.
Took a selfie with Yao Ming, who, by the way, just towered over him.
That 7'6" is crazy when you see it in person, man. Or 7'4", rather.
Just imagine playing against him, man.
Oh, my goodness. And then
that's the crazy thing. He came out and you're like, oh, he looked kind of skinny. He was like 300 pounds, bro.
Nah, he was big.
But this is what he said.
No, he was 7'6". I was right. Okay, good.
Which is just the bravado, but you buying that?
So, I do think that he would try. Well, actually, here's the thing.
Depends on the situation, too. Like if Yao Ming is coming off of help cover. I'm talking about like just a true Yao Ming is protecting the rim. One-on-one, protecting the rim, and Anthony Edwards could dunk on him.
I'm actually, like, if they were playing in a game together, I would buy that because I think that he's the type of dude that I don't care about scoring no more. I'm going to make this happen. Mm-hmm. And Yao Ming got a few times.
But again, a lot of times it's like he's trying to help, or fast break.
No, if Yao Ming is at the rim and Anthony Edwards is coming full blown, could he dunk on Yao Ming?
Right, that's the question.
I'm selling that. I don't think so.
I'm selling that because I think Yao would knock him down. That big old body of his.
But Anthony Edwards going to keep coming with it.
He's
gonna get there until he gets there.
He's going to try. He's going to keep trying.
Yeah, you might get him once or twice. Who knows?
I appreciate y'all. Houston is and has always been a University of Texas town. I see you 979 from 832.
Boy, now we're like on Tyler's Twitter account.
Both of y'all are wrong. This is Cougs Nation.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right, you buying or selling this? Sean McVay spoke about Matthew Stafford yesterday. Quote, "He looks like the stud we know."
I mean, he is that same person, sure. I will buy what he is saying there, but I'm selling the general premise. Like, the idea is he looks like he's delivering the ball in the way that we anticipate Matthew Stafford at this age to do that. I'll buy that. Sure. Ball football, he's going to get hit yet. Mm-hmm. And the thing that we're questioning is not that can Matt Stafford play at any given moment right now while he's healthy. Mm-hmm. Sure. The problem is, will Matt Stafford be able to handle what is a hellacious 17-game season with a back injury that he needed steroids to deal with?
Right.
And that one, I am selling. You can't get me there until I see it.
So where are you? You buying or selling?
I'm buying what he's saying. Because what he said is just, he looks like Matt Stafford. Will he look like Matt Stafford in Week 8? I don't know, dog. I don't know.
I'm selling it, man. I think at this point, these coaches just be out here lying, man.
Yeah.
I think he's lying.
I'm selling it, too, because I think the question was about how he looks as a player, not necessarily. I mean drills and stuff. I'm going to sell it. I mean, I don't think – still not even sure he's going to play in Week 1.
Yeah, I was like, we'll find out very quickly. We got, about 9 days till we're there? Yeah, man.
A lot of interesting twists and turns in this buy or sell version
10 days
today. We had the audio element of it. Now we're going to have the Sports Radio 610 element of buy or sell. Ron the Show Hughley.
I know him.
Said he would resign if he lost to Patrick Creighton in a mile race.
Sell. Because Ron ain't giving up money. And also, really, the biggest thing is Mrs. Ron not going to let him walk away. We have to go figure out some more money because you lost the race. Boy, if you don't go to work,
it's an asinine
conversation. That's right, PC. You better go to work.
Ain't no way. I mean, his nose was growing during the segment.
They got them kids with all their youth sports. That costs money. Boy, you better go to work.
That's not quit my job if I lost to Patrick Creighton. No, you would not. I think I know your answer.
I'm not buying it. I was thinking about buying it. I'm like, he did lose his name show at one point.
That's different.
He colored his hair. But I'm not.
He was still getting paid.
Yeah.
He was still getting paid. And this is the third interesting element of the buy or sell segment this week. Are you familiar with a 4th division soccer team?
You son of a...
I had to get this one in. I had to get this.
Amarim, you'll pay for your crime.
Explain to the room.
There's a fourth division soccer team, which is basically like the Houston Texans playing not even Sam Houston, more like a Division II college football team. All right? So there's this fourth division soccer team named Grimsby Town. Grimsby Town yesterday beat Manchester United. Remind me, what's your favorite team?
Glory, glory, Man United.
The fourth division team beat Man
What
U.
happened?
They beat them.
Like fair and square, or was somebody hurt?
And the goalkeeper was outstanding, but this is the buy or sell. Keep in mind, this is basically Trinity University beating the Houston Texans.
Wait, we done already moved it again to Trinity?
Well, aren't they Division II? Maybe they're Division III. This is basically a Division II team beating the Houston Texans. The goalkeeper's name was Christy Pym, and this is what he said after the game. I'm actually half fuming about this because I'm a Man U. Goalkeeper beat Man U. Said he's actually mad because he's a Man U fan.
Oh, I'll buy it. I believe that he's a Man U fan. And I'll buy it because you know when the last time these two teams have faced off against each other? 1943. That's how much of a different levels they're on. Like, they just ain't been close to each other. And you're going to lose to them in penalties. Like 13 of them joints, too. They just kept going and trading penalties. By the way, they went Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in the world. Can you tell them that? Yeah. One of the biggest clubs in the world against Grimsby Town, as you've established. They went down 2-0 in this game. They needed late goals in order to make this to penalties, and then lose. I'm so upset. I hate them so much.
Grimsby Town.
I hate them.
Are you buying or selling that the goalkeeper who beat Man U is actually upset that they did? Half upset.
Why did you do this to me?
I would say
it's fun.
I would say yes. He's being funny, saying half upset.
Yeah.
So I think he was probably pumped that they got the win against them, but on the other side, it's like, damn, that is my favorite team.
That's my squad, man. That's my squad. I'm actually buying it too for that same reason, Figgy. All right, one more for you guys. Omar Lopez, and as everybody knows, put a Lopez in charge and good things happen. He said he did not really enjoy managing the Astros last night after the game. And the reason was, quote, because our leader was not here.
I'm selling that's the reason exactly, although I don't think that he's wrong or that those emotions aren't there. I'm sure that those guys are close. They spent a lot of time together, so knowing that your homeboy is sick probably doesn't sit well with you. I can see it if maybe he said, I didn't get to inhere for. I got thrust into that space, and I imagine that was difficult. But it's probably, I imagine that was probably fun to just be in the big chair for one night only. Yeah, I'm selling that. That was just the only reason.
He said he didn't enjoy it because Joe Spada wasn't there, Figgy.
I kind of buy it, man. It seemed like they have a really good relationship, and that's kind of like going to a place with your you're supposed to go to a place with your homeboy, but he ended up getting sick, so you just go on your own. You might have a good time, but you're like, man, I wish my boy was here with me, though.
I'm selling the hell out of this.
The hell out of
I'm
it?
selling the hell out of this.
Wow. Ain't no hell in it no more.
You got me offended because I bought it.
Because while I agree, that's his friend, that's his buddy, and he is the leader for the rest of eternity, no matter what happens in his career, Omar Lopez has managed a Major League Baseball game. He's in the books.
That's cool.
And he had to have enjoyed that. So
but he probably wish his boy was right there, though.
Yeah,
man.
But he's happy he did that. He's still happy he got to do that. I would. Hey, manage one MLB. Go check it out. I'll be at a bar when I'm 90 years old.
Managing 1,000.
That's right. Go look it up.
Never lost.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
You never know. He might take over for Joe Espada one day.
Maybe, but I'm saying no matter what happens, he's done it.
Hey, let this text line get to going. He might take over for Joe Espada tomorrow. Maybe today. Yeah. They about to start hearing about. I mean, this is about the time that we learned yesterday. So, no, I'm just joking. But there you go. A little buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, where you saw like fan Reggie come out, because that rarely comes out.
You look like Will Smith when his dad
I'm
left,
going to get me a Grimsby Town jersey.
I swear to
Figgy, you want send me a damn car. Hell.
Figgy, you want a Grimsby Town shirt?
I should get one.
Where is
the troll
Grimsby Town? Is it in London? Is it a little?
No, it's in
borough?
Grimsby.
Grimsby, that's an actual town?
Grimsby Town has 86,000 people. The home stadium for Manchester United, Old Trafford, seats 74. Hate it here. All right, coming up next, are NFL teams incentivized to win? This came about, we kind of had this conversation. It came about in a conversation about whether the Colts would tank for Arch. Are NFL teams incentivized to win? Let's talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Are NFL teams still incentivized to win? 713-572-4610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. And I think this came up. I can't even remember who suggested. I think we were listening to, I think it was a Texans Monday, if memory serves. And John and Mark were kind of talking about the situation. I think it was after we learned that Anthony Richardson was not going to be the starter. I think that might have been how that came together. We was talking about tanking for Arch Manning. Could the Colts possibly do that? And we started having our own conversation, radio show about the radio show off air about the Colts tanking and could they tank for Arch? And of course that's complicated because Arch Manning, we're not even sure if he would come out this year or whatever for them to end up in that place. But regardless, it started making me think about, and maybe I just ended up as like old man shaking fist at cloud where I go, teams, there was a time in the NFL where teams did not aspire to be at the back end of the draft or like the top of the draft or the back end of the league. Like just the notion of tanking was so taboo and just something that people would not do.
Yeah.
And it's still, I think football is still the place where it's probably furthest away. Clearly, openly happens at the start of a season in the NBA, really openly happens in MLB at times. But football, it feels like it's more open or more closely, more happening compared to 10, 15, 20 years ago where you could not imagine walking into a season where you can go into 32 locker rooms and ask them, what is the goal? And they didn't say to try and win a Super Bowl. Now, most of them knew that they weren't going to win a Super Bowl that year, but that had to be the aspiration. And it feels like NFL teams, as we continue to move on and as money continues to tick up, are being less and less incentivized to win football games.
They are. They absolutely are less incentivized because ultimately, like, I think there's one thing that maybe sounds a little weird, but most NFL teams these days are not the passion projects that they were for the original owners. Most NFL teams, and we are very fortunate here. I mean, I was going to say most NFL teams were inherited, were passed down. So does that person have the same passion? And I actually looked up some original owners, like obviously Mark Davis. You know, is he Al Davis? Hell no. Al Davis would do anything he wanted to win.
Mark Davis was so passionate about that team. Yeah. He didn't even get in the way that some of these owners have gotten in. He was like a football guy.
Right.
And then was a partner in there and then did some shenanigans in order to get the primary partnership in order to make the decisions. And then off they were to the races. That's how much he cared about the football of it. But you talked about the vanity project of it. That's one of the things I've always been interested in because the money of this was you weren't making money off of your football team, or even if you were, it's not the primary source of income. Your money was made in some other industry, and the NFL team is where you came to add a little bit of money. But then it was
your passion. It was I want to win.
Passion, and
it was football. I love football.
It was there so you could say I own a football team, and you're not saying I own a football team because they bad. You're saying saying I own a football team because look at these winners that I have attached to myself, and I am the owner of that.
Right.
I built this pretty much.
Yeah,
and that's my
brick by brick.
That's one of my big points in terms of like how many owners, because that's ultimately what it comes down to, are truly incentivized to billions. You know, our organization is worth so much money, et cetera. Whereas the other guys, the original owners and women, in some cases, were all about this. I own this team. I'm proud of it. I want to win. I love football. So that's one part of it. They're also not incentivized to win, and you can argue this all you want, because they don't. Even if you do have a passion for football, you're making a lot of money without having to do much.
Yeah, that's a part that's kind of. There's a lot of things that the modern era of sports brings us that make it so awesome, right? Like the ready availability of all the teams, right? You could be a fan of a team across the world, and get access to them and be able to know about your favorite players and know what's happening and watch them perform in a way that you couldn't in years and decades past. But there is something that about a team knowing if we don't win in the next 3 years, we might have to shut this thing down.
Right.
But
they don't.
No.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's not even that. It's as much as and many of these various owners might cry poor, they have instances where they can make money without having to do anything. Hell, I was listening to the Braves. The Braves are owned by a company, and the COO, I remember, or CEO of that company had said before this season that they had their powder dry and that they had a capability of doing whatever they wanted in order to make the team good, which obviously is a good thing. But also in saying that, he was kind of highlighting that the Braves kind of operate more as a real estate, as a baseball team. Like they make all their money. They're going to be positive well before they deal with anything with the baseball team because of the real estate, and they have there with Truist Park and the surrounding areas.
Yeah.
And so many teams are trying to move into that realm of all the real estate investments, and the things that are around the team are where they're making so much money that it doesn't matter whether they win, lose, whatever happens with the team. Now, of course, you can make more money, I imagine, by being good and having, sales go up and those things. But the money of that now pales even in comparison to the land use and the development and those things, where how much are they forced to, like, the things that make people move in our society, which is money and, stockholder value and those types of things. How much of that is actually linked to wins and losses on the football
you hit on the third reason that I feel most professional organizations, not just NFL teams, but NFL teams is what we're talking about here, are disincentivized to actually win. They don't. You have private equity firms, you have consortiums, of various investors who just want a piece of an NFL team to make money. They're going into it for an entirely different reason. They're going in to make money, and so. Yeah, like what's the best example that we have of an NFL team, and we've talked about them a lot, being cheap?
Oh, the Bengals?
Yeah.
I've talked about the Bengals quite a bit.
You do know who the original owner of the Cincinnati Bengals was.
Was it Paul Brown?
Paul freaking Brown, who basically helped invent the NFL, and wanted to win and everything else. Now what's the motivation? They can
Paul Brown, sometimes he doesn't get the credit, it seems.
That was one of Andy's best and worst moments.
That is one of the ways.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows this money, the revenue share, it's gonna keep coming in. And
why should I?
If I operate and I'm cheap, we can make this work. It's one of the reasons why, as you mentioned, you were alluding to it. I am appreciative of Cal and Hannah and the ownership structure with the Texans, because it's clear they care about the city. And they care about making sure that, what's happening for the players and all the things that they need to be the best versions of themselves is there. But the fact of the matter is they do that obviously because they want their team to be good, and I imagine that reflects well on them. But that also, they do that somewhat out of the goodness of their heart. Like, I'm not here to just, big up the billionaires or whatever.
I call it a passion project. It is a passion project.
Having that passion is not inherent anymore in sports, and that kind of sucks, man, because ultimately the people who suffer for that are the people for whom, like myself in the last segment, right, it ruins your day. It ruins your week when your team doesn't show up. And it's kind of sad that it feels like more now than ever, but thankfully not entirely across sports. It feels like the owners sometimes don't sit with you in that same passion.
Well, let's set the example here. You mentioned Arch Manning and tanking for Arch. We can say the Colts, we can say the Saints, whomever. Let's say the Saints tank, because it's probably more likely. They tank for the number one pick. They get Arch Manning. Now, they get a big financial benefit from it, but they don't get the whole financial benefit from it. The rest of the league, jersey sales and TVs, it's all shared. So you're not really, it'd be cool, if you have that pride and a hometown guy comes back, et cetera, et cetera. That's all cool. But in terms of being incentivized to win, we have to win or we won't make as much money. That's gone. That's just not the case.
Can I also throw in my quixotic mission to civilize that I always get out here on? And I know nobody, well, not nobody, but damn near nobody agrees with me on. The draft also kind of factors into this, doesn't it?
It does.
Right?
It does.
Inherently, you are rewarding teams for not being good, which feels like something that we should not reward. Like, if you want to be good, you should be able to recruit people in. And I think that would be some level of incentive. Hey, be good as an organization because you are going to need to recruit the talent that you want.
But even that doesn't work, is my point. Like you're you're right, and I actually agree with you about the draft. I don't like the draft very often.
Yeah, but a lot of people enjoy it and everything.
That's a totally different topic. What I'm saying though is even though they're incentivizing these teams to be good, it doesn't matter if you're not. You're still going to get your cut. You have the number one pick in the draft 10 straight years. You're still going to be making close to as much money as every other of the 31 teams.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, that's kind of one of the oddities of this, and you have to hope that that teams and that organizations have that desire within themselves. They have a level of pride, and hopefully they're doing it for the city, like it feels like the Texans are, which thankfully they all can end up in a wayward place for a decent amount of time. Like some of these teams, if you just have an owner of low moral conscience or whatever, and that's why I'm really sickened by the Fishers of the world with the Athletics and the Mike Browns of the world with the Bengals. Like, that's what really sickens me, because I know they're making money hand over fist, and there's nothing that makes them get to the place where they respect their fans and whatever to help them be the best versions of themselves. But I found that interesting when we were kind of having that conversation. I thought I'd bring it to air. Something else I'd like to bring to air, Lopez, is something that you saw. Mia O'Brien covers the Jaguars, and she also does some work for ESPN Radio. She bounces around a lot. But I saw this from her. James Gladstone, the Magnificent Gladstone, as we call him around these parts, is the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And he said this yesterday about Tim Patrick, who is a wide receiver that did they trade for him? Yeah, they traded for him before cutdown day. This is what they said about Tim Patrick, and tell me if this falls in line with what you believe or what we know about the Magnificent Gladstone. He says that he and Liam Cohen have been big fans of Tim Patrick from afar. Quote, he's intangibly rich. He brings something we don't currently have in the space, close quote.
Just go work at some, firm somewhere. He's intangibly rich. Can somebody explain what that means?
He's rich in intangibles.
Okay, maybe that's it.
Yeah. He's got
his spirit is rich.
He's got a rich spirit. He brings something we don't.
That was an interesting thing. Like, I get, all right, he's intangibly rich.
Why are you trying so hard to sound smart, though?
Because he's the Magnificent Gladstone. Why would you throw the entirety rest of your organization and team under the bus by trying to pump up Tim Patrick, man? Yeah. Nobody else got intangibles? None of them other. So Travis Hunter, who's supposed to get out here and change the whole damn league, he not rich in intangibles, huh? Is that what you're telling me? Magnificent Gladstone?
Rich.
Trevor Lawrence.
Talk.
He has an amazing heart.
If you go to the intangible ATM, Trevor Lawrence, he might have insufficient intangibles. You know what I mean? Like, it might not be.
Funds are low?
Yeah, the intangibles are a little insufficient when you get there. Why is he like this?
I don't know. He tries way too hard. Way, way, way too hard. I'm back on the don't worry about the Jaguars wagon.
That's all it takes?
I'm back on it. Don't worry about it.
He's back on it.
Yeah.
Your Astros have started out there at Dyken Park in what is a rubber game versus the Rockies. Jason Alexander.
Cy Alexander.
Cy Alexander is what we're going with? Is that what we're doing already?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Summer of George continues. He's already gotten through the top of the first, and your Astros are at bat in the bottom of the first as well. All right. It's still 0-0, by the way. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so my good friend Nick Russo from 100.3 The Bull, he is 100% responsible for a conversation that happened on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley yesterday, and my wife was really disgusted over this.
Disgusted?
Disgusted.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so would you like to be
All right, let's talk about Underdog, man. Hey, tonight even, you can get in on this.
Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Welcome to the show. My name is Nick Russo. You're riding with 100.3 The Bull. Make no mistake about it.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Out there, salute to everybody that's listening to the show on the Odyssey app. We got people on the YouTube and Twitch chats. Salute to y'all. Salute to everybody on the iHeartRadio app. Yep, we over there too. And salute to
What do you shake your head at?
Oh, I'm listening.
He's giving salutes.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
And then salute to everybody that's listening the old school way on the AM station.
Good.
I've actually had to turn to the AM stick myself. I'm in a rental car right now, and I didn't realize it didn't have the HD radio, and I was like, oh, okay, AM they gonna hold me down. I appreciate the AM as well.
Yeah, salute to all the people listening on the AM station, which I was yesterday. I was on my way home, and I turned it on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and it kind of got a little crazy, man. So here is Clint, Ron, and T. Mill on the drive yesterday, and they brought up Nick Russo.
Okay.
And now for a little backstory, I want to paint the picture right. So y'all are in the studio together.
Correct.
And it's a nice little glass window right there.
Yeah.
Where you see people walking by all the time. Sometimes I feel like
we're animals in a zoo.
Yep. Sometimes they tap on the glass and wave, and we have no idea who that is.
That's right.
So a lot of that's going on. And apparently Nick Russo was sprinting down the hallway for some reason. I don't know what happened. And here was the reaction from Ron seeing Nick Russo running down the hall.
My God, what in the hell got into Nick Russo?
He must have been up against that clock, baby. Oh, the old bull down there. He must have been up against that clock.
Oh, is he moving quick? Oh, my God.
Hand.
Is there something to the, hey, man, your bladder can feel you getting closer to the toilet, and you have to go more once you get closer to the toilet? It is weird. Maybe.
When I got to pee really bad, like I just had to in this break, and I was good, but it was like my bladder felt and knew that the toilet was within distance, and I almost didn't make it. Most of the time, it happens the closer I get to it.
It's like prairie dogging, too.
I'm not going to lie to you. I remember, boy, I got off. Turtlehead. I got off at the airport in Atlanta, and I had to pinch it before I got to it.
Almighty.
I had to reach in there and pinch it. It was about to come out. Oh, you pinching your piece? I had to. Pinching one off.
No, I had to. Yeah, I've had to pinch.
I've had to pinch before I got there, and I must have maybe shot at a fella, but I made it there.
I'm in the car like, what is going on? And this is all Nick Russo's fault for sprinting down the hallway. He probably wasn't even going to the bathroom.
There's no way he was, because one thing that we be forgetting is we talk all the time. On the music stations, all you got to do is play a song.
Put a long song on.
And then you good.
Man, maybe the station was off the air or something, and he had to hurry up and run and put one of the pots up or something like that. But that wasn't all, man. That wasn't all.
There's more?
They kept going. And by the way, this whole conversation was about they spent 6 minutes talking about this. But here's where it got to get crazy. Step in.
I know y'all find this hard to believe, but right along the lines of my running out of gas, I push the limits on the old bowel movements.
Oh God,
what?
Nicholas is the king.
I don't play bingo with my draws, but nothing like that. But I do.
Well, I don't anymore after I've told that story. That time I got cavalier with that fart in the press box. That'll do it. Had to throw them draws in the trash.
I mean, I actually decided to risk it the other day, boys. Bought me a pair of white underwear.
Oh God, no, you did. You got some white draws?
I got some one pair.
You didn't get no bikini draws like John McClain did.
Same Nikes, same Nikes that I always get. I just accidentally picked up a pack that had, instead of all blacks, it was a black pair, a gray pair, and a white pair. Man. First time I was clear. First time, no nut. I was good. I mean, I was proud of myself. I told my wife about it. I was like, babe, this is good stuff.
Oh my God.
The second time, boys, it was not the cramps. It was the old evening itch. I reached around there and had a nice litch going on and scratched. And
that happens.
I said, boy, them white draws got me.
Yeah.
I had to go right back to now I'm super selective when I wear my white ones.
Yeah, you better.
Old skid mark Stoerner.
Hey, I almost got real nasty. I'm laughing so hard 'cause I almost got real nasty with you two idiots today. I sat out and took my morning dump this morning.
What's going on?
And I put up and them drawers down, and I'm at the house. I'm go down to the ankle.
You just take a picture.
Hey, Doc, I had these blue Hanes, these light Carolina blue Hanes. I looked down. Baby.
That's actually the least surprising.
It's a patchwork. As big as a damn softball. I almost pulled my phone out and took a picture.
What? They were going on for about 6 to 8 minutes talking about dumps and all that type of stuff.
I feel like with Stoerner, I feel like some of this with Stoerner is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you've actually had children. I have not, although my little brothers, I was older while they were really young, so I got a little bit of this effect, but not to the same degree. I feel like when you're around that time where kids are dealing with a lot of that stuff, it makes you a little bit more loose. Talking about, well, that's not what I was. You know what? I'm just going to stop.
I see what you did.
I'm just going to stop there.
Yes, but that show. They
are very obsessed with poop.
What is the percentage of bodily function discussions that they have versus the entirety of the rest of the station?
Hell, the rest of the company.
Like the percentage, the rest of the company.
Put that against everybody on the floor.
They got to be at 175% compared to the other shows on the station. 175. So
100 to 1 for every one that the rest of the station has about bodily functions like that particular versus them. Is it 100 to 1?
Ooh,
50?
Maybe if we're talking about like individual moments, because they got a good 50 in right there. It felt like,
hey, they're comfortable with each other.
100%.
Yeah. So I was sitting here, I was chopping this audio up. This, obviously, I don't think nobody want to hear the whole 6 minutes of this.
That wasn't the 6 minutes.
No, that was not the 6 minutes.
Man,
no.
It felt like it.
Nah, but they, my wife was sitting there. Her jaw hit the ground.
I guess so.
Like, are they? Oh my! She's like, are they really talking about
That's
this?
right.
To the point, I think she told me, she's like, I don't even know if I can look at them the same now.
Well, the one part that got me is that my guy Clint said he got a scratch, and then all of a sudden I'm like, hey,
it's
bro,
it's over.
Do I need to get you a bidet? I feel like we need to clean up a little bit better, big dog. Like that shouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, so I was like, damn. But that's the type of fun you get on the drive, and salute Nick Russo. He
caused all that.
I'm putting the blame on
Are you
Nick
saying
Russo.
salute or blame?
Yeah, I'm putting the blame on Nick Russo for that, but salute to the boys on the drive. They'll be up in like 30 minutes.
That's right, and so I need them to go and get their bowel movements handled right now.
Hey, they might have the conversation around 1:55 with y'all, so I dip out by that time. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a Thursday. I want to ask you this, Lopez, because you're the one with the kids, and I'm sure you had to go through stages where you had to help the kids with the homework.
Oh, yeah.
Homework and all that. So it's a lady on TikTok that's kind of going viral, and it's a lot of mixed reviews on this, but it's a lady by the name of Lottie. She's from Arizona. She confessed on TikTok that she occasions homework when they become too frustrated or tired. And she said while she empathized that her kids generally handle most of their assignments independently and perform well in school, she admit to stepping in whenever they focus starts to go all over the place. And a lot of people was getting pushback on this. It was kind of mixed. But where do you stand? First of all, have you ever helped your kid just do your kids' homework? Just know what, go over there, I got it.
I think this is a great question, great topic. I've finished it for them, but you've got to at least. Hey, it's 10:30 at night, and they're getting up early, and I got to work. I finished it for them, but not regularly, because I always started out with like trying to get, well, back in the day, they're adults now, but trying to get them to understand what is happening, the concept, the routine, what the lesson is. And then, like I said, sometimes when it got late, I was like, just go to bed. Done it, finished it. But not a lot.
What kind of homework was it?
I don't remember, but yeah, not very often. But I think most parents could probably empathize with that. But you want them to do it, but sometimes it's just like, all right, I think you got this. Let's just finish it, and you can work on it tomorrow.
How old are the children we're talking about here again? Did you say? I apologize if I missed that.
Let me check and see. They did not say how old they were. I do think that kind of matters too, because if it's like high school or something like that.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah,
mine was like
I ain't doing
late
that,
elementary, say 4th through 6th grade. Something like that. Had to do with those. I don't know what they're called, but where you drop like a marble on the top of this structure that they built, and it has to go through.
Oh, like a Rube Goldberg machine?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Why do I remember that?
Yeah. And I actually had fun doing that because I never did that when I was in school, like helping them with it. Yeah.
Oh, so you was out here having fun instead of letting your babies learn. Of course, I can't knock you.
What if we put a ramp here?
Because you've got like lawyers and everything. Like you end up winning.
Oh, they all did great, man. Yeah.
So I can't even make fun of you for it. Damn it. But yeah, that I guess at a certain age, because I also, my natural inclination is like, no, you shouldn't do that. But I know we all kind of cut corners in places that we shouldn't a lot of times,
especially around bedtime.
But yeah, so I feel like just once you get to a certain age, they're gonna have to take these zeros or whatever in these grades and then learn the consequences of it. But I guess early on, you can't fight all those battles.
Yeah, no, that's true. All right, I'll get you guys out of here on this. I got 2 stories right here. I'm going to let y'all pick which one y'all want me to roll with, and I'll just say the other one for Friday.
Okay.
So I got a story about a dirty grandpa. Not dirty in a way, but kind of a slime ball dirty. Probably need to go to prison.
Oh, my
dirty.
gosh.
Wow, prison?
Probably so for what he did.
Goodness gracious.
And then I got a story about the deadbeat dad.
I want to hear the prison. Probably should go to prison. What do you want to hear?
The dirty grandpa?
Yeah.
Reggie, which one you want to hear?
I guess that one.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, but yeah.
Okay. So this is about a guy who's pretty much a chairman of a North Carolina County Board elections, who was charged with allegedly drugging ice cream with cocaine.
Oh, my God.
What?
Just into our newsroom, court documents show a Surrey County Board of Elections chairman was arrested after allegedly putting drugs into his granddaughter's Dairy Queen Blizzards. Police say 66-year-old James Hughley flagged down an officer after his granddaughters found pills in their ice cream. But then investigators say surveillance video showed he was the one who put the pills there. Police say the pills tested positive for illegal narcotics. Investigators confirmed the children did not ingest the pills. Hughley is now charged with food contamination and felony child abuse.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
Yeah, I don't know how that end the part got there, but
I wonder.
Yeah.
Now I want to hear the other
cocaine
story.
in the ice cream?
Yeah, that's horrible.
Straight to jail.
That's just horrible.
Directly straight to jail.
Yeah, don't collect 200.
Was he just trying to sue or something? Like they did it, how people do that sometimes. Oh, there's a roach in my food, and they put it in there.
I don't know what he was trying to do, but what are you doing, man?
Yes, straight to jail.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that to anybody. But your think about the babies. What you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, this is because, at Halloween, people, oh, man, don't let the kids eat everything because they might. And I'm always like, who are these people that are taking the money that they spent
That's the first thing I
on these
thought
narcotics and putting
that's the first thing I thought about, because we used to always be careful. Halloween, they gonna be putting
everybody.
They gonna put crack in the Reese's Pieces. And I'm just like, man, who is wasting money by doing that?
Yeah.
But apparently, you got fools like this, and he definitely should go to jail for this.
Yeah.
This is wild, man.
That is unbelievable. Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, it's straight to jail. I'm sorry. That's all I got. I wish I had more for you. I can't abide that.
I will say the story for tomorrow about the deadbeat dad.
All right.
Who faked his death.
Better.
I'm like, I was like, I kind of need to.
I have higher hopes for that.
I need to juxtapose these guys because what did you? And he's the grand. What was he planning to get out of this?
Exactly.
I have no idea, man. Like, it's one thing to just be doing it for a random kid or something. Like you're doing it to your own grandbaby.
Exactly.
I do love that B. Scott a number of hours later, or not, yeah, like about an hour later from our confessions text. If I have no sympathy, if your clothes lock the door.
Talk about Figgy.
Talk about Figgy showing up at 1. So if you missed it, and I'll mention this real quick before we go to break. Figgy, yesterday you said?
Yeah, it was actually this weekend. It was Saturday night.
Sorry.
It was Saturday night. It was around 11:22-ish. I just got back from Galveston working an event, and I said, you know what, Wingstop, let me run over here and get some Wingstop. And walked in, they looked at me like I had 3 heads. And all the chairs was up, and you could tell they was cleaning up. And she said, hey, did you order on the app? I said, no, I just walked in. Any more orders now? We stopped taking orders at 11.
And B. Scott's like, the hell you did.
No, I kind of feel like if you close, you got to close the doors.
Yeah.
Unless you're wasting on somebody to come pick up the order, the
Right.
app order or something like that.
Right.
Just lock the door, man.
Yeah, got to do that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas to drive. But before we get there, a couple of people have started putting out or have talked about their predictions for what the Texans will have, their record will look like. Are they hating? Let's talk about it next.
The Texans in
Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You know how, Lopez, when you are not paying attention to something, then you look at it and you feel like you kind of make something happen?
Jinxed it?
Yeah, I guess in a way. I was thinking more of Schrodinger, but I felt like that might be a weird reference to make here. I feel like that's just what happened with the Astros. They're up 3-0. Shout out to Altuve going yard. Shout out to Christian Walker going yard.
T-balled one.
Yeah, man. That's happened thus far. But also the bigger thing, and I mentioned Christian Walker went yard, but the bigger thing has been Jason Alexander on the mound, which up until I started watching super intently and just like staring at it, he had faced the minimum 6 up, 6 down, 5 strikeouts. And then I start watching, and now there's a base knock, and then I think another one. So I'm going to stop looking at you. I'm going to stop doing that for the sake. I don't believe that I have any power here, but just in case. Just in case. All right, it's been a fun show today. Appreciate you rocking with us to this point. But I want to know, Lopez, if you think that they hating. They being a couple. Them. They being them, yes. But specifically, a couple of folks that write for NFL.com, including Adam Rank and Ali Bonpuri, who they went and predicted every game of the 2025 season.
Oh, yeah.
Every single game, which, again, I could go through all 178,000 of them. I don't think that's that many. But I could also just focus on how that shows up for the Houston Texans and what they believe for your Texans. I would like to focus more on Adam Rank because I feel like it'd be more fun to bang on him and the way that he looks at this. So roll with me as I give you Adam Rank's wins and losses for your Houston Texans this year. And stop me when you feel like he's hating.
Okay.
Because I'm going to tell you right now.
Because he is going to be hating.
I do believe he is hating.
Okay.
But this is the wins and loss as Adam Ranks sees this Houston Texans season. Starting with week 1 at the Los Angeles Rams, a loss for your Houston Texans, according to Adam Rank.
I don't think that's necessarily hating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football versus the Bucs in week 2, a win, according to Adam Rank.
Okay, I'm with you.
All right, very good. 1-1, headed into week 3, where you return home and host the Jaguars. Adam Rank believes that the Jaguars get a victory.
Hater.
There it is. We got 3 weeks in. All right. I could speak in week 3. He has the Texans as 1-2. 1-3 because he has them losing against the Titans. At the Jaguars, then home against the Titans. He has them losing both of those games.
Oh, wow.
Both those division games. Actually, you know what?
A hater.
How about we go to 1-4? Because he has them losing against the Ravens, which I don't think people would be too upset. But he has the Texans as 1-5 at the break in weeks. What would have to happen in your mind for a Texans team to be 1-5 at the break? Or 1-4, rather. Yeah. Yes, thank you. 1 out of the 5 games.
What would have to happen? I mean, just some sort of complete, breakdown in one key element.
It got to be some injuries.
Yeah,
man.
injuries.
It got to be some crazy injuries.
Or just the line all of a sudden is awful. Back to last year.
And then lose it to the Titans and the Jags.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
It got to be some type of CJ injury or something like that.
Yeah.
Man.
All right. So weeks 7 through 12. Let me see if you believe this to be redemption, because you got the Seahawks. Week 7 on a Monday night, win. Niners at home, win. Broncos at home, win. Jaguars at home, win. Titans on the road, win. Bills on a Thursday night, win. So he has a 6-game win streak for your Houston Texans in the middle of the season.
Is he trying too hard, or was he on those gummies that you took when you were in college? Or what's
I'm glad you brought that up. I need to get
See, why you reminding him of stuff?
Let me see if I could call somebody who can find that.
Yeah, because I think he's just trying too hard, like overthinking it. I know people won't expect. So
7-4 team at this point. All right, let's see. So maybe no longer hating. At the Colts in week 13, loss. At the Chiefs on a Sunday Night Football, loss. Hosting the Arizona Cardinals, loss.
See, he's just.
So he ultimately finishes with win versus the Raiders, loss at the Chargers, loss at the Colts. Yes, he has you being swept by the Indianapolis Colts as it stands right now, being led by Daniel Jones.
So what is that, 9 wins?
8-9 record.
Oh, my gosh.
By Adam Rank of NFL.com.
Is there any, explanation, or he's just running it?
I mean, there's not really there's not a good explanation on his side. He does not have an explanation written. It is written by the other gentleman who has it as a 10-7 record, which I think is a lot more, I guess, believable in a possibility or plausible for the Texans. I can't. All right, what would have to happen in your mind for an 8-9 record for the Texans? Because it feels like it's within the realm of possibility, but it just feels like such a pessimistic view of it, though.
I mean, healthy, I don't even think it's in the realm of possibility.
Really? Okay.
A healthy squad, there's some bad teams that are going to play. There's some really good ones. But
I would say the offense got to be worse than what Bobby Slowick had.
And that's the thing is a lot of Texas fans have resigned themselves to, I don't know what it looks like, but it's got to be better than last year. And the more that keeps coming out about the way that they operated with Bobby, I mean, it's so difficult for you to end up in a place where, that offense looks worse.
No, I think, if you stay healthy, which of course we know there's going to be, hopefully just small injuries here and there, but if you stay not an 8 wins team, it's just not. Because other teams are going to have their issues as well, and you're just frankly better than some of those other teams, and we know about the defense, et cetera. I think what would have to happen, I think this would have to be like Nick Caley is in over his head. The offensive line is not what we thought it would be. The running game is falling apart. It would have to be just like something drastic, even aside from the injuries. Nick Chubb, oh boy, what happened to him? The rookie's not coming along. Damian Pierce, same old Damian Pierce. It would have to be something, drastic like that.
From the 713, so who does he think is going to win the AFC South? I take you to Adam Rank's view of the Indianapolis Colts. He has them, mind you, a team that he says is going to beat the Texans twice this year, winning 5 games.
Oh, my gosh.
He has the Jacksonville Jaguars winning 6 games. And he has the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, here we go.
Winning 7 games. He has the Texans winning the division at 8-9.
Oh, I thought he was all about the Titans.
I don't understand how this happens.
He got a little cocaine in this blizzard.
Yeah.
Man.
How do you get here?
How do you get there?
Or he must be thinking about the NFC South.
So he just thinks the AFC South is garbage.
That is ultimately where a 5, 6, 7, and 8. He's got a nice win flush for the AFC South, or win straight rather, in there between 5 and 8. He has them being what year was that the Seahawks won? 7 to the Bills.
Yeah,
That's what he has.
Beast mode game, yeah. Wasn't that it, right?
I think so.
I think that was the beast mode year, yeah.
No, that was Sean Alexander that year still.
This wasn't the Legion of Boom Seahawks. This was, they were 7-9 during that time.
But, okay, so this gets me thinking, if you end up with a worst-case scenario with the Texans, what does it look like? Because I think best-case scenario, what's the high end for you if things go well?
I'm thinking 12.
12 at the highest?
At the very, very highest. And I said they're not an 8-win team. I think worst case is 9 or 10.
Really? Yeah. So you're like, there's not a huge window in your mind for what happens here.
Yeah. No. I think they are what they've shown that they're a 10-win team.
If I'm going to get maximum hopeful, I think I could also get to 12. That defense is so damn good.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe like 7 would be the absolute. Like if it's just an abysmal, but it would have to be a lot of things. And you mentioned the injuries would have to happen. But again, this team has been relatively deep also with the way they've built it. So it would have to be an absolute mess.
Yeah.
Somebody said Adam Rank has lost all credibility if he had any. Yeah, probably. An 8 win. He was predicting 8 wins at 2010 Seahawks, according to
8 wins and winning the division
was the beast mode game.
Yeah,
8 wins and winning the division. What a wild year. I don't want to live in his universe. That's the one thing I'll tell you. A universe that I always want to live in is one that has these 2 fine gentlemen that I'm looking across from. Courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. It is the fellas of the drive. Today, it is Ron, the show, Hughley.
That's good. I appreciate that. No, I'm fine. Fresh haircut.
Fine with what?
Said these 2 fine people. I know you was talking about my
he took it in a different direction. I understood the context of fine people.
Yeah.
Ron immediately went to
I understood
big
it.
sexy.
I gave the other meaning of it. Look,
gotta love the he's got the confidence of a cornerback.
I'm glad. Oh, hell yeah. Forget about it. I might get beat a few times, but let's go. Figgy, I'm glad you stayed with us. A couple of things, Figgy. I did see your message. I apologize. I was busy. Real a-hole move.
Wow.
Real a-hole move. But I did talk to my barber today. let him know about you. Went ahead and said, hey,
I made an appointment already for the other barbershop.
Wow.
Today,
Just
after
told
the
him
show.
about it. My fault. But I did tell you about it. I mean, my man Figgy hit me up. Hey, man, what's your barber's name? I can't remember where I was, but I never got it back around to it.
Yeah.
2, I'm so disappointed in you, Figgy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, whoa.
I would have raised all hell in that wing stop.
Yeah.
Oh, the hell with all of them. Are you serious? And you ain't being a Karen for that. 11:22.
It was 11:22.
11:22.
Dude, I looked at the time. I marked it down. I'm like, all right. So
you were eligible to sit your ass down and eat and get multiple refills of your drink. 11:22. Come on, man. I would have had all them damn kids' job. No, the hell with that.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all can mumble talk and be rude all you want and act like y'all haven't gone through any training. Had them doors open at 11:22, and I'm trying to get some wings. No, we gotta clean the grills. Hell, that's your damn job.
no, you would have thought I walked in at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Y'all show don't end at 1:22.
It depends on the day.
No, hell with that. No, I know you're better than that, John. Your show, you ain't walking up out of here. You ain't getting up out of here and just saying, nah, man. Hey, man, phone lines.
No,
is
I
dead,
get
guys. Text line's done.
Yeah.
Dude.
Text line's done. Nah, hell with that. You should have raised hell.
Y'all had my blood boiling during this segment because I've got what I have no sympathy for is the gray area between open and closed.
Damn gray.
Like to me, you are either open, or you're closed. If you want to close early and clean, I can't tell you when to close. Yeah. I don't get to tell you when to open and when to close. But lock the door and shut off that open sign and let somebody know that you're closed. If the door is open and the open sign is on, are you open or are you closed? How you gonna do business and the customer feels uncomfortable?
Dog, it was 11:22, man.
Figgy up here talking about. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Well, and I'm not with the sympathy for it. Like the store or the restaurant closes at midnight, and we want to get off it. But sometimes you work until that doesn't mean your shift is over at midnight. Your shift might be over at 1. That don't have nothing to do with the customer.
Yeah. No,
and if you want to close early, just close early.
I'm saying even on the most lazy, for lack of a better term, end of this, ain't no way it's 1:20 or 11:22. That was my thing. Is like, even if you're like, yeah, I'm trying to get out of here. There's no way that there's any reasonable way that you go 11:22. Sorry, we can't get you food. What you mean?
I give you 11:50. Late night is different. Late night, man, we coming in and in and out. This is late night, boy.
I went to a coffee shop just yesterday, and they're supposed to close at 7. I pulled up around 6. Dude had the
6.
Dude had the door locked and he was sweeping. Okay, they're closed now. That's an inconvenience. I'm thinking that they're open until 7, and the door says that they are, but the man says they're closed. The door is locked, and he's sweeping. I got to respect that. I got to go away. But if you got the door open and it says that you're open, then you open for business.
Well, see, my thing was like my personal thing. After half an hour, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. But what I did say though is, if I choose to go in, you should get served.
Yeah,
my thing is I'm not gonna do that.
I would have ignored his answer and gone on with my order. I would like them 12 lemon pepper wings.
Just start talking.
I want my fries. And every wing stop I know, I can see you through. I can see the cooking. I can see it from the counter.
That's right.
I'd have stared their asses down. I dare you spit in it. I dare you. I dare you put some pubes in there. Nah, you gonna cook that? 11:22.
Pubes is crazy.
11:22. I've seen.
I don't think I've ever seen it happen. I will not deny that someone has not done that. But
I've seen movies. No, I'm just saying, man. Nah, that movie Waiting. They did that. They put them.
They sure did.
They did that in that movie. Waiting.
That is an executionable crime.
Wow. Yes. Oh, I thought you meant the closing up shop.
No, the pubes.
I can't believe Figgy
off with your head.
Figgy said, "Hey, there want no problem. Want no problems." Call me. I'd have been Karen.
It's just, I'm not gonna get to what I want by raising hell. I think I get what you're saying, and I think I feel the same ethos. I'm just not gonna get to what I want.
But think about it. Whenever the crew decides, like the management, the crew, everybody that's on staff decides, you know what, we ready to go home.
We shutting this thing down early.
You get to lock the door.
Yeah.
So lock the door. Otherwise, you're doing business, or you're not. Yeah. Like I don't have no respect for the gray area.
I agree with that. I found that to be.
I don't want no problem. Yeah, I do.
I do.
I'd like a few. Yeah. 11:22.
Lock the door.
Are you crazy? Because at 11:22 at night, you done got your mouth fixed.
Oh,
for
yeah.
this.
Oh, and there's very few options.
You could taste that ranch.
Yeah.
You got it fixed.
It's either you got out the house to go, or you've been outside doing stuff that makes you need these wings. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
I just waltzed into a Baskin Robbins to get that. I had a taste of that daiquiri ice cream.
You better get daiquiri ice cream.
I went in there. I rolled in there about 9:42. Walked in there, that young man, hey, how you doing? 2 scoops, let's roll.
Let's roll.
Yeah, man, you got to be kidding me. I ain't going to lie to you. What really got me is they did it downstairs in that damn our cafeteria.
Oh, they did?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they shut down one full side at 1:10 today.
Yeah, one side, though. The other side was open, though, right?
I'm just saying.
You wanted something on the other.
I had
my eye on
that whole soup and that little area.
Hey, Ron is kind of a Karen the way he breaks it down. I'm letting you like the door, Ron.
Nah, man,
I'm calling. Who is the man? Who is in charge?
We got 40 minutes to go. God, no, man.
He said, who I need to talk to?
I'm just saying, I've had some run-ins with Wingstop.
He said, I need names and employee IDs. Come on.
That time
Come with it.
When Wingstop had cut us short 20 lemon pepper wings.
Oh, no.
And then try to tell my wife, no, we gave y'all that.
You just ate 20 wings right quick?
I said, man, she said we trying to feed our kids tonight. We don't have this in our bag. And the dude said, well, can you bring the order back up to prove it to us? I said, I'll go up there. And I didn't bring a damn thing up. And I said, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What are you talking about? Bring the bag up there. I could just take the 20 wings out of the bag and bring the bag up here and act like I kept them if I'm trying to steal from you.
Yeah.
I was calm. I told him, I said, hey, man, listen, I got to order 20 wings. I got to feed my kids. So I'm gonna pay for these 20. But I'm going to come in and talk to your manager tomorrow. I'm getting more than $20 worth of these wings. So I'm just saying, you might make a decision.
Hey, I tell you this.
They gave me them wings.
Hey, after hearing that,
them on the house.
I tell you this. I will be shocked if Crosstalk is ever sponsored by Wingstop.
No doubt. Hey, man, they didn't do. Hey,
all you got to do is get it right.
Hey, get it right. Y'all got to get it right.
Here's an ironic thing. I actually like Wingstop.
Hey, here's the thing about it. I bet that's not Wingstop policy. That's just that's that one shop that decided on that day. We're done cooking wings. All right, we're done on the show, but you're not done right here because it's Scott and it's Ron and it's T-Mill holding it down for the rest of the afternoon. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
Boy, there's got to be a pissed off franchise owner of that Wingstop.
Man, it's like, man, what did we do?
Hey,
we lost Ron.
No, not Ron.
We lost the show.
Hey, Doug.
And Courtney.
We stopped cooking food at 11:22. Did you know that, sir? Or ma'am, whoever owns that franchise? Hey, man, our guys are shutting it down at about 11:22. I heard Reggie Reed, they got to clean those grills up.
Man, look, listen.
Does it say you get to start up early?
I worked at Walgreens for years. We closed at 10. We had to clean the store up. What that meant was we didn't get off until, if you had a good manager, 11.
But
if you had one that counted slow, it was 11:30 or midnight, but you knew you were going to be there until way after the place closed. I don't understand when we got to this place where you get to get off when the place closed. That don't have nothing to do with the customer.
I can get a little early. I get 5-10 minutes. 40 minutes. You said somebody was sweeping at 6, and they closed at 7.
But at the very least, they locked the door. They didn't give me this gray area. Yeah, we kind of open, but I'm mad that you here. Oh man, are you doing business or are you not?
Yeah. Interesting. All right, the drive is live. Clint's out. You hear that voice, Brandon Scott. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see our guy Tyler Milner is in the building. A little day base. The Astros are looking to try to win this series. They got out to a lead to kick things off. It is now 3-2. Somebody is just going deep for the Rockies. Forgive me, I don't know anyone on their team.
Yeah,
but somebody is just going deep for the Rockies. What is this boy's name?
Yeah, this guy's name is Warming.
Ezekiel Tovar.
No, this is Warming.
That guy's name's not Warming.
Yeah, no, he had a walk-off against the Dodgers a few weeks ago or a few days ago.
That dude right there, his name's Warming?
First name Warming. I've never seen it. I discovered him a couple of weeks ago. Yeah,
Warming.
Man, they were playing the Dodgers, and he had a walk-off hit. Warming is his name.
Wow.
Now, what is the history behind that and the motivation behind naming it? Like, how you look at a baby can name it Warming?
I got it. Warming.
This looks like a Warming. I ain't trying to make fun of the man if it's like a family thing or a cultural thing. I have no idea. But I don't know how you look at a baby and call it Warming. Out of all the choices.
3-2 Warming flied out to end that inning, but it is 3-2. Jason Alexander, by the way, if you had money on strikeouts, I've got to believe Jason Alexander has exceeded whatever the strikeout numbers would be for him. I lost count. He had struck out, I think, 5 or 6 in the first 2 or 3 innings. So he is getting it in today. But
he's at 7 now.
7 strikeouts. God, if Hunter Brown was 6.5, I got to believe that Jason Alexander has exceeded the strikeout numbers.
Well, we looking like Tyler. Did we make money?
Is under for strikeouts. I do have a couple of bets on this game right now, but I didn't see his strikeouts.
That would be a Tyler bet. Jason Alexander, let me get them straight.
I'm actually surprised and a little bit disappointed, man. This is an opportunity for you right here.
I'm not sure even if I would have looked, I would have bet on strikeouts.
That time we went to that game and he had them strikeouts on Colton Gordon and told us, hey, it's the element of surprise. That's where he's going. That's why he's picking up. Didn't quite get there. But
by the way, the first name Warming, it stems from an Old English tradition with roots in German culture.
Is that guy? Nothing about that guy.
Well, shout out to the Germans.
Listen, I love that you and Cheryl have gone and dug deep, Tyler. But again, this is maybe I'm off on this. Nothing about that fella's look screamed German. Or any of, I'm sorry. No, it didn't. It didn't.
Can I introduce you to Dennis Schroeder?
9. No, I got Dennis Schroeder. That fella looked like he was around the areas that I was in Turks and Caicos.
I'm just saying.
In Aruba.
I'm just saying that the through line goes from Dirk Nowitzki to Dennis Schroeder. This guy is somewhere. This guy is somewhere in between.
I get.
So I mean, it makes sense.
No, all right. Let's.
That perhaps the place is just bigger than you realize.
This is not where I meant to go, but we've got to figure out where.
I'm just saying, my world is small. Germany is big. So Warming could be German.
He is as I thought, from the Dominican Republic.
But by way of where? You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Everybody come from somewhere, even before they got where they at.
That's what it is.
Especially when you look like Warming.
We will we'll keep you updated and abreast on what's happening here. 3-2 in the 4th inning. Ain't got to go nowhere. Right here, we got you. Some news around the Astros at 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Toby and Samuel and Mustang Sally and everybody. Jump in, Champ Slice. I see you. You can jump in this as well. I see you, Joel, badass. I can't say the rest of it, but I see you in here. Did you see this news about Lance McCullers?
More Lance McCullers news?
They hit that with that Lance McCullers Jr. is available out of the bullpen, Joe Espada said. Espada characterized this as a decision that is short-term. Yeah. Hopes it can get McCullers going. Listen,
this feels like a development.
I want to say this, fellas. I think this may be it for Lance when it comes to a major role on this team. It feels like Lance is destined to slide into this long reliever role, and which is a tough thing. It feels like to me Lance being a major part. Maybe I don't know. Maybe returns next year. Who knows? But for me, this feels like a development that this may be the last time we see Lance in a major role, and that he is a secondary role, or there may be something done with him. And I just want to come from the people, Astros fans, people who have followed this team. When you think of Lance McCullers right now, you think of Lance, what's the thought that comes to mind? What's your feeling? If you can take yourself out of your anger towards him the entire time he's been here, what's your feeling? What's your thoughts when you think of Lance McCullers?
Yeah, no, it's gonna for me still be like Astros legend, 27 straight curveballs, World Series, all of that. Like I know.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
No, I mean,
I'm glad to hear that. I don't think Tyler's going to say that. I'm glad to hear that.
For me, once you have the good times, it's hard for me to just act like none of that stuff ever happened. But I'm not trying to split hairs with you right now. But like I feel like you're saying the long reliever role can't be a major role. Like, are you saying this could be the end of the road for him as a starter, or just the end of the road for him as being an impact player and pitcher on the team?
Impact. I think impact, a potential impact pitcher on the team. Right now, Brandon, I could see if they stop right now. Are you 100% sure, fellas, that Lance McCullers would be on a playoff roster?
No, absolutely. Based off of how he's absolutely not.
Right, and again, as I say, maybe next year it could happen, but you start to look at the numbers, I feel like there are probably some guys that may have passed him up right now. And if we could sit here right now and not have a clear understanding that he would be on a playoff roster, I think there are maybe 7-8 guys in that bullpen that they want to get to before they get to Lance. I may have gone over my skis with 7 or 8.
But talking about the Astros bullpen?
Yeah, but I think there are a lot where I think they are obviously he has taken a step back and roll. But I'm glad that you feel that way. Toby checking in. Lance, if he doesn't want to help the H, then he can go. Be a team player. He's dog poo right now. Lance should retire. Someone text in. Crappy coffee equals Lance. Someone text in. I feel bad for him. That's where I am. I feel bad for him because I think almost as much as anyone on the team, I think Lance wants to do great for the city in particular. Like, not just himself. I think he wants to do great for himself, but I think he wants to do great for the city.
Bury me in the H.
And I think it is killing him that he has been injured like this and that he can't get himself right. I think it's killing him, and I feel bad for him to go along with all of the things he's had to deal with, from death threats and all of that stuff. I am in a space where I feel bad for him.
See, the idea of changing his role, being able to get more out of him. Like perhaps it's just passed him by of being a frontline starter or a middle of the rotation starter like he used to be, and looked like he was on his way to perhaps even being more than that. But now with all of the injuries and all the time off, like maybe this is better for him, and maybe you can get I'm not ready to write him off completely. I will acknowledge that like nothing about the experience has really been good so far since he's been back. And to your question about whether he would be on a playoff roster or whether somebody would want him out of their bullpen or as a starter, like right now, this version of him, I would say absolutely not. But can you reimagine his role? Can you change his training? Can you get him used? Can you get him on board with the idea of coming out of the bullpen and maybe this being your second act, what the back end of your career looks like? Yeah, I could actually see it. I know we've talked about it to death over the years of the idea of Lance McCullers perhaps being a reliever or a closer or something of that nature. So, like, I don't think it's out of the range of possibility or out of the idea or beyond the pale of Lance actually being good out of the bullpen. Has he been good so far? Do I want to see him pitch right now? Not so much.
You're our resident Psycho fan, Tyler Milner. When you think of Lance, if you could pull it together, actually, I almost don't want you to, but when you think of Lance McCullers, the entire time he's been here, is Lance the longest besides Altuve? Is he the longest?
Gotta be, yeah.
Like consecutive. I know Correa is split up, but what's your thought?
Yeah,
on Lance?
No, my initial that was exactly kind of what B. Scott laid out, the 27 curveballs, which, by the way,
I am so happy about that from you two.
Well, it's the first thought just because I remember the moment. I remember it being
some of our best moments as sports fans.
I remember it just being wild in the moment, living that moment, because, by the way, it was against the turd-ass Yankees, those 27 straight curveballs in the playoffs.
Waste of money from the text line. Go ahead.
That's my first thought. And then immediately after that, it's just, that's it. The best way I can describe it is a heavy sigh.
Well, it's the injuries, because even then, he's injured. Even when he's been good at times, he's been fighting through stuff. And to your point about him wanting to do well for the city, nobody can argue, to me at least, that Lance is not a fighter.
Well, I think that's one of the gamer. I think that's one of the big reasons why it took so long is because he was trying to get back without having to get surgery.
But he's always dealing with something. Even when things are going well, it feels like he's dealing with something. Or in this case, he's not available, or in more recent cases, he's not available and now not effective after not being available for so long. So there's always a story with Lance. There's always some kind of, unfortunately, and I feel bad for him. I'm not really blaming him for this because he can't control not getting injured and everything. But since he's always injured, there's always some kind of drama surrounding him. Mm-hmm. So, but there's no question that he's laid it out on the line, laid it all out on the line.
He's forever in Houston Astros baseball fans' hearts, I think. I think he is forever cemented as an Astro in our hearts for that one moment.
I mean, what happened once you win a championship, and Lance has been a part of two. Yeah. Once you win a championship, I thought that bought you some type of equity basically forever. Absent of doing something that's F you to the fan base and to the city, completely turning on the city, which Lance obviously has not done, you usually get that benefit of the doubt. So this is kind of strange to me.
Yeah, text line in, when I think of Lance, I think Life Alert. Someone text in.
I mean, it's true.
I know we got to go to break, but
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Completely unnecessary.
It's a Life Alert commercial.
By the way, the game's tied. Is another home run hit off Jason Alexander. Lance comes back 2 years from now, and he enters the Daikin Park, and they announce Lance. Standing ovation.
Yeah, I would. 2 years from now.
Yeah,
I think so.
Sure as hell better be.
You get on your feet. You would get on.
They'll show the curveballs. They'll show it'll be preceded by all of the good moments. It's not going to be all of the luxury Lance updates, injury updates. It's going to be the good moments. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, coming up, something I've changed my mind on here in the last couple of days. I've completely shifted on this, and we'll discuss that with the Texans coming up next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster was here, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio.
Be ready to go, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fernandez made his big league debut against the Astros and sends this one to right, bidding for his second career home run, and he's got it. Couple of shots into the first or second row here, just beyond right field. Wow. Ezequiel Tovar in the last inning, and now Yanquiel Fernandez, who didn't play in this series until today, he's 2 for 2 with a home run.
All right, that's courtesy of Space City Network. Todd Callis on the call there. And luckily, they've been wearing out right field, but Cam Smith gunned down a runner, or the Rockies would have the lead. A perfect throw. I think Tyler said 90-plus miles an hour on the throw coming from right field from Cam Smith. And he gunned.
A dot.
Yeah, he gunned him. And it was, I mean, right on the money. Any way that was offline at all, he would have been safe.
It is cool with Cam Smith how, like, there has been no noticeable
letdown from his defense.
Letdown, or like even like a jump that he needed to make, or like a development. Like no drop off in him making that transition. Like you would never know if you just had no context, didn't know any story about the Astros. This guy's never played right field, all that kind of stuff. You would never know it just by watching him play.
Yeah, it is. It's something there. All right, as we continue here. I've kind of changed my tune on a thought here with the Texans. When the Texans, when their roster came out, and B. Scott, before it came out, I know a big thing that we talked about is, so what's going to happen with the Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson situation? You know, generally you just don't see teams carry 2 backup tackles. Right, and you watch this team as much as anybody. Tyler does too. I've never seen much of Cam Robinson or Blake Fisher playing inside. I don't know. Have you? I've only seen them playing the tackle position, and you usually have a swing tackle, right?
Yeah.
Not a. Oh, we got 2 backup tackles and a backup center and a backup guard. You usually don't see all of that. And I remember thinking to myself and saying, all right, they're going to try to move Cam Robinson, especially when Adam Schefter, who generally doesn't just throw stuff out there and just, oh, you know what? This could happen. He usually has some information that leads him to that. And he said he could be someone to watch and could be on the move. But he's not been traded. He is still there. And even after the roster came out, I have said, all right, hey, keep an eye on that Cam Robinson situation. You would think Blake Fisher, they want to still develop the second-round pick from last year that started games for him. Watch out for Cam Robinson. And now I've sat down and thought about it some more, and I just don't think they can
afford to. I mean, they've got what, 4 tackles on the team. So I mean, it's the lack of confidence in Blake Fisher, basically.
And a lot of things like. You've covered this game and watched it. Something's going to happen to where somebody isn't able to go, right? Like somebody's probably going to miss a game due to injury, the likelihood of that. I mean, if you go and just think about the last couple of years with the Texans offensive line, I mean, I think every last one of them has missed games. And then there is a chance of poor play. And when you have Titus Howard, you have the flexibility to do and shift and do a lot of different things because he can play guard or tackle. And to me, if you're going to switch that stuff around, Cam Robinson is got to be the person that you feel the most comfortable going in there with right now. To me, over Blake Fisher, over Juice Scruggs, any of the backups, you would feel more comfortable with Cam Robinson. So I don't know. Right now, I think I've changed my tune on the thought of Cam Robinson being somebody they move right now so they don't have two backup tackles.
Yeah, so I think that the only way this – so based on this logic, though, to me it just means that Blake Fisher shouldn't have even made the team. Because if you've got
I said yesterday, I think Blake only made the team because he was
and I think you're consistent with your line of thinking, so I'm with that part. But I do think Cam Robinson to them is now like more of an asset, like whether it's on the team or as a trade piece, because when it comes down to it, all of these guys were always going to make the team anyway, right? Like Blake Fisher was going to be on the team. Cam Robinson was going to be on the team, but we thought that Titus Howard was going to play guard. Now with Titus Howard playing tackle and Ursery was going to make the team, obviously, as the second-round pick. So it's not like the numbers game is so much is thrown off as much as Cam Robinson looks more like a luxury item because you don't need him in the same way that you thought you did going into it. So, like, I honestly think,
on paper, everything you're saying makes sense.
Well, but to me, what I'm saying is they have shown a level of confidence in Blake Fisher that you are just not willing to show. And I think that you're justified based off of some of the stuff that you saw from Blake Fisher. I think the back end of what you saw from Blake Fisher in that final preseason game that he played in made them feel a little bit more comfortable with what they were seeing from him. But the mere existence of him, to me, makes Cam Robinson more expendable, right? Like, aside from whether you got confidence in him or not, that's kind of what they've decided by just still going with Blake Fisher, just his existence on the team.
Yeah, I think they're in a real tough spot in a lot of areas if they have to go to either Fisher or Juice Scruggs. I think they're in a – and by the way, you think it would be Fisher?
Yeah.
You think it like say if something happened –
I think I agree with you either way. Like whether it's Fisher or Juice Scruggs, I agree with the premise, and it would be more ideal to go to Cam Robinson than either the Fisher or Scruggs scenario.
But you think they put themselves in a position where they have to? I mean, hell, they can do this roster however they want to now.
Yeah, and they can do nothing. I think the Cam Robinson thing is more so about, like, he didn't sign here to be a backup, and you don't necessarily need him. It's not an urgent matter to have him. So if he's a luxury item and his role is now different from the pretense of his signing, then it makes sense to get rid of him. But, yeah, no, I would feel more comfortable with him out there.
Yeah, listen, like I said, on paper it makes sense. But, like, I mean, Brandon and Tyler, the odds of them not having to go to a backup at the offensive line for whatever reason are very low. Like, at some point, somebody's going to have to step in. And yes, if you find the right deal, like if you find a good deal with Cam Robinson, you're paying him $12 million, you're going to probably make a move. But I'm just saying right now, if you look at this and you have certain expectations and Juice Scruggs or Blake Fisher have to come in, I think it completely changes everything that you have to do in terms of an offensive line and how you're going to run your offense. Yeah. Cam Robinson, I think less of that. Again, if you find a deal that knocks your socks off, and we're talking a certain pick or whatever, then obviously you're just going to take your chances with that. But right now, when I look at this thing and just saying to yourself, all right, a lot of times the last couple of years, whoever your center, your guards, they all have missed time over the last couple of years.
I don't know what Cam Robinson would go for, but let's say he goes for a fourth-round pick. You can tell me you can get a fourth-round pick for Cam Robinson and tell Blake Fisher to put his big boy pants on. I'm comfortable with that. Like, let's go ahead and just do that.
That's one you got that knocks your socks off, right? Yeah. That's a fourth-round pick that knocks your socks off. We're talking about sixth. I don't know, something like that. I'm not sure if we can maintain that. All right, coming up, looking inside of the division as more news coming off the quarterback spots outside of C.J. Stroud in the South, and we'll give you an update on what's happening in Houston with the Astros and the Rockies. All that as we can, continue right here live on the Drive. Good God, look.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are
hhs.texas.gov and searching for Independent Living Services.
Sponsored by Texas HHS.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. This is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It will be interesting to see what they do with a lot of their roster, right? I think we talked about it the other day. They got 2 tight ends. We'll see what that looks like on Sundays, especially coming up the first one against the Rams.
They'll tell you they got 4, right? Because if they put 2 on the practice squad, they'll tell you they got 4. They believe in the 69. Oh, they're not saying 69 no more. The 65 or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. But, yeah, and I think on game days these things will look, a little different. But I don't know. It's pretty interesting to see what happens there. But I think they probably feel right now pretty good about their first 5, and they probably feel good about Cam Robinson. If he had to play, I think right now the Cam Robinson situation is just Ariante Ursary has just forced himself into the position. That's why he's rolling. But I heard them on In the Loop talking about the depth part.
Yeah, I think it's important that Cam Robinson did not sign up to be a backup, and the fact that he only signed for 1 year means that he's not going to be here next year, more than likely, one way or the other. And obviously, Ariante Ursary is, and Blake makes the team. He's under contract. So these are just guys that you're more invested in to begin with.
Yep.
Whether you believe in them or not is its own thing, but they've already invested more into these other guys.
All right, Astros, they remain tied 3-3 in the 6th, as this is the rubber match between them and the Rockies at the Dyken Park, and we'll see if they can hang this thing on both. At least the Astros starter, Jason Alexander, he is out of the game. That's the thing that is kind of really. I'm not concerned at all. It is just a bit frustrating that this offense has fared the way it has against some of the pitchers the Rockies have thrown out here. Again, this Freeland guy, he is still in here and still going. And right now, if he is able to get Chas McCormick out, they will have these pitchers 3 straight days have quality starts.
You gonna come at me about white boy Chas?
3 straight days have, it just happened.
Yeah.
3 straight days they have quality starts.
And he swung it at least 2 out of the zone.
And I mean, it is, again, I'm not sitting there saying that, need to be concerned about the lineup. I mean, Jordan is back and all of this. This, what was the dude game 1? The Dollinger guy? He entered the game.
Oh, Tanner?
No, you're right. Tanner Gordon. You're right. Tanner Gordon was the first game. Tanner Gordon fought with a 7.11 ERA. And then he faced this Astros team that had Jordan in it, and he goes 6 innings, 1 earned, 3 strikeouts, and a walk.
I thought he was a Cy Young contender.
And then the Dollinger fella, he came into the game 2-10 with a 6.92 ERA. And then he goes 6 innings, 1 earned, 7 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And now this dude has thrown a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs. Again, not concerned about their offense, but it is a little. Damn, dog. Come on, man.
Deal with that. I'm concerned. Like I don't have much confidence in this offense at all. Like I know who Jordan is. I get that, and I understand that he changed. Just his presence in the lineup changes things, changes the dynamic. Because that one walk that you mentioned, but he had the other night in Jordan's first game back was, I believe, to Jordan. But like this is like I think you should look at it from the other way. Like these pitchers who are not very good or who don't have very good numbers, they see this Astros lineup coming and they see food.
Shut up.
Because this Astros lineup has been terrible for a little while. Like if you look at the month of August, just for example, they are at the bottom, toward the bottom of the league, certainly in the bottom third of the league in pretty much every relevant offensive category, whether it's traditional or a sabermetric. So, like, it's just what I'm saying is it ain't a good offense. So it makes sense that they would struggle with whoever, good or bad pitcher, because they themselves have not proven themselves to be very good.
Listen, I know
it's
a
fact.
I know it hasn't been. For me personally,
offense is not good.
For me personally, Tyler and Brandon, I am like I've not reached a concern level of, however they run it out there, Pena, Correa, Jordan, Altuve, Walker. I think they will be all right. So I'm not concerned. It is just a little frustrating that, everybody's beat up on these guys. Everybody's beat up on these guys. They walked in. I thought for sure, Tyler. I was like, man, you better take them runs every night.
What do you mean?
The runs, whatever the run total is, you better take that every night.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
On the Astros.
Cash.
Think about it. Their leader in RBIs is Christian Walker, a dude that has not played, I think, nearly. I know he's played better, ended up playing better as opposed to like his start as an Astro. But like that's their leader in RBI, a guy who has notoriously struggled throughout the year.
That is an accurate statement.
It is just not a good offense.
But what else is accurate is Jordan has not been playing the entire, and he's added. Correa
he just got back.
Correa has been added, and he has been playing his ass off. And Pena has been this team's best offensive player this year. So I hear you. But from the text line, Ron, why the hell is Jordan getting a day off? He was off for 3 months. Well, hell, he just.
They can't ease him in.
We are getting close to October, friend.
Well, he just got hurt.
Yeah, all of it.
But to your point, though, if they were worth any kind of if they were worth anything, if they're worth anything, right? They should be able to take care of these jokers, the Rockies, even without Jordan.
Yeah,
but they can't even do that.
You've remained atop the AL West during this long absence. Yeah. He can take a damn day off after returning, so you take care of him, and you're ready for October.
Man,
rolls on.
And thank God for the AL West. Thank you for being terrible.
Man.
Appreciate you,
Big
man.
Big pile of poop, the AL West.
I also want to add a note that clearly Cesar Salazar is not going to give you an uptick on the throwing base runners thing out.
He did a good job with that tag, though.
He's doing worse than just not throwing them out. He's getting the ball to the outfield.
The throw was a dot, I will say, but
he's doing a good job.
He did a good job with that tag to say that run earlier. Come on now.
Hey, they're running all over these jokers.
You pulled this dude out of Sugar Land.
I know. I'm just saying.
Put him straight off of Highway 6.
Listen, I said it the other day when they said Yiner and Caratini were potentially going to be down for a couple of days. Hey, well, let's see if Salazar, a defensive catcher, come in here and really slow some of this running game down. No. Rockies back there running like they see 21 back there.
Same thing. Same difference.
Tyler said he threw that sucker in the center field.
Is there?
He's matching Yiner with not getting would-be base stealers, but he's making it harder.
Since we talking about Yiner, what was Dusty more right about, Yiner or Chaz?
Well,
is the answer just yes?
What was the Chaz thing? What was Dusty about Chaz?
He never admitted to it, but his actions said he was never going to be his everyday outfit.
I thought
except for in the playoffs.
It was overplayed because if you go back and look, Chaz was playing somewhere, whether it was center, left, or right.
And when the
he was always playing, but for whatever reason,
and when the games mattered, he was in center field every last one of them.
He played, but for whatever reason, there was this feeling that Dusty didn't like Chaz, and
I've told Dusty you, Chaz misses Dusty so bad right now.
When Dusty just came out and said, "Look, he ain't one of the big boys," right? And that became a thing. Chaz ain't one of the big boys yet.
But I like him. I get him banana pudding all the time.
He did say that, and he wasn't. He wasn't one of the big boys, and he still ain't.
Dusty was the manager when Chaz had his career year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and he was out there playing every day.
I'm from a different generation.
Hey, Dusty was right. Dusty was right on Yiner.
Yeah.
And maybe the 2025 season is a lost cause when it comes to the defensive stuff. That young man better be somewhere working on him throwing out runners, just pop-up time, all of it. That's got to improve.
You know how they call Martin Maldonado machete? Because he mow him down, he cut him down. What is the opposite of a machete? That's what we need to think of.
A dull butter knife.
Green light, Jack.
Butter knife. Yes.
Call him green light, baby.
Rusty butter knife.
Run on that joker.
Come on now. That is not a machete out there.
No, it's not. By the way,
and he ain't even hitting like I thought he would. Like what they said, at least. I thought he was supposed to be more than that. Anyway.
Yeah, but he's not swinging it as well. That really hurts things. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros tied up at 3 in the 7th, trying to win this series, avoid losing the series to the Rockies. We'll keep you updated on that. And this is something that Brandon hit me up about, text me about this the other day in regards to the Texans, and I think it's a really good conversation piece. We'll do that coming up next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster is set. There were a few surprises, but in the HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, welcome in, beautiful people. This is The Drive. Brandon Scott's in the building. Clint Stoerner is out. Tyler Milner has got the ones and twos. And the Astros, they are tied right now in the 7th. We will keep you aboobed about what is going on here. So just stay in with us. You do not have to go anywhere else. We will let you know what is happening. 3-3 in the 7th. The Astros. What?
What about something about boobs now?
I was not ready for that.
What? The Astros. The Astros are trying to get out of this thing to where they avoid getting themselves to lose a series to the worst team in baseball.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
And old Ort, he's out here just throwing fire right now, man. Why not? Why not? Why not? Stay with the heat.
Hey,
Stay with the cheese.
Here for a good time, not a long time.
There it is. And it's yeah, he's gone. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And
Sure.
they get out of it. They the Astros were in a first and second with nobody out type of situation, and the bullpen was able to get out of it. So now the game remains tied, going to the bottom of the 7th. Also, some news, Tyler and Brandon. The Dallas Cowboys have reportedly spoken to several teams about potentially trading Micah Parsons.
There it was. Glory hole.
They are open and willing to listen to offers. You've got to be kidding me, Jerry.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
You got to be kidding me. Now, with that being said, people are now putting out, and this is from Spotrac, putting out examples of what we've seen, and the closest thing is Khalil Mack with the Bears. In 2018, the Bears, they acquired Khalil Mack and got a second round.
They got 2 1s and a second.
Real quick,
or two.
I'm sorry. I do want to get to this, but apparently I was off. They called a walk. It was a walk?
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. That looked like a strike. No.
Because it looked like he swung, and they're saying he checked his swing because it was off the plate for sure, but it also looked like he offered, and they're saying that he didn't, which I would disagree. Let's just say I disagree.
Sorry for that.
Vehemently.
I wanted to make sure I gave you the right update. That was that was clearly off. The bases are loaded right now, and the Astros are trying to hang on. But anyway, the Bears, they got Khalil Mack and a 2nd and 7th round picks. The Raiders in the deal got 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th-round pick in that deal. I've seen FanDuel offer up a deal with the Bills. They did get out of it. He struck his ass out. The Bills, they would get Micah Parsons, and then the Cowboys would get 3 first-round picks, and A.J. Epinesa would be the trade right there. Whatever it is, it looks like 2 to 3 first-round picks, and I think Micah Parsons is a great player at 26 years old, and it should have never come to this point. But those are some interesting packages that you could work with if you were the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, well, if this is going to actually happen, there's no reason why you wouldn't get a haul for Micah Parsons, who is easily one of the, let's say, top 3 to 5 pass rushers in football. So, like, that I'm not buying is that this is going to happen. I don't think this is happening.
We're getting closer.
I understand we're getting closer and closer,
and they're taking calls.
And it definitely feels like the momentum is swinging that way, saying, for lack of a better term.
Brandon, they're putting themselves in a position to get knocked out. It's like they're putting themselves in position to have a deal put on the table that they cannot say no to.
There's just not a reason to not sign Micah Parsons. There's just not
Jerry is finding it.
There's not a reason to not do this. Yeah. They love the drama.
There's not a reason to not talk to a player's agent, but they're doing it.
I will be shocked if they do not at some point just get this deal done. Now, some people think that Jerry is trying to recreate the Herschel Walker trade, and obviously if you trade Micah Parsons, as you just kind of laid out, you're going to get a haul back. And so you could kind of look at it and say, hey, we're only but so good with Micah Parsons anyway. We sort of need to reset things. We've taken a lot of swings and missed with our more recent draft picks. They haven't drafted particularly well recently outside of Micah Parsons. So, like, there is some logic there, but there's just not a reason. Like, I've always said this. The whole point of drafting guys is to get a guy like Micah Parsons.
And to develop him. And
he is literally the point. Like,
he wants to play for
Micah Parsons, Miles,
Will
Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley. Like, there are some guys that, like, it's just this is the whole reason why you draft a guy like this in the first place, not to kind of mess around and, like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't see this happen.
I don't think it should. It is just becoming. We continue to take the next steps to this happening.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I just think there's no way you don't get a haul for Micah Parsons. This is not going to be the DeAndre Hopkins trade, right?
Well,
like, that would be the even more shocking is if they trade for Micah Parsons and somehow they don't get at the very least whatever the Bears got or the Raiders got for Khalil Mack 7 years ago or 6, however many years ago that was. But the idea of trading Micah Parsons, like, really for what amounts to no reason at all. Like Jerry has said himself, we've got this guy under contract for the next however many years.
But Jerry was full. Now Jerry was full of it on that.
No, I get.
You're not about to franchise tag him after you just paid Dak the most money.
But what I'm saying is,
CeeDee Lamb.
But you would, I would do that before I trade him.
They're still paying for Michael Irvin stuff.
I do it before I trade him. Right,
Cowboys.
Like you just don't do this. Unless something's wrong with Micah Parsons.
I am not.
You don't do this.
Brandon, I have been with you. I'd not really thought this was going to happen.
What's your point?
I thought Jerry was just out here doing Jerry things. And then when he went out on the tour and said there's only two people that this matters to. Me, Micah, and then there's a third all the way in Baytown that this matters to, and that's David Mulligetta.
He can talk all that talk he wants, though.
I'm saying what I'm saying.
He wrong.
I know he's wrong.
That ain't the case, because this is not football. This is negotiation. This is business.
I still would like Jerry to come out and tell me who mama and who daddy is.
I'm good on that.
I want to know from Jerry who is mama and who is dad. All right, so that is a developing story. Up 45.
You think he gets traded? You think this happens? I'm going no right now.
Gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, the places I don't want to get shot, and rectum. I'm still gonna say no.
And they say no
because I think very, very easily Jerry can say, all right, okay.
I was just playing.
Here's the money. Here's the money. Here's David. Let's get this thing, and then I think Mike will be fine. But I don't know, man. This is really getting dicey right now.
Jerry just be like, that's just how we talk.
All right,
we play like that.
Tyler, Brandon texted me this the other day. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can get nasty with us as well. But Brandon texted me this the other day. He said, one of the things that I am wondering about with this team now that the roster has come out is, does this roster match whatever the Texans expect? Does it match? And whatever you have for the expectations, right? I think at the very least, everybody in the city at the floor, right, is the expectation is that they win the division to make the playoffs. I think that's the floor for everybody.
100%.
I think then you have the next step where I think a good crowd is get past where you've been the last 2 years, and that is out of the division round and into the AFC Championship game. Get into that. I don't think that the Texans are going to be able to avoid to play that first game in the playoffs. I think they're always going to be on that first ESPN game. They are destined for that. But can you get to the AFC Championship game? And then I think there are others whose expectations are getting to Santa Clara and the Super Bowl.
Well, the way to avoid that game though would be to get the bye. Like and that's
at least the second seed.
Yeah, and that's the question about them. Like, do you feel that they're good enough to beat the upper echelon in the AFC, and then B, do you feel like they're good enough to run the table, for lack of a better term, of having a good enough record to have one of those top two seeds?
What's your expectation? My expectations is to get past the divisional round and get to the AFC Championship game. What's your?
That's your expectation?
That's what I think I think that's what the expectation should be for the Texans.
Yeah, I agree. That's what it should be.
What's yours?
My actual expectation, and this is gonna sound like a criticism, but it's just the real.
I'm getting nervous because I didn't think yours would be different.
I feel like it's the exact same as it's been. Like, to me, they feel like an improve. You're gonna get some like natural improvement with the core of your team being so young. Your head coach is a young head coach. Your quarterback is young. Your best defensive players are young. So I think they are better, but I still feel like they are marginally better and not clearly and obviously better than the upper echelon teams in the AFC. So if I'm just being real about it, I feel like they are around about a 10-win team that is capable of winning a playoff game at home and then going to the divisional round and being a lot of the same of what we've seen.
So your expectations are to match what they've done the last 2 years.
Yeah, and to be clear, I've had a good time. It's been fun. It's great. But that's about what I see them doing.
Tyler, what's your expectation?
AFC South, first of all. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given. That's
yes,
the floor.
AFC South and AL West, you have two teams in Houston in these divisions, you got to win it every time. But yeah, I expect at best that next step. I mean, it all depends on Kaylee and the new offense, which we haven't seen yet, but I got big expectations for the 2025 Texans.
It's AFC title. Like, for you, that's the expectation of
at its ceiling, yes. Absolutely.
What I'm saying is, I don't look at this roster. Didn't feel this way going into training camp, and certainly after they made the 53 man.
So that's what I was going to say. So you don't think the roster matches that?
I don't look at the roster and say, you know what? They're going to the AFC Championship game. I can be hopeful. Obviously, I'm rooting for good things to happen to the team, but I can't be honest and say, I look at it and say, yep, book it. Let's book our trip to the AFC Championship game. No, they got to go out there, and they understand one of those teams. It's hard to just pencil you in. I feel like we tried to do this last year, right? When they put this all-star cast together, they go out and trade for Stephon Diggs. They signed Danielle Hunter. It's year 2 of C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, and they get Joe Mixon, and it looks like they've upped the ante. And I feel like we did that a little bit too prematurely. Certainly now, I'm tempering the expectations to be about what I've seen until I see different. What reason have they given me to think more?
No.
Other than being hopeful and wishful, and I'm all of those things. I'm optimistic, if you will.
Do you think the roster that they have right now, do you think it matches what you think their expectations should be?
Yeah. Okay. Know what they should be? I think they should expect to do great things. I think they should expect to win the Super Bowl, go to the AFC Championship game. Like, I think you should expect that of yourself. I'm just saying that based off of what I'm seeing, that's not my
That's not the roster you see.
That's not my expectation. I'm all for them having the highest of expectations. They're the ones that got to go out there and do it. But just me as an observer watching it, no, I'm not going to lie to you. That is not my expectation.
The arrow's pointed up.
Is their roster, Tyler, match your expectations?
I'm not sure how much expectation I had for the roster.
But I mean, I'm talking about, as you said, your expectation for the season is for them to take that next step and get to the AFC title game. When you look at the roster,
I think on paper they got it.
This is an AFC Championship roster.
It could be.
Yeah, I certainly think it could be.
Just given the defense, to be honest with you.
Where is it? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. If you agree with Brandon,
both of them.
If you agree with Brandon, where is it lacking? Where is it lacking? If you agree with Tyler, and you feel confident, you can text that in too. But where is it lacking? Because I look at the roster, and of course, right, you gotta compare it to the big three. The Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bills. You got to compare it to the big three.
Oh, thank you.
Those are the three where you're like, all right, those are the – it feels like those three teams – it feels like those three teams, two of them probably will be in the AFC title game. And then it is like, does your roster match what they're bringing to the table? And I'm just saying, you don't think it does. Where is it lacking?
Yeah, so I think the Texans go into this season with very specific things to prove. The offensive line, the offense as a whole, like they've got a lot to prove in that way. And until they prove those things, then you are rightfully skeptical that it is that way until they show that to you. So what are the things that we've been talking about? Everything on the offense outside of like the belief in C.J. Stroud as a franchise quarterback, and obviously Nico Collins is a stud. But the Joe Mixon thing, as we talked about for the past week and certainly over the last couple of days, you don't know what's going on with that. Maybe your running back situation is not even as good as it was last year, and you couldn't run the damn ball because why? The offensive line was only but so good, and if we're being real, it was bad. And so is the offensive line bad? Is it good? Is it great? Like, we don't have the answers to those questions. It's not based off of a training camp in a preseason. They go into the season with a lot to prove, and until they do it, I think you're rightfully skeptical.
Text line coming through. Didn't we have the most top 100 players? No. Someone texted, the only thing lacking in the roster is depth pieces. And I agree with you. I think there are some areas after your front line guys that could be questionable when you know a 17-game season you're probably going to have to deal with those issues. Someone else texted, F all of that, Super Bowl or bust. Texans have a better roster than the Chiefs, lacking coaching and refs. Okay. You're entitled to your opinion.
But, I mean, fine. Is that changing? Like, if you think it's a conspiracy, like, okay, fine. Like,
the Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
Well, then what's the whole point anyway? Right? Like, they'll never do it.
Don't play any of these games.
But, like, are you saying, hey, you know what? They got to go to Baltimore and win the divisional round. They got to go to Buffalo.
The rosters match up with
they
those
got to
teams.
go to Arrowhead.
The rosters match up with those teams.
Yeah. Like, the only way you can really squint is if you say, you know, somebody, let's say Cincy beats one of those teams, and that's who you end up facing. Kind of the ball bounces your way. Yeah. But I got a tough time just saying automatically this team is ready to beat one of those when it really matters. In the cold, late.
Yeah, when you put it that today, I don't think their roster and their coaching staff matches up with those teams. At this point.
To me, it is the entire point of the season is to find that out. Because right now, it's a strong no. Could it change? Could they, like, you know, shut the critics up, shut B. Scott up? Fine. But as of right now, no. It's a no.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much things these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, we will update you on what's happening with the Astros as they are trying to avoid losing this series to the team with the worst record in football. We'll continue to discuss as we are live right here.
Don't mess with the Houston Astros.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster. do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Going to face Christian Walker here. And Walker sends one high and deep to left center field. All the way back and gone. Number 21 on the year breaks the tie in the bottom of the eighth. Christian Walker, his second home run of the day.
Shooter.
All right, the Astros, as you heard there, regain the lead. They now lead 4-3.
Shooter.
They're going to the ninth, I believe, Shooter McGavin. They're going to the ninth, leading 4-3.
Man, it was the wrong day for me to sideswipe Christian Walker earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Man, he is on it.
Hey, don't you hate with that? Like, what's he got? 2 homers today in this game, up to 21. And like Ocho, you got a parachute in with here's Ocho. Good to see worthless Walker come through for once. Damn, man.
I ain't gonna call him worthless today.
Month and a half.
It's been a while.
But even with that, he just came through.
162 games, Ocho, and he's looking pretty damn good the last 2 months, son.
It never
leads the team and runs batted in.
It never crossed his mind to say, "Damn, big hit from Christian Walker."
Yeah,
worthless ass Walker came through. Damn, Ocho.
Ocho is a tough crowd. He is tough to win over.
It is weird. These very much like Jose Abreu's first year. These numbers by the end of it are going to look a lot better for Christian Walker than you thought they were going to look.
100%
when he was about 2-3 months into this sucker.
Yeah, slow starter. Maybe next year you'll just be prepared for it. Maybe Christian Walker's got a little Alex Bregman in him. He's got to ease into it.
I mean, I'm not going to say the numbers are going to be great, but I mean, just he may end up with, what's he got, 21 homers now? He may end up with 25 home runs.
I just mean in terms of the beginning, not telling the full story. Maybe that's just going to be what he is. But he's been good, man.
Brian Abreu in trying to close the door on the Colorado Rockies as they have a 4-3 lead. We were just talking about this on the other side. Do you think this roster it equals the expectations? The expectations that are had, your expectations, do you think this roster fits that expectation? A lot of people are texting this, and I said it, man, honest to God, if you're in the AFC, the team in Buffalo, the team in Baltimore, the team in Kansas City, if you're one of these playoff teams, potential playoff teams in the AFC that aren't those teams, and you are a Steelers fan, or you are a Broncos fan, or you are a Chargers fan, or you are a Texans fan, or Bengals fan, you look at it and say, how do we stack against those three? Because those three have been I still think the clear separator of the rest of the AFC. And those are the teams that have been in the AFC Championship game the last several years. And do you match up with them? And a lot of people are kind of voicing their thoughts. Our depth is amazing. Cornerback is the only gripe. I don't know. I'd say the offensive line depth is interesting.
Yeah, but I want to be clear. I don't have an issue with the depth overall. I agree with you on the more so about the corner depth. But I like their depth in some places. Defensive line.
In some places.
I think the linebacker depth, the wide receiver depth. I think there's decent depth. The depth to me is not the issue. You don't depth in and of itself is not what's going to beat the Chiefs because you're deep, or what's going to beat the Ravens because you're deep. How good are you really? Right? You got a bunch of guys that you can bring in and replace the next guy. But is that good enough to beat the other guys? I don't know necessarily. And I'm not just going to assume yes. Their depth is just fine. That's not the issue.
Yep. Text line, if the get a 1 or 2 seed, they will finally get over the hump and get to the championship game. And listen,
I do think that would help.
To be honest, if they are as good as many of you all believe they are, when I say that, like, if they're that good, they should be. Them and Buffalo should be in the driver's seat to getting the 1 and 2 seeds. Just with the division that they play in, compared to what the Ravens and the Bengals and the Chiefs and the Chargers and Broncos have to.
Because the North and the West is going to cannibalize itself
potentially.
Yeah, or at least potentially, because they all have at least 2 to 3 teams that are serious.
Yes, and the East has started to move more closer to the direction of
it's the Bills.
Yeah.
It's the Bills and everybody else, kind of like it is here with the Texans and the way it feels here.
Yeah, and so they should have a shot to be hosting those games, but
in the same breath, you have to consider, like, Christmas Day happened, right? Like you had the Ravens here at home. I understand that you played 3 games in 10 or 11 days or whatever it was, but you had the Ravens here at home on Christmas Day, Beyonce in the building. And you went out there and did that 31-2. You know what I mean? So like that.
No, you're right. They played the Ravens and the Chiefs 5 times the last 2 years.
Yeah,
they've lost them.
Yeah, it's not.
Now they did beat Buffalo.
They beat Buffalo
at home, and they caused Josh Allen, who was the MVP, to have one of the worst game, and the Astros, by the way, just went as Brian Abreu. I mean, absolutely dominant in the 9th inning. They win this. They win this game 4-3. There it is, a little celebration music. This the look on their faces is of relief, almost more than celebration.
We beat the Rockies.
Thank God, man, we ain't got to deal with having lost the Rockies. So they've done well. What did they do? They won both those series. We talked about it. They were going to play 7 games against 2 teams that are in last place, the Orioles and the Rockies, and. They win both those series, take 3 of 4 from the Orioles, take 2 of 3 from the Rockies. So they did what they needed to do. They had now improved this thing to a 2-game lead. Are the Mariners off today?
I'm not sure. I think they play.
I know they played the Padres. I feel like they're off because they played it. Maybe you're right.
But shout out to
they're
Cam,
off today.
Shout out to Cam Smith. Shout out to Christian Walker.
Yeah.
And shout out to Brian Abreu. 3 Astros that deserve a shout out to.
Hey, Jason Alexander, another pretty decent shot.
Yeah, he gave up a couple home runs, but had the 8 strikeouts and
3 runs. You take that every damn time.
Yeah,
from
for
Jason
sure.
Alexander.
For sure.
Well, shout out to him. But congratulations to the Astros. They did what they needed to do, and taking care of those two. And look at it, the Mariners are still, even with this loss, they're still only 2 games back. So they needed to play that well. With the Mariners, the way they were playing. Now they get another team in the Angels who, as Tyler would say, they have let go of the rope. The Angels generally do that in the second half of the season.
I mean, they might as well.
They've let go.
What is the point of building that callus on your hands and you ain't going to be in the postseason anyway?
They have let go of the rope. And so, no, it is. Hey, this is the time when you start playing those teams that are in the 1-2-3 Cancun mode.
Yeah.
Woo!
And then the Mariners have the Guardians starting tomorrow. So
they're iffy.
Yeah.
The Guardians have been struggling here lately, but they're iffy. But
yeah,
they've got to really get hot themselves to get in. I'm just telling you, man, the Angels, that could be easy. Maybe the Astros wake them up and they get into it. I don't know. I'll tell you, I watched Chicago White Sox last night just say the hell with it in the 5th inning.
Yeah, I mean, for what?
They gave up.
Because, I mean, what are they doing? What's going on there?
They gave up.
Punching the clock. They are the wing stop that closes at 11:20.
Hey, they let 15 guys come to the plate in the 5th inning yesterday.
Damn.
Like, man, we trying to get out of here. We
want to go get our snow cones, man.
Salvador Perez with 2 for 2, a homer and a double with 3 RBIs in the 5th inning.
Hey, this game got to end eventually.
Hey, you remember? Oh, who's the guy, fellas, that dude had to wear his shoes when he got called up to pitch?
Oh,
Was it Blank? Henley, Blake.
not Blair. Was it Blair?
Blair. Was it Blair Henley?
Blair Henley.
He had to wear. Was it Corey Lee? He had to wear Corey Lee's shoes. Yeah, Corey Lee pitched the 8th and the 9th yesterday for the White Sox.
They got the catcher pitcher.
He only gave up 1 run. They lost 12-1, but he came in at to pitch the 8th and the 9th. Yeah, it's a bad time. All right, we'll get you caught up. Christian Walker, the hero today, get you caught up in everything that happened as the Astros finish off the Rockies and our college football question of the day. This one could get uncomfortable. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just a week away. H-Town. Are you ready?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Twin Peaks. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. It's an accent that's
colitis, serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Clint Stoerner out today, but the very beautiful Brandon Scott is in the building here with us. Tyler, the Astros just did what they needed to do. They took care of business, and they beat the Colorado Rockies. A huge 8th-inning home run from Christian Walker, pulled it into the Crawford boxes, and he leads this team. I'm guessing it. I want to get home runs and RBIs. I would assume
RBI
right?
for sure.
RBIs for sure. I don't know who else. Who has more than 21 homers?
Altuve has 23.
Okay, Altuve's got 23 home runs. Damn.
That's according to MLB.com.
Like I would trust it. Damn.
Yeah.
So he's right up there with it.
And Paredes had 19, so he just passed him.
Yeah.
Right. So
he's got 21. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If he got 2 today, so
good. That's what they needed to do. They will remain here in Houston and will face the Anaheim Angels. I still like to call them that. That's what they would.
I mean, if that's where they play, like, I ain't been out there, but my understanding is that Anaheim is not L.A.
Makes me think of Mo Vaughn.
Here we go. We had a friend on here. I did. In the Loop was having a really interesting conversation because Figgy just got screwed at a Wingstop. He placed in a business that says in every metric that they're open until midnight. He walked in at 11:22 to a restaurant that was open and was told, and he walked out. I thought it was absolutely insane.
No, it's nonsense.
It is. Someone is really touched here on the text line. And I guess somebody called them lazy. I'm not sure who said they were lazy. Might have been. I don't remember you saying that. I don't remember saying that. Might have been John. I feel like I could see Lopez saying that, but it might have been John. Might have been Reggie. I don't know. If somebody did say lazy, this person said you were talking about the chicken wing place and someone called them lazy. Remember now? I don't know who did, but it is lazy. It is absolutely lazy at 40 minutes left in your shift, and you just don't want to cook any more wings for a place that you're open to. It is lazy. He also goes on to say, my favorite here, Brandon, restaurants have the right to close whatever they want,
right,
or refuse service to anyone they want in the first place. Second,
so lock the door.
Second, I guess you're entitled, so they should stop whatever they're doing to help Mr. Show. You said you would stare them down because I guess you're special, huh? No, I would stare them down and watch them cook my food so they wouldn't even think to do anything stupid with it. But yes, no, I'm a customer in a place that is open for almost an hour left, and what they're saying is open with their doors open. Yes, I expect to be able to be served.
Wait, so a place that sells wings, what could they be doing that is more important than selling wings and preparing wings to sell? Like it is Wingstop.
What the hell are you talking about? They can refuse
stop with the wings.
This texter must work at Wingstop.
He's wrong.
Absolutely.
And if you owned or you were a franchise owner of the Wingstop, I'm sure your thought wouldn't be saying, oh, well, there's that entitled customer over there who is rolling in there with 40 minutes left before we close. No, I don't want to make any more money. They may be doing something. If they're doing something, lock the damn door.
Yeah, to me, there's got to be a system to where you can, like, update, especially, like, in the digital world, where if your workers get lazy or whatever word it is that you want to use, just tired, ready to go home, to where they can update and say, you know what? We normally close at midnight, but we ready to go home at 11:20 today. And they can just update the software, update the Google Maps, the menu, the website, and everything else, and say, you know what? We ain't working till midnight tonight, or we want to clean up in time so we can go home by midnight. Just say that on the front end.
Man.
Don't have a sign open, the door open, and you kind of still open, but you don't want to serve. Like I said this earlier, the business should not be in the business of making the customer feel uncomfortable for being there.
Listen,
I just come here for wings. I ain't here for your story about being tired or got to clean the grill and all of that. That's part of your job. That don't have nothing to do with me.
Listen, I am a man.
Are you open or not?
I'm a man. I would assume there's probably a lot of young people in there. I'm a man that has some sympathy. I would have called a meeting and set them down and told them clearly what the expectation was. Probably installed some cameras in that piece. And, hey, let's not let this happen again. It happens again, y'all asses is fired. All of you. Every last one of you on the spot. Like, man, I don't know what I don't, as you said, maybe he works at Wingstop. That's
I said,
insane.
Man, I worked at Walgreens for years. We would have to spend an hour after close straightening up the store. The manager got to count the money. We never got out at 10 o'clock. And what we also couldn't do was just decide that, you know what, it's 9:25. We got to clean up this whole store. We're trying to be out of here by 10.
We're done.
Like, no.
We're making the call. We're done.
We leave. We close at 10. We leave at 11 on a good night.
I love when people do stuff that's like, well, what if they had an emergency? Stop.
Okay.
No.
The whole staff?
No. Stop being conveniently dumb.
Maybe
you
one.
know if there was an emergency, that Figgy wouldn't have walked through the doors. If there was an emergency, he wouldn't have just been told, no, we're not serving anymore. There would have been an emergency.
Yeah.
He would have walked out of there.
Yeah, when
stop being conveniently dumb.
You ever go to
know what happened?
You ever go to the gas station late and there's only one person working, but he got to go to the bathroom, so he locks the door.
Yeah.
And unless we close for however long it takes me to go to the bathroom, because that sounds like an emergency to me. He got to go to the bathroom. He the only person working in the store. That's different.
This ain't hard, guys. You ain't got to do mental gymnastics. These cats didn't want to serve because they wanted to get out, and they had put everything up that they needed to use and cleaned everything up that they needed to clean up or to make fries or whatever, and they didn't want to do it anymore.
The job is the job, man.
Like, this is clear. I mean, silly.
Yeah.
Some of you all have worked in places where you wanted to get out of there early.
I was about to say, when I was waiting tables at Carino's over there in Baytown as a teen, the rule of thumb was, and I think it's this way across the service industry, you cut the kitchen down, you shut the kitchen down, shut everything off at closing of the doors. You don't pack up an hour early.
Yeah.
Again, guys, maybe employees don't get paid after 11:55.
That would be that would be different.
They would not close at 12.
But I think they do.
They wouldn't close at 12.
If you can give me evidence that they only get paid,
it's an hourly wage job
up until the point that they close, then that's different. But my understanding is you get paid by the hour. So if you stay till 1, you get paid till 1.
When have you ever
Never mind that it's late.
Is that what you be doing? That they be sitting there when you go to places to eat? Like, you go to places, you ever been in a restaurant, you're there after they close? Do you notice that they be at the door right there with their stuff ready to go to?
They're just waiting.
Is that what you Come on.
Not how it works.
Why are there so many people doing mental gymnastics?
And honestly,
to try to make this make sense.
Even if they lie, if they said that, if they say, hey man, look, we got to get out of here by 12. They're not paying us past that. I would actually respect, but that ain't what's happening here. We want to get out of here by 12. We don't want to work past 12, and so we're going to close at 11.
They're silly for working at Wingstop then. If hey, man, we close at 12, but at 11:50.
I don't want to be insensitive like, hey, go get another job like it's just that easy, but, I mean, them's the breaks. If you're working at Wingstop, you work until Wingstop close.
Text line, Ron, I would have shut the door on you too. Okay, they didn't, though. The door was open to come in.
Yeah.
I bet you you think they said welcome to Wingstop? Or you think they immediately just told my man? Like, nah, man.
They hit him with that my pleasure that everybody's adopted from Chick-fil-A. My pleasure. You lying. You don't want to be here. This is not your pleasure. This is your job.
Pal Pals, the kids running the restaurant at night who aren't getting paid well don't care about the customers.
No, that is fine.
But
they're
think
wrong.
Obviously.
Right there, that is accurate.
That's the evidence we're discussing.
Yeah, get their ass out of here.
Text line, I get it. I've worked in the service industry late nights. Then you, cool, but you probably should find another gig.
Yeah, you got to go do something else.
Oh, absolutely. You know the rules and the hours going in.
If I owned the Wingstop or any kind of late night restaurant, and if that is your attitude towards it, you gotta we made another gig.
I gave my Walgreens example earlier. I also worked at the pawn shop. You know what we did when the pawn shop closed? We left because there wasn't much to do. We didn't have to stay afterward all this late time. We closed at 9. We gone by 9:15. That worked out better for me. Find you a job like that.
Text line, Ron, I don't agree with you on a lot, but I am with you on this. First off, that's not true. Second, to be an arrogant a-hole here. You agree with me because there is no other answer to this. There's no other. Other side.
Yeah.
Right. Like you can say like Pal Pals that you understand the mindset of these kids that were working there.
Yeah.
But you're not right, guys. The store, it says on Google, on Maps, and on the door that they close at 12.
Yeah.
It's 11:22. The damn door's open. The open sign is on. They opened the door and they told them we're closed. You're not.
My bad, bro. We forgot to lock that thing. No.
Like you said earlier, let us end this show at 5:20 after telling everybody that the show is until 6. People gonna be like, well, wait a minute. I thought y'all was supposed to be on till 6. But you know what? We had to beat that traffic. We was a little tired, man. So we kind of just cut out early.
Yeah.
No, the show is until 6.
Over. Done.
So I mean.
Now, I am going to cut out early, but it's done.
But the show is until 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, we're going to dead air this bad boy.
Right, exactly.
Right here. It's wild to me. All right, coming up, we will get to our college football question of the day. And I heard 2 days in a row people saying something that is wild about the AFC South. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Rock and roll, meow.
The Texans' initial few sets. There were a few surprises, but in the end, these are the guys D'Amico and company will be going to war with this season. Will it lead to a trip to Santa Clara in February? We sure hope so.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610.
Odyssey Sports Station.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
All right, Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. And that number, 281-222-2222, 281-222-2222. Again, if you missed it, the Astros, they get that win that they needed to win this series versus the Rockies. They win it 4-3. Christian Walker goes deep twice, including the game winner in the 8th inning. Brian Abreu closes the door with ease. Another solid performance from Jason Alexander. 8 strikeouts. He gave up 3 runs in his time on the mound. And now they have a 2-game lead over the Mariners with just 28 games to go. We have reached that point where it's 28 games left in this season.
I'll see you in October.
It's wild. So the Astros did what they needed to do.
Oh, my God.
What?
Have y'all seen the news?
What is the news?
Maybe not. Give it to us.
From Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, relevant to our discussion earlier about Micah Parsons.
Oh, Lord.
The Cowboys are indeed trading all-pro Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, my.
Who have agreed to $188 million deal. That includes $136 million guaranteed.
What do you think they got back?
Oh, my
I'm
God.
saying it. 2 first-rounders. Hold on, it says
Green and yellow.
At the 47 per year.
I cannot believe
At the $47 million per year, Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in history and nets 2 first-rounders for Dallas.
An hour ago, y'all were both leaning no, right? That he wouldn't get traded?
I didn't think this was happening.
I thought it was more real. Again, if you're just jumping in, Ian Rappaport reports the Cowboys are trading all-pro defensive end Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers, and they have agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal done by David Mulugeta, who is his agent, who I guess the Packers decided to talk to, including $136 million guaranteed per Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero. And it looks like the Dallas is going to get at the very least 2 first-round picks.
Damn, Jerry.
But if you are a Cowboys fan,
how do you feel?
I would imagine that in order to be okay with this deal, you would have to somehow have more confidence in Jerry Jones and the Jones family, his kids that run the team, and Will Clay, who helped them with personnel matters, than you do Micah Parsons. Right? Like you gotta feel Jerry Jones family and Will Clay are equipped to take these picks and turn them into something, because their draft history is so great, right?
They just traded
Micah
Parsons and Luka from Dallas in the same year. In months. They just traded
what an issue of a city.
To the Packers and the Lakers. Is Nico behind this?
How's that feel, Dallas?
Insane.
Is Nico behind this?
You got to be kidding me.
All right, okay. Let's go around. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, jump in. Your initial thoughts. Just what is coming to your head right now? The Dallas Cowboys. I know there are many people that are Cowboys fans around here interested in the Cowboys. Your first thoughts that Jerry Jones has signed off on trading him to the Green Bay Packers, another team in the conference.
Yeah.
Another contender.
A team that is arguably
the team that just ended you.
Arguably
last time you're in the playoffs.
And ahead of you. Yeah, better than you.
The last time you're in the playoffs, they whooped your ass when you were the 2 seed.
That was just a couple years ago.
They've traded him to the Packers. God, this is just like Dallas. They traded him in conference to the Lakers. They traded him to the Packers. And they're getting 2 first-round picks. Your thoughts? Go ahead.
My first thoughts is that the Cowboys continue to get in their own way. They can't get out of their own way. The self-sabotage that is that organization continues. And this is and I think beyond unnecessary. There is no reason why they should not be able to, at the very least, agree to a deal with Micah Parsons, or have at least an amicable enough relationship where they can continue to have him under contract with some kind of understanding that they were going to work together in the future. The idea that they would just punt, this is some arrogance that is just far beyond self-sabotage. I would be livid if I was in Dallas right
Tyler,
now.
your initial thoughts. You hear this hit, and I'm seeing some people text in, LOL, Cowboys gonna cowboy. What a stupid-ass trade. They just beat you in the playoffs. Your initial thoughts as you hear this. This is fresh. Again, if you're just jumping in, the Dallas Cowboys, I am not kidding you. This is not fake. The Dallas Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons.
And to the Packers of all places.
I mean,
not
listen,
the Cardinals.
We're in an hour. With an hour and a half of all of this coming out. Oh, an hour and a half. It was thrown out and reported. Oh, the Cowboys, they are potentially taking offers on trades for Micah Parsons to bam, right here. It just hit. $188 million. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in football. Your thoughts when you just hear this right now?
Whenever we started the segment and we got this news from Skeezy, my very first thought, and still very prominent right now, is, man, if I am a Dallas Cowboys fan, or if I live in the city of Dallas, whatever, ever screaming from the rooftops that Jerry Jones has got to call this thing. He's got to call it a career.
For himself.
He's got to call it, man. Like now, today, somehow. Because, God.
Two things for me. One, the Green Bay Packers are a contender, like a Super Bowl contender.
Legit.
Like that's taking them up a notch. They are a Super Bowl contender. I mean, I don't know what else they have to give up, but you're fine when you've got your quarterback and he's signed and you're confident in him. You now have a dominant defensive player, Rashawn Gary, on the other side. Okay, wow. So that is they've got Lucas Van Ness as well, who they like as well. I mean, this is they changed the game.
But imagine paying Trevon Diggs, Dak Prescott. Like, I would argue that Micah Parsons is the best of them all, and the most obvious and clear cut player to pay of them all. Like, oh wow, what are you gonna do with this money now? At least you can go pay DeRon Bland. Like, this is insane to me.
Packers are serious. Dan Campbell just threw all kinds of stuff out of his office window. Second, this shouldn't be a death knell for the Cowboys. Like, theoretically, when you look at it, they should be able to recover, and you could see they could be a better team depending on what they get. Now, down the line, not right now.
Yeah.
Down the line, because you could say to yourself, all right, well, the Cowboys Super Bowl contender.
They damn sure ain't one without him.
I know, but right now with Micah, are they a Super Bowl contender? Would they have been the next couple of years? I think Washington and Philly are clearly better than them in that division right now, and neither one of those teams are going anywhere. And so you saved money there, and you're getting a load of draft picks. I'm guessing it's just the beginning of it is just 2 ones. I'm guessing there's probably, this may be closer to Deshaun than maybe not a third first round pick, but I'm guessing other high picks in the draft. They should be able to get a lot of good assets. But now I don't know who's going to. But now it's the people who's got to make the decisions with it. And you wonder how does this roll with guys like Dak and CeeDee Lamb in there? Like how does this roll with it? And so listen, Jerry. It's the route that they got here to have to trade it. Jerry is insane for what he.
You can talk yourself into what the assets represent and what you can do for it, but like what I was saying earlier is like you're obviously going to get a haul for Micah Parsons. That goes without saying. But you ain't done a good job with the picks that you've been making in the first place. Like, and then just the idea that you would do this gives reason to question your decision making and how sound it is to begin with. So yeah, man, like this would not garner confidence on my end. Like these people actually know what they're doing.
No, I mean,
they can't figure out how to sign a no-brainer, all-pro, top 3 to 5 player at his position at a premium position in his prime at 26 years old.
On paper, you could look at it and say, "Oh, okay." I can see it. They're not really contenders right now with it, and they could get a lot back. But that's not how they arrived there. They arrived there because the owner and the general manager of their team was playing big chest and big balls with Micah Parsons and won the thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the Herschel Walker trade is really I know it worked out.
Jimmy's not in there.
But that's a don't try this at home type of thing. Right? Like I don't know that just because that worked out, that necessarily means this is the tip. And also, you're in a different spot now. That team sucked. This team is not that bad. Like it's probably some pieces away from being on par with at least Washington. I think the Eagles are probably in a class of their own.
But you had a plan, though. You also had a plan, and you had Jimmy Johnson with the.
That's what I'm saying. You had a plan. You had Troy Aikman still on his rookie deal. All of that, like. You've got $100+ million to almost $200 million quarterback. You got a cornerback that makes a lot of money. You just paid your wide receiver a lot of money. You are invested in this team. It's time to kind of put. And then Jerry, how long does Jerry expect to be around to be drafting all of these players? I ain't trying to be doom and gloom, but it's win now mode.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
I mean, they're going to see Micah a lot. They're going to see him again. The Packers.
They were never supposed to set it up to where Micah Parsons could be sacking Dak Prescott in the playoffs.
What is going on in Dallas? What if you're a Dallas fan?
Dumbassery.
If you're a Dallas fan, I mean, is Chris Seeger next?
They've been prepping for this. Well, but I mean, the Rangers don't even seem close. So, like, that would almost make sense.
But just get them all out.
But Luka, Micah, we're talking about transcendent talent.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
In a half a year.
No
and
way.
Send them to other teams that you have a rivalry with.
For apparently no good reason. Like,
it could have been done. It could have been taken care of.
What is the reason? There's that Cardi B meme. What is the reason? What is the justification?
Nico and Jerry. Why? Again, I should do the job here. The reports are the Cowboys are trading 3-time All-Pro. He's 20-6. 3-time All-Pro Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
What's your point?
Parsons and the Packers already have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $188 million contract. Do you think? How did we get here? Did Micah get a chance to choose where he wanted to go? This David Molagetta son of a gun. He pulls them off. He pulls them off. He already reached an agreement with them.
They're different dudes.
Wow, man.
But imagine a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever it is, that the Texans are talking about not only not paying Will Anderson, but they're gonna trade Will Anderson Jr. Like, think about that for like what?
How would it get that bad? How would it get that bad?
And the Cowboys don't have a Daniil won't be on that track by that point. But it's not like they. What is the reason? What is the plan? I don't know. It is insane.
You got Dak will handle it well.
Oh, I'd be livid if I'm Dak. If I'm CeeDee Lamb. If I'm anybody that's invested in that team.
CeeDee Lamb, I don't know. We may hear from CeeDee Lamb.
George Pickens get there and say, "I thought I was crazy."
I mean,
this Jerry Jones guy is insane.
I mean, Micah Parsons got $188 million, went to another historic franchise. Now he's got to navigate this living in Green Bay thing for a little bit, but he'll figure that out.
I mean, he lived in whatever valley it is. I was going to say whatever valley it is out there.
He'll probably still keep his home in Dallas.
He's from Pennsylvania. Yeah, no, he'll be fine.
And he's on a contender, a Super Bowl. Like, you have just strengthened a Super Bowl contender for years to come.
Somebody stop that man.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Do the Packers play the Cowboys this year? Oh, God, please help. Oh, I am praying to the Lords. Please. Damn it, please. Oh, let me find
September 28th.
They do?
Early in the season, baby. Packers at Cowboys in Dallas.
He's going to Dallas.
Dude, you know how many times that camera's going to find Jerry Jones in the owner's box?
No
Sack,
way.
flash to Jerry. Sack, flash to Jerry.
You're not lying. It is in Dallas.
Let's go. He'll probably stay home, actually.
Oh, no. Jerry will be there.
He
Jerry
loves
will
the
be
camera.
on the field.
This is ultimate self-sabotage, man.
They play them, oh, my God, September 28th.
It isn't on my schedule.
In Dallas.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
And again, I go back to it. For no reason.
I'm going to shot.
Because you don't like David Mulugeta.
I don't know how I got
Who also
here.
is not going anywhere, by the way.
I'm going to shotgun a beer during the break. This is...
I almost want to go. I almost want to go to the game and watch it.
I'm serious. I want to. Can we?
Jerry World's a good time.
Parker, is there a way we can get a credential to Dallas for September? Damn it, we probably got to watch the Texans.
Oh, damn. I'd want to go just for the you know what's and giggles, because there will be a lot of.
It's already a Sunday night football game.
What if
it was
Jerry,
all ready to be?
What if that was actually
NBC Sunday Night Football?
What if that's actually in Jerry's calculation? You know, not only do I want to get rid of you, but I want to face you in front of the country and let you know how much you're gonna miss being a Dallas Cowboy. I could see him thinking that. He is that delusional. Innovative in a lot of ways. Contributed to the game in a lot of ways in the 90s. But this version of Jerry over the last, let's call it 16 to 18 years or so, 20 years or so. Woo! Rough, man. Real rough.
All right. This is the breaking news story of the day, and the Dallas Cowboys. Either you are sitting here at the Cowboys because you hate them so much, or you are a Cowboys fan here in Houston and you're not getting any work done. You're beside yourself. You may have forgotten to pick up your kids in car line. You're maybe going off, cussing, throwing things. You've lost every one of your minds.
Closing up your Wingstop shop early.
Yeah, somebody's gone. Happy hours have filled up around here with some of these long-lost Cowboy fans. Good God Almighty. We will talk about the breaking news. One of the stars of the NFL has left the star office helmet. That was pretty good, Ron. And is headed
that
to
was
Green
strong.
Bay. And there is a Houston tie as well. We'll discuss this coming up next.
Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 50. interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The breaking news in the NFL right now. Still, through the break, we're just finding more information. Just really still a bit. You're shocked?
These cannot be I am shocked.
You're shocked.
I'd be even more shocked if these are the full terms.
If you missed it, if you're just jumping in, the Dallas Cowboys, they're trading their 3-time All-Pro linebacker Micah Parsons to conference rival Green Bay Packers. Hell, my mess was traded him to the Eagles. To the Green Bay Packers. Parsons and the Packers on a 4-year, $188 million contract done by David Mulugeta, his agent. He had his hand in the trade and ultimately negotiated the record-breaking contract that includes $120 million fully guaranteed at signing and makes Parsons the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Let me try that again. He had his hand in the trade and ultimately negotiated his record-breaking contract. This is what we're hearing. Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport reporting that in this, the Cowboys are getting 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. And the Packers are getting Parsons. That is what we're hearing right now.
That can't be it. Now we're reaching new levels here. We're reaching new levels. Does that not feel like enough?
It does not feel like enough. Does this feel like Luka?
I mean,
Austin Reeves is still sitting over there.
but in this case,
they didn't get a first-round pick in that trade.
Yeah, because in this case, like the draft picks are much more valuable in football than they are in basketball. So with the Luka deal, you're like, okay, how come they didn't get Austin Reeves or Dalton Connect or one of their other,
or even a first-round pick,
or even a first, they didn't get any of it. In this case,
they got AD, baby.
You've got to load up on picks if you're trading Micah Parsons, which, by the way, again, I want to be clear, is insane in and of itself. I don't care what you're getting back because you don't.
If you're going to do it, you're going to get a haul, right?
Yeah, I would. There is a very much a bare minimum standard for what you're trading Micah Parsons for, and it should start with something like what these full terms are, and you should negotiate it into more. An extra, another fourth, another third and fifth. There should be more picks associated with this trade, and it doesn't make sense to me. None of it makes sense to me. The fact that they would do it and what they would get back.
Kenny Clark, I remember him went to UCLA, but it feels like he's been in the league. Yeah, Kenny Clark will be 30 October 4th.
That does nothing for you. Nothing. So just basically 2 first-round picks and
Kenny Clark for the next couple of years.
A pretty good defensive tackle for the next couple of years. That ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, that is
not for the dude that the Packers
and they let
say
him,
what you want.
Right,
fairly well run over the years, are going to give a record-setting deal to this guy,
and they let him negotiate with the Packers and choose. Almost seems like he was able to choose his destination.
Man, it sucks to be them.
Who else was up there for it?
Sucks to be the Cowboys right now.
Now, we talked about this during the break. That's when it's really fun when you get breaking news stuff like this. You kind of go in a bunch of different avenues. That mean Will Anderson gonna get this? Does this mean that if we're looking at 4 years, $188 million, $120 fully guaranteed, putting him at $47 million per? That's where I'm saying it puts him at $47 million annually, which jumps him. TJ Watt, who makes 41. He really jumped. Jamar Chase is at 40. Like, those are the next ones. TJ Watt, 41. Non-paid quarterbacks, $41 million. And then Micah Parsons at 47. He jumped him by $6 million. Will Anderson, he going over that, fellas?
Yeah, if he's healthy this year, I think that's the baseline.
Let's say Will Anderson.
I don't know if he goes over it, but this is a a baseline to work with.
Let's say Will Anderson plays the way Will Anderson does against the run. Let's say Will Anderson gets in there. He has 13 sacks, Pro Bowl season.
Bad MFer.
Does he jump Micah Parsons?
Yeah, I don't know if he this is around the neighborhood. So. I don't know if he jumps him. Because, think about it. Micah Parsons has been an all-pro for 3 seasons. Will Anderson has not been an all-pro at all. It would only be 1 season if he was this year. Like Micah Parsons, I don't know. I think we're talking about something a little bit different here, but this is around the neighborhood.
Yeah, I know it.
This is in the neighborhood.
I hear what you're saying, but somehow, like, we see players jump other players all the time. No, that are.
It's more of just a market. Though.
Yeah, market.
If this is the new market, then this is around the base level.
And the Texans, you think, go there. Also knowing that potentially CJ jumps Dak.
Yeah,
who's over $60 million per.
Yeah, the next guy jumps the previous guy.
God bless, brother.
That's normally how it works.
Text line coming through. Want to pay Will that kind of money. That kind of money isn't good for the Texans and Will Anderson. I'm not paying Will that if I'm the Texans. 99 reasons.
Well, you better get ready.
They're paying Will Anderson's not going anywhere.
It could be a little more. It could be a little less.
It's just the way it goes, like you were saying.
But it's going to be somewhere.
He's jumping T.J. Watt right at 41.
Yeah. This is what we're talking about. Like you're not signing them on a hometown discount. I don't know what you think this is. So yeah, this is what it's going to cost. Something like this. Is it exactly this? Is it a little more? Is it a little less? But it's going to be around what this is.
Man. Woo.
Now Will got to be rubbing his hands together.
I'm telling you.
Rubbing his hands together.
Jared Verse probably doing the same thing somewhere down the line. Yeah, it is.
Think about it. What if Will goes out there and he's defensive player of the year? He's jumping this easily.
He's jumping.
Yeah, I think if he's all pro.
If he's an all pro, he's jumping.
The only way he doesn't jump this is if, knock on wood, he's not healthy and, they're able to use his lack of a year against him.
They're gonna take care of him.
Yeah.
CJ and him are getting taken care of. Straight up. And yeah, I know Nick Caserio has pulled it off by signing guys early and getting it done. They're still going to hit a huge number.
Yeah. I don't think you're getting the Nico Collins bargain, right? Like that. I think that deal has aged amazing.
It has.
Kind of bargain with Will Anderson and certainly not C.J. Stroud, who is represented by David Mulligetta. So
Will might be represented by David Mulligetta here soon.
Hey. Might not need to thanks to David Mulligetta.
Tyler, what is the thing that has blown you away the most by this Micah Parsons being traded?
It's all pretty jaw-dropping, and I cannot get the hate for Jerry Jones out of my head if I'm a Dallas fan right now.
Yeah, mine is just the fact that it didn't have to happen, right?
Yeah, it didn't have to happen, but also within the NFC and to that squad that took you out. That's a tough pill to swallow if you ask me.
Yeah, you got to trade him to like the Dolphins. You got to trade him to the Patriots.
I'm not going to say it.
Trade him to Jacksonville.
Listen, I want to say to you, you all that are lifelong Houstonians, and I would be honest, almost 6 years ago I did not understand it. Now that I have been here over 5 years, I understand the feeling of Houston versus Dallas. I understand how you all have expressed to me how you feel. And as a fan, you should be, tickled, laughing like hell, talking all kinds of trash to Dallas fans. You should be.
Yeah.
I just texted a Cowboy friend of mine.
If you're a Houstonian, you're that. A Houstonian that was born here. So I don't have the natural hate for Dallas. I legit feel bad for Dallas fans, man. This Luka and this.
Hey.
And you don't feel like at all that you won either one of these trades. Like, which is worse? Luka's worse to me. I mean, you were just in the finals the year before. You had a generational guy. But this is bad, right? You're sitting there thinking, if you're a Cowboy fan, all right, we got three really good players. Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Micah. Micah is the youngest and the best of the three. And we trade him to the Packers.
Hey, Cowboys Nation.
You can feel bad for Dallas all you want. When it comes to sports, if they die, they die.
No, I think you should feel that way.
If they die, they die.
You should feel that way. I'm sorry. I can't drum up the natural just hate for Dallas. And I think you all should have all of that feeling. You should right now.
But feel bad for what? Just self-inflicted.
I'm just saying, when you're a fan, that your team just does stuff like this.
But you ain't got to be a fan. Let them jokers go.
I don't know. I'm just like I'm
root
not
for the Thunder.
Just like I'm
root for them Texans.
Just like I'm not a fan of like a natural fan of the Texans. I felt bad when a televangelist was taking over the organization. Right? I felt bad when, like, damn, man, these cats to be rolling through this. Like, I felt bad when you had a televangelist taking over and you had James Harden gaining weight on purpose so he could get traded. I felt bad for that. I did. I felt bad for that.
Hey, life is hard. And if he dies, he dies. That's all I'm saying.
Coming up, we will get to the college football question of the day, I think. We'll get to the college football question of the day, and obviously you guys are still coming in with your thoughts on the biggest news of the day. The Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, has traded his best player to the Green Bay Packers, who he faces in Week 4 on Sunday Night Football.
And who dog walked them most recently.
Dallas.
Hey, Cowboys Nation.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just
free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
I can't make this up. I really can't. If you just missed it, Jerry Jones and nobody else has traded Micah Parsons for some reason to the Green Bay Packers, and he received 2 first-round picks and a near 30-year-old defensive tackle, Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark's a good defensive tackle.
Yeah, he is.
Good. He is. He's not great. He's good, and he's 30. So that is what they had there. Also, by the way, as you remember, Dallas traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers earlier this year, and somehow in this point of conversation, I yelled, "Who's next? Who's next? Corey Seager?" Well, folks, this is sick. This just coming out. The Rangers' Corey Seager has an appendectomy, and his return date is unknown. Texas Rangers shortstop Corey Seager was feeling some abdominal pain during the game last night, and he is going to be out, and the return date is unknown. You got to be kidding.
Why does
they're not even talking about Corey Seager at this point now? Are you? Who is Mike Modano still with the Stars? Like, what is he? Look out! Whoever the Dallas Stars' best player is, look out!
It feels like Corey Seager's condition, though, is like indicative of the Dallas fan. It's like, did Corey Seager have this? They traded Luka, and he knew that Micah was about to get traded.
I don't know,
because I'm sure that's how the Dallas fans feel.
Hey, Rhett Lashley,
like they feeling the same pain.
Rhett Lashley in practice right now at SMU. End it. Shut it down right now. Get everybody in.
Trinity Football Club, head on a swivel, boys.
Ooh, yeah,
in the same day.
So who's playing for Allen High School these days? Somebody look out. Look out. From Allen to DeSoto.
What is going on, man? Jesus.
It's insane.
Those kids at Carter better shut down practice.
Is TCU at least started? Has anybody checked on the Horned Frogs?
I don't think it's bled over.
Has anybody checked on the Horned Frogs?
Check on the Dallas Renegades.
I don't think it bled over to Fort Worth. I don't know, man.
See, UTA gonna have to represent for the DFW.
I mean, what
the North Texas Mean Green.
What the hell's going on in Arlington?
Are the Frisco Rough Riders okay?
Good God, man. Everybody check on Troy, check on Emmett, check on Irvin, man.
Hey, we sending out an SOS for real for you Dallas people.
APB.
God, dog.
This is rough living.
Wow, man, that is wild. All right, all right, let's do this. We've been doing a question of the day as we lead to college football. It's going tonight. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. Here is the college football question of the day. All hands on deck. Is Lee Corso's final college game day, which comes in Saturday morning, is Lee Corso's final college game day appointment television for you? Is it appointment television for you?
See, this is how I know you and I are different, because
you don't even know my answer.
You know, I do know your answer because I know you. You enjoy cringeworthy, awkward moments. Like, I think you revel in them.
No, I enjoy finale. I enjoy finales.
And
I do.
I do not. Like,
he embraces the awk.
So I have been turning away from Lee Corso ever since, I don't know, however many 5, 6, 7 years that he's been doing this thing where Kirk Herbstreit has to kind of hold his hand through a segment. I can't get through
Brandon,
it.
It's been the most uncomfortable thing in sports that I've had to watch for the last
It is rough for me, and I don't need the college pregame. I'm just here for the game, so I'm not really big on game day and big noon. You know,
you're not a game day.
I don't need it. I can do it, but I don't need that. I'm just good with the games. I don't need the pregame shows like I do with, say, basketball and the NFL. So I'm good on it. I don't have to watch it, so I usually turn away from it.
But this isn't like this.
Lee Corso is a legend. I get it, but I do not have to watch him on TV anymore. It is cringy. It is uncomfortable.
I'm hoping he has a good performance.
Yeah, he will not, and it's going to be awkward.
Oh, man,
and it's going to be emotional. I ain't trying to cry. I cry enough these days. I'm good on that. Don't be trying to get me to cry for no reason.
Tyler shook it off like I put down a slider. He wanted a fastball. He shook that off as soon as I said
Not appointment viewing for me, friend.
No, I'm good.
Someone texted in, I haven't watched Corso in a few years, won't watch it Saturday either. Really?
I don't want to laugh at the man, and I don't want to be sad about it.
Why would you laugh at him?
Well, exactly. That's why I ain't watching. Sometimes it's kind of fun.
It's sad to me.
Yeah, it's awkward.
It is.
Awkward is funny. So sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's sad. I don't want to do either.
That one time, man, they went through there. They were like, all right, here we go. We got Baylor and Texas Tech. Coach?
No.
Coach. And then Herbie had to get him up, and I'm like, oh, my God. I just, like, how is that? We've heard a deal of like, hey, man, this guy can keep this job. He can stay here till he's ready to leave. I really feel like this has happened.
Yeah.
I really feel like this has happened. Like, there's got to have been a game plan of like,
well,
dude, this should have stopped. This should have stopped what? He's 90 now. This should have stopped 10 years ago.
I was going to say at least 8 is when I started noticing it kind of getting bad. But, like, I am all for laughing at somebody that is in on being the butt of the joke. Even if it's
so you're letting us know you've laughed,
but laughing at I don't watch it. I'm like, this is uncomfortable.
I hope you haven't.
But I feel like the whole entertainment value of it is to look at this senile old man, and that's not really funny to me, especially if he ain't of sound enough.
I don't think it's been their plan. I think it's happened.
If that hasn't been their plan, then I have no idea why he's been on the last 10 years. Then what is the entertainment value? He's not a good analyst anymore. I thought they were doing hey, let's laugh at the cuddly legend, the old guy that used to be good and is not anymore.
What is going on in this hour? Yesterday, Clint was over here defending concussions.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
And now Brandon has said, if that hasn't been the game plan to make fun of the old.
It's exploitation.
There cannot be ESPN's plan is to make fun of the old senile man, Lee Corso.
And he maybe probably wanted to make some more money too.
I'm not saying it has.
Give me his entertainment value at this point. Then tell me the substantive use.
Hold it right there.
What is Lee Corso's
come
utility?
On, you got to get it right. It's
over
not
the
so
last
fast, my
month.
friend.
Well, he said hold it right
decade.
there, the M word once, and that's what I was going for. But then I realized I probably shouldn't say that one word.
But there is.
Explain his usefulness.
It's been like the history and him being there, and he's just been a part of it. It's like Dick Vitale's been long past it, but it's Dick Vitale, and it's
but Dick Vitale is at least before he just got sick recently. At least feels lucid.
More with it.
Yeah, he's lucid enough to kind of still give you some commentary. This guy. Like, he literally has to have Kirk Herbstreit hold his hand through the segment.
It's just become sad having to watch Kirk Herbstreit.
It feels like exploitation.
I'm not saying it isn't.
And if he was in on the joke, I'd be fine with it. But but based off of his presentation, I'm not sure if he's capable but of joke.
I just don't think I don't think that's been the plan for you.
There is no other plan. There is no other justification.
It is because
there's no nostalgia in watching somebody.
That's what it is. That
is not themselves.
That has to be the plan.
No.
They're real ass hats if they've just been rolling through here saying, yo.
Laugh at the old man. That's exactly what it is.
Kirk Herbstreit is definitely not in on the joke.
I
Herbie is not in on the joke.
I feel like we do this like in our own families where somebody kind of gets old and senile and you want to hear them tell stories. It's like, hey, let's go laugh at the old man. But that's like family. This is on TV.
I can't believe this. Text line rolling through saying the same thing. I am in. I cannot wait for the final headgear.
No.
When he puts the headgear on, hopefully he makes it through it and he does the wave. The first one he ever picked was Brutus, the Ohio State one. I am in for it.
And given his state, how is that not laughing at him? He ain't all the way there, man.
It's not. No, that is not laughing at. It is one last time.
No.
Text line coming in. You guys are terrible. Just wait till you're old and you're gonna wipe your butt. I don't think that none of us are making fun of Lee Corso.
No.
I can't wait to see Lee Corso. Now it has been the most uncomfortable thing to watch that they've put him up there, and it's got to be like producing it. Producing it must be rough. But I'm not laughing at it.
I love Coach Corso, but it's not appointment viewing for me tomorrow.
And now someone's saying I'm not laughing at Lee Corso. I am
laughing at B. Scott's ideas.
I am laughing. I laughed at the thought that Brandon has the belief that ESPN's game plan is let's put him up here to laugh at the old guy. I do not think that is at all false.
Let's say
I don't think that is.
Ron's laughing because he thinks that is false.
Let's say Mark Vandermeer or John McClain or somebody like that could barely put together their sentences no more, and we bringing them out there to do full segments. What is the purpose? What is the nostalgia in that?
Booger butt.
I know. I agree with you. I would have shut Lee Corso down 10 years, 15 years ago.
I am not the show.
There would have been a 7 in front of his number instead of a 9. I would have shut him down.
Should have been put him out to pasture long time ago.
But I have College Game Day set to record.
And Coach Corso's
ready to go for the last one. Now, I may not watch the other ones, but I'm ready to go for the last one.
I don't think the audience is buying that you're not laughing at Lee Corso, though.
I don't know why. I'm not.
Ron wouldn't do that.
There's no way that you don't find that comic. Like, look at this old man.
I don't do that.
No way.
No, I promise you. I am screaming at the TV. Why are they doing this? That's what I'm screaming at the TV. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. The Astros, they get a W, and the big news of the day. Whew. Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones has lost his everlasting mind, or maybe it's a smart move. And what does this mean for Will Anderson and his money? 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
There it was. Glory hole.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster were a few surprises, but in the end, these are the guys D'Amico and company will be going to.
Grainger, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Tennessee Sports Station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Going to face Christian Walker here. And Walker sends one high and deep to left center field. All the way back and gone. Number 21 on the year breaks the tie in the bottom of the 8th. Christian Walker, his second home run of the day.
Shooter.
That fire came a little bit before 5 o'clock. Christian Walker, not one, but two bombs.
Love to see it.
Including that one in the 8th inning that breaks a 3-3 tie and gives the Astros the series win over the Colorado Potheads with a 4-3 victory today at Daikin Park. This is 5 o'clock fire. I am not Ron Hughley.
Notably.
Ron had to go. And we'll be covering for Ron here for the next hour, along with the amazingly well-talented and deep-voiced B. Scott, my man T. Mill on the other side of the glass. It's 5 o'clock fire. It's his Liddy. I am not going to say that word, Tyler Milner. I am not.
I'm glad you did
say that word.
I would have felt awful.
But Christian Walker, a pair of bombs. Jose Altuve with a home run today. And Jason Alexander, another solid start. 4-3 win. 28 games to go. Currently a 2-game lead, B. Scott.
I just love the timing of the fact that we were having a show, even in crosstalk and even in the previous show, about closing shop early, and Ron being the most righteously indignant about it on the day when he has to leave. Now, he's taking care of his personal business, and ain't nobody mad at him for it. But just the timing of it, I think, is hilarious. I just want to say that. But as it comes to the Astros, man, I just love when we can have a day, PC, where we can feel comfortable with the Astros offensive output. I can just tell you over the last month, I have not gone into any guy. I don't care who the pitcher is. It's almost, especially if the pitcher is bad, I feel even worse about the Astros in general. But this is one of those games where it's like, okay, finally, this offense that has been really just sad for the month of August wakes up, and you get two bombs from Christian Walker. You get a bomb from Jose Altuve. And you sort of save face here from what looked like it could potentially be an embarrassing series against one of the worst teams in all of baseball.
Right. It started off them coming into this series, having taken 3 of 4 from the Baltimore Hose and smashing them in 3 games. And in the very first game of this series, the day Jordan comes back to the lineup.
Jordan back in the lineup and Hunter Brown on the mound.
And they just, nothing.
Yeah.
But they put up a 4 spot yesterday. They put up a 4 spot today. That is the magic number. We've talked about that before.
Yeah.
Astros score 4. That's like a 72% win percentage. Astros score 4. And they get that today. Brian King pitched the 8th. He got the win. Brian Abreu with his 4th save of this. And other news coming out today, Lance McCullers, he was available out of the bullpen today.
In the H.
This is a development to me. This is significant, I think, because I feel like this could be some foreshadowing of what Lance, at least maybe this season, we'll see what happens in the future, but at least for this season, it seems to foreshadow what his new lot in life might be. And that could be in the very role that he had today, which was available out of the bullpen.
Now, it's been a very frustrating season for Lance because when he came back the first time, he didn't have velocity on his fastball. And he had to learn to adjust to being a backwards pitcher, right? You're throwing your breaking stuff and spotting your fastball. And right as it seemed that he was getting that together, he suffers a foot injury.
Yep.
And ever since then, he has not had the command to be able to be successful. He walks a lot of guys. He's always been a high walk guy, but now he's walking even more guys without that fastball. When his velocity is off or his command is off, those breaking pitches start floating in there like lollipops instead of having that real sharp tilt to them. To me, I think it's the best thing they can do with him is use him in a tandem role. because I have a lot of concerns about his elbow.
Yeah.
Between the Tommy John and the flexor tendon surgery, I have a lot of concerns with him being able to get up and down multiple times in a day, 2 days in a row, 3 out of 4, life of a bullpen guy. But if you keep him on his regular schedule, where it's just like being a starter, you're on your 5-day schedule, you do your, let's say every time Christian Walker pitches, you're going to pitch too.
Yeah.
That to me makes more sense, although if they don't use him, it is possible he winds up getting the start on Monday.
Wait, Christian Walker, you meant Jason Alexander. Who did you say?
Lance McCullers Jr. He could get the start on Monday.
Okay, I got you. So to me, it stands out that, like, this has kind of been the thing that people have been hinting toward ever since the injury started to mount, and we're finally getting here. Like the thing that you mentioned earlier, like what's so different about Lance before as opposed to now with the command issues. He's always been a high walk guy, but I never got the sense that it was as much command as it was like he was playing the cat and mouse game of a lot of times trying to get guys to chase, and sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't, but you always felt like he had the stuff to get out of it. Like if he gets he can work through traffic. If he puts a couple of guys on, or if the bases are loaded, Lance has got the stuff to get out of it. Now it feels like when there's traffic, because of that fastball and not having that command that he used to have, you don't feel as confident that this guy can get out of it. And so what do you do with a guy like that? Is he better off in the bullpen? Is he better off just kind of in garbage duty and not really being much of a high-leverage pitcher at all? I think that's a question, an open question that they still have to answer. What exactly is his role, and is it still a significant one, or is he just kind of another guy on the roster at this point?
Well, until he gets command of that sinker, because he couldn't throw it for a strike in this last that they've cut him down from 6 pitches to 3 pitches.
Yeah.
The other pitches he doesn't use that much. It's knuckle curve, slider, and sinker. That's what they want him focusing on. But he's got to throw him for strikes.
Yeah, he's not throwing him for strikes. Yeah.
Could not get the sinker, which is the one pitch he can get quick, easy outs on. That's the one he needs to have command of.
Well, Astros won today.
5 o'clock fire.
Heard you and Ron talking about this.
Yeah, I'm interested
the
to see what you think, man.
insanity of the Dallas Cowboys days of our lives. Micah Parsons being traded to the Green Bay Packers for a pair of first-round picks.
Oh, my God.
And defensive tackle Kenny Clark. The Packers already have a new deal for Micah Parsons. 4 years, $188 million.
Love that money.
That is some CASH. $120 million fully guaranteed. He is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. This went from this morning, they're going to listen, to this afternoon, buy.
And a deal is negotiated already on the back end. Like, this is insane to me. Like, to think, have you thought about it like this? Apparently, so since he's already got this deal, David Mulugeta, Micah Parsons' agent, has already negotiated this deal with the Green Bay Packers. In the matter of a couple of days, it seems, the Green Bay Packers were able to negotiate and agree to a deal that the Cowboys should have known since day one they would be up for. Like a deal that at some point was going to bill that was going to come due, something that they were going to have to negotiate at some point and pay Micah Parsons. The Packers were able to figure out in a matter of a couple of days what apparently Jerry Jones and Cowboys brass has not been able to figure out over the past 4+ years or so. Like, that is damning. That is shocking, startling. You said the days of our lives. It feel like if you're a Dallas fan, got to feel like a general hospital as the world turns. Whatever soap opera you want to put on it, this is bad. Even to me, even if it works out, kind of similar to the Luka trade. Like, even if things ultimately work out, we understand the Mavericks ended up getting the number one overall pick, and they're going to have Cooper Flagg, and their future might actually be bright. It doesn't justify the stupidity of the Luka Doncic trade no more than, let's say, these 2 first-round picks turn into something and Kenny Clark's decent for them. that's not going to justify the stupidity and the unnecessary nature of this deal by the Cowboys. I cannot, for one, believe it.
I am waiting for Tyler to come in with a breaking news sounder that the NFL is now going to institute a 32-team draft lottery, that somehow the Cowboys will win and get the number one pick because they don't want to be outdone.
I'd be shocked, though. I mean, I know Jerry's got some friends, but does he not have enough enemies already for this not to be possible? There's no way that the NFL together or on any level is coming together to do favors for Jerry Jones. Absolutely not.
You would think.
Nor should they.
Hell no.
You know, after Jerry tried to lead that mutiny against Roger Goodell a few years ago, you would think he would not be getting any favors. But again, things in sports sometimes just seem to be life imitating art, imitating life.
Yeah.
And while it's not going to happen, you do wonder, like, all right, what insanity comes next?
It isn't on my schedule.
Because for something that crazy to go down, there has to be like an equal and opposite something crazy to go down.
Yeah. I just, man, like how much, and as soon as I say that, as soon as I say this, something crazy or crazier happens, how much crazier can it get? As no-brainer of a player as you have on your team to pay, to give the contract. And again, this is the same team that paid Trevon Diggs, same team that paid CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, albeit at the last minute. And I'm not saying that those players didn't deserve to get paid. But Micah Parsons, to me, is the most obvious of them all, the most no-brainer of them all. And you're going to not only punt on that, get rid of him, you're going to empower the team that last dog walks you in the path of your success. That is insane to me.
Last season, in expected points added per play, Dallas Cowboys defense with Micah Parsons on the field, number 1 in the NFL. They were the best. Dallas Cowboys defense EPA with Micah Parsons not on the field, 32.
Yeah.
They were dead last. Welcome to fighting with the New York Giants for last place in the NFC East.
It does feel like they're punting on the idea of, like, I doubt anybody in this studio right now thinks that the Cowboys have any edge on either the Eagles or Washington, if we're being real about it. But it seems like they themselves are punting on this idea that they could even compete with those guys, because certainly this doesn't make you better, and you were already lacking. So, like, just the idea that they would kind of punt, you know, just it feels like a forfeit, but an unnecessary one. Like, you didn't necessarily have to do the contract. I don't believe I would have called Micah's bluff on not playing and missing the checks. So I think he would have showed up, albeit disgruntled. Nothing about this situation said that the Cowboys had to do this. So it's just it baffles me. A self-inflicted wound.
Nick Caserio would have had the deal done a year ago.
Yeah.
Because the difference is the Dallas Cowboys have an owner that likes to play games with the money. And the Texans have an owner who doesn't give a damn about the money. He just wants to win.
8 hours less or however long it's been.
That's efficient.
Like, it when I say no-brainer, that's what I'm talking about. The Packers didn't have to go, well, do I like the agent? And did we agree in the little private meeting that we had? And is he going to be the hot? Like, what are we doing here? This is one of those obvious, whatever the market is, he's going to reset it. You're going to pay it. He's Micah Parsons, and we move on. What is all of this extra? It's insane.
When you have elite players, the faster you sign them, the better.
The better.
Because the longer you wait, the higher the rate.
And how did they not learn this already? But they did the Dak deal late. They did the CD deal late. Like, there's a pattern here. You would have figured they would have learned from their mistakes. No. They got worse. They went the opposite direction.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
5 o'clock fire.
Not all of this money is going to be spent by Tyler Milner, but
almost all of it.
Legal NFL betting is estimated to reach $30 billion for 2025. legal sportsbook in the U.S., 30 Bs, according to an estimate released today by the American Gaming Association. That is an 8.5% increase from last year. And again, I don't think T-Mill is going to spend all of it. And I know that, Sean Pendergast, he's not going to spend all of it either. But, man, that is some crazy money. NFL, that is future wagers, Super Bowl, individual games, and only at traditional sports books.
That industry, man. I think you can make the argument the sports gambling industry has exploded more than any singular other one in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
To me, it feels like when you're talking about gambling, it is the most. It feels like the kind of gambling you can get best at, right? Like card games and slot machines. It feels like the casino could be against you. But if you believe in the integrity of sports, right? If you are under the impression that the game is not rigged and you can somewhat luck your way into, but also like know your way into the right information and to bet responsibly and smartly, it seems like the best way to gamble, right? Like this is better than going to the casino where the money's on the house.
The craps table.
Yeah, you get to control the bet. Like this does not surprise. It's a shocking number. Like you just hear $30 billion. That's just a shocking figure to hear, especially for like common people like us. But I mean, sounds about right. Like everybody's betting and everybody's betting. People are betting every day. Like it's a thing.
And that's traditional sports books.
Yeah.
That's not your offshore betting.
Yeah.
That's not the bet you place with, Joey Bag of Donuts and Tommy Two Toes. That's not those bets. This is just the at the window, at the actual casino betting.
Yeah, and as long as we're talking about how profitable and how, explosive this industry is, the sports gambling world, for anybody out there who wants to sponsor Tyler's Best Bets each day right here on this show. Best Bets every day. Last segment, wide open for you. Come get some money. Give us some money. Get some money.
Dude, the shameless plug.
Oh, yeah.
The shameless plug. And we want you, by the way, to invest whether them bets is hidden or not because we're here for the good time.
Facts.
Hey, if you don't promote yourself, nobody else will, man.
Hey, man.
Always be on the game. This is The Drive. That is 5 o'clock. Fire. You know what? Let's have a little bit more fun.
Let's do it.
With the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. Next.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster was announced.
Things are always in flux.
without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
PC and B. Scott in for Ron and Clint here. 2 more segments to go before Texas All Access, and then Area 45 later on tonight. Hey, maybe I'll work twice today. Maybe I'll let Bijani do the show by himself since he bails on me so much because he's lazy.
Oh wow.
Ron not lazy today. Ron handling other business. But
I don't know if y'all can hear that knocking on the radio, but Bijani objects.
Lazy. This trade with the Cowboys is just wild. That in less than 12 hours, they go from, well, you know what? We're finally going to listen to, okay, you're traded. Just boom, just like that. Like, there's no way in that short amount of time you went and fished out the best possible offers. You couldn't have fished out the best possible offers. If they had done this, I don't know, March, April, they probably would have got than what they got because teams hadn't set their rosters, still had all their money. And now you have to work with teams that can create the cap space to do that kind of a contract, which means you've got a limited amount of teams you can negotiate with. And then, as you said earlier, man, you trade your best defensive player, one of the top 3 defensive players in the league, 26 years old, to a team that beat you in the postseason?
Yeah.
That's some next level drugs.
It does not make sense.
It's a bold strategy, Totten.
And it doesn't make sense on any level and on both ends. Like, if you had done it earlier, if you had done either thing earlier, the trade, you could get more, or the deal, the actual money, it could have been less. So, this waiting thing, it's you know what or get off the pot. Are you trading Micah Parsons? Are you keeping Micah Parsons? I think the idea of trading Micah Parsons, unless something is wrong with him or he's some type of malcontent, beyond just being a different kind of personality, but an actual issue. From all accounts, Micah Parsons works hard, and we've seen him play football. He's amazing at it. So, there's no argument against Micah Parsons as a football player and as the prospects of him being great well into the future, at least over the next 5 or 6 years, or however long kind of deal that you're going to sign him to, contract extension you're going to sign him to. So there's no argument against him as a player. You either do the thing where you agree to trade him earlier, like you're saying, where you can get more for him, and it costs you less the sooner you do it. Like you said, Nick Caserio would have done this a year ago because he's such a clear and obvious dude to extend. So it's confusing on how they wait this late to make a decision. And it's we're listening. You're listening now. You should have been listening before, or you should listen longer. You should listen later. But to listen right now and to take the deal that you would get at the end of August is insane. For Micah we're not talking about, just any old player here. We're not talking about Deron Bland. We're talking about Micah Parsons. It's insane.
Despite the fact that growing up a Giants fan and then being down here, it's my 13th year covering the Houston Texans. So I'm invested in the Giants. I'm invested in the Texans. 2 fan bases that would love to see the Dallas Cowboys go 0 for the season every single year.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, every time the Dallas Cowboys lose, a child gets a puppy. And you please need to think of the puppies.
Yes, and the children.
But, and despite that, it's always been quote, on my sports bucket list to be on Jerry Jones' tour bus. Because you and I both know, well, at least one of us knows, that there is a mountain of cocaine in that bus.
Oh, I'm certain of it.
That he will find some girls on the Insta and the Gram and just have them roll around in it. And I just want to watch.
Yeah.
I don't want to do any of the coke. I just want to watch.
Yeah.
I want to confirm what I suspect.
This feels like the type of thing that someone on drugs would do. Either you're senile, on drugs, or both. And again, it's not just simply trading Micah Parsons, which again I would not do.
What's your point?
But to do it late August, early September, like it. I know the comparison a lot has been to the Raiders trading Khalil Mack. Bruh, those were the Raiders. Like that's who you're trying to be.
They got everything.
They did, and on top of that, they got everything. So like, this is just from every level to me is bad. I think even if they were able to make something out of these 2 first-round picks, it ain't enough. Nor does it justify doing the thing that was not necessary.
All right, hit us on the text line 713-572-4610. Hit us on the text line. How many times did Jerry Jones yell, "I love cocaine," before he agreed to this trade over under 2.5?
Dude, how is he? If he's actually living this hard, how do you make it to 80 plus?
Because he's got tiger blood.
He must.
He and Charlie Sheen have tiger blood. They could do a brick of coke and live.
Winning, man, winning.
You remember? Who was it? The former Kardashian husband, NBA player.
Lamar Odom.
Lamar Odom. He tried to do a brick of coke, and he wound up in a coma for like 2 months.
Yep.
But he lived because he didn't have enough. He looked like a quarter tiger blood.
Yeah.
Whereas like 2 bottles of vodka and hook up with 3 porn stars, no worries. Good to go next day.
Primer.
Does it seem like it feels like Jerry Jones just cannot get over the whole, like I've been watching their little documentary on Netflix, and of course they highlight this back and forth between Jerry and Jimmy Johnson about the Herschel Walker trade. It feels like Jerry is still trying to recapture the moment he traded Herschel Walker and built a dynasty. Like, is he crazy enough to think that this is that, or that this is some type of comparison? Like I said this earlier in the show, the Herschel Walker trade was some don't try this ish at home type of thing.
There's a reason why it's never been done by any other team ever again.
Yeah, man, that ain't exactly the formula. Like, this is somebody that it feels like has to either be on cocaine, crazy, senile, just a complete disregard. Or somebody did bring this up on the YouTube page. Like, it was Pow Pals who mentioned y'all are assuming Jerry Jones still wants to win. That would be the only justification, would be like they're punting on the idea that they're going to be competitive and that they're rebuilding. But again, Jerry Jones is 137 years old.
Jerry's never going to die. He's just going to be like Elvis. He's going to go home.
Yeah, fair enough. But that don't mean that's how you plan. Like, oh, you know what? I'm going to rebuild.
It isn't on my schedule.
And you think about this, the difference between Jerry Jones, who's the owner, the GM, aspiration, he's the be-all, end-all of the Dallas Cowboys, and Cal McNair, who's the owner, who steps back and lets people do their jobs.
Yeah.
Even when Cal chose the wrong people, and we talked about that for a couple of years with the wrong people.
Yeah.
He spared no expense. He never publicly threw anybody under the bus. He stayed out of the way, even when people were clamoring for him to fire everybody or sell the team or both. Cal had no problem writing a 5-year check to David Culley, who never deserved 5 years. Cal wrote the check. He wrote the check to Lovey, who only got hired because Texans got named in a lawsuit. They hired Lovey before they actually interviewed him, which I always find to be one of the most hysterical things in Texans history. But once they got rid of the wrong people and they brought in the right people, none of that changed. Cal will still spend any dollar it takes, doesn't care. He stays out of the way. He lets the people he hired make their decisions. It's just nice they've got people making the right decisions now. And now that he has people making the right decisions, he'll come out, he'll, do the little Cal's, barbecue thing, the Cal's cook-off. He comes on here on Sports Radio 610. He and Hannah come on. Always got to bring on the Queen of Houston. She's got to come on.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Not that time.
Not that time.
But the last time, yes.
But he has always been willing to spend whatever the money is and not get in the way to make those decisions. Jerry is dead opposite. He wants to strong-arm people on every dollar he spends because somehow he's got to, quote, win that. And he doesn't have anybody else to make the decisions. He does everything, so there's no wall of separation between the emotion and the dollar.
Yeah, well, so the key difference between what you just said and describing the Texans and the Cowboys, the Texans were hiring the wrong people, but it wasn't necessarily the wrong people that were in charge. They just needed to come to realize that they were hiring the wrong people and then hire the right people. In the Cowboys case, the wrong people are in charge. And what do you do with that? Because you can't fire the person that's in charge. You can't get rid of in charge.
No, the wrong person hired the wrong person.
Right.
It's the same person.
Exactly. And so now you're just in the hamster wheel.
It's really about the 69.
Ain't it, though?
So do you, like, hang an 8-ball in front of the hamster and make him run? Is that how you get Jerry Jones to do things?
I mean, that would probably be a better result than whatever the hell this is, a trade Micah Parsons to the Green Bay freaking Packers.
Tattletown, USA.
It's almost like Reggie White all over again.
Yeah.
How does Reggie White, who was young in his career, winds up on the Packers? Now Micah Parsons is going to wind up going to the Hall of Fame wearing a Packers jersey or a Packers hat. It's just wrong.
What's your point?
Wrong.
The Packers already showed that they didn't need Micah Parsons' help to whoop your ass. Now they got it. Now what? What's good? Very weird play here.
You know what's going to be good? When the Cowboys win 6 games this year.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
Oh, no, they'll go 8-9.
They could very well.
They'll scrap their way to an extra 2 wins.
Wind up being like the Bengals from last year, where 4 times they scored 33 points and lost.
Yeah,
it could be that kind of year. Their secondary is not that good, and it's certainly not good enough to live without the pass rush of Micah Parsons. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how many times the Cowboys give up a 30 spot and can't put up enough to do it. Dak's be throwing the ball 45 times a game.
Who would have thought that George Pickens is nowhere near close to being the craziest person on that team? Yeah. It's the man at the very, very top. George Pickens is like, hey, man, you making me look normal.
That's when you know you're in the right house.
Ain't it?
When you're crazy, you walk around like, oh, I feel welcome here.
This ain't so bad.
One more segment to go. Let's take a look at your Houston Texans, that 53-man roster. I heard you and Ron talking earlier about expectations for the Houston Texans. Do you think what kind of team do you think this is? Are they, going to repeat the last 2 years with 10 wins? Do you expect them to get more? Are they going to finally get out of that divisional round? Let's get into that next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
HIMS.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, final segment before we turn it over to Texans All Access. Patrick Creighton, Big Scott, with you in for Ron and Clint today. T-Mill, he actually works for a living. He's on the other side of the glass. At the master controls, jamming some Metallica, which does not suck. That is not ass. It's well done, T-Mill.
Appreciate you, bro. And if y'all don't know, you need to be listening to Area 45, 7 to 11 p.m. because it's a lot of not ass.
Hey, if you liked hearing me for 1 hour, wait till you get to hear me for 4. B. Scott, I heard you and Ron talking earlier, discussing the Texans roster and what your expectations are for this team. How many wins do you think this team is going to have? How far in the postseason do you think they have? Let me pose this to you as a two-pronged. One, what are your expectations for the team? Number 2, or 1A, what should the expectations for this team be?
Yeah, so I think these things can exist in conflict, and it's okay for them to be different, right? Like, their expectations should be the highest of expectations. I don't have any reason to say that the Texans themselves should expect to do less than anything other than the best. Not just go to the AFC Championship game, but win the Super Bowl. To me, that's the whole point. That's why you put together the team that you put together. That's why you train the way you train. I think that they should expect to win the division, to go to the AFC Championship game, to go to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl. Now, the odds are against them, right? Like you would bet on the field out of one of 32 teams. But I think their expectation should and could fairly be to go to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl. Aim high. But that ain't got to be my expectation, right? And it's okay for these things to exist in conflict and for me to view it differently. I'm not on the team. I'm not the one that's putting in the sweat. I'm just an observer, and I'm an objective observer watching it for what it is. And I have no objective reason, PC, to look at this roster, 53-man, or the practice squad that they just announced earlier in the day, to look at that combination of guys and the whole outfit itself and say, yeah, that'll fix it. These guys are ready to go to the AFC Championship game and go to this. I personally expect them to be about what we've seen, which has been fine, which has been enjoyable, winning the division, hosting a playoff game, winning a playoff game. I think they are at the very least capable of doing all of the things that they've done over the last 2 seasons, again, for a 3rd straight season. Do I look at them and just have the utmost confidence that they are ready to take that next step, that they could go on the road and beat a Baltimore, beat a Kansas City, even beat a Buffalo on the road in January? Like, no, I don't see that, and I'm not going to believe that until they show me otherwise. Could my tune change based off of how they play this season, based off of how the offense looks under Nick Caley, how C.J. Stroud looks within the new offense with Nick Caley, if the defense is as good as many of us think it could be? How does the run game adjust to not having Joe Mixon? Are the pieces around Nico Collins, like Nico Collins and the Pips, are they better than that? Like, all of these things are going to matter. They can show me something different, but just based off of where we are right here at the end of August, no, I don't see this as a Super Bowl roster.
Maybe my expectations are high. Maybe my expectations are got a little bit of the battle red tint to them. But I love this roster. I think it's the deepest wide receiver core they've had here. I think the whole world is sleeping on Christian Kirk.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I've been banging that drum. I wanted Christian Kirk before they traded for him.
I think there's a lot of sleeping on Christian Kirk. I think between Hutch and Higgins and Knoll, they've got 3 guys that are all going to give them important games at some point this year, because look, I think it's fair to expect Nico to miss 3 games at some point because that's been the track record. I don't know if Christian Kirk is going to miss time or not, but let's just say he's going to miss 3 games. Those 3 guys can be representative receivers for you. Like, you're not going, oh, man, this guy can't get separation, or this guy can't catch the ball, or this guy drops the ball in key situations. They had a lot of that last year. They don't have that this year. Dalton Schultz looks 100 times better this year than he did a year ago. Cade Stover is now second year in. I expect more from him this year. And with a revamped offensive line, they don't have to be great. Can they just be average? Can they be somewhere between 12th and 18th? Because if they can be in that range, C.J. Stroud's thrown for 4,400 yards and 30 touchdowns. Because he will not take a 5-step drop and be hit before he drops his playing foot.
Yeah, to me, it's just that, like, I absolutely think that they have, like, I love the roster as well. I think it has potential. I don't think it says a lot, though, for an organization that hasn't been there to say that, hey, it's the best that they've had, or to compare it to previous ones, because none of those actually made it. So, like, you're kind of comparing them more so to the field than anything. But to me, it's like they go into the season with relevant questions and some things to prove, right? Between the new offense and the offensive line, as you mentioned, like, until they actually answer the questions, I don't know how you can kind of really feel confident that it's there yet. Like, those are still open questions. Now, if those answers are good answers, like the line is not in flux, they're not, bitten by the injury bug like they had some really bad injury luck really over the last 2 years. I don't think they get enough credit for how they were able to overcome those things. Offensive line 2 years ago was in flux. Last year they had, only 5 games where they had all of their weapons together.
The top 3 receivers all missed a chunk of time at some point last year, and a lot of it overlapped.
And so did Joe Mixon miss some time for a little bit there with the hip drop tackle. So, like, they've had some poor luck on top of that. But, like, it's just, to me, until you go into a season like this with as many open questions as they have, you don't get the benefit of the doubt until you actually answer those questions. Maybe it's after the bye week. Maybe it's week 9, week 10, to where I'm starting to sing a different tune. I'm like, you know what? They look like they figured the things out that ailed them, the things that kept them from going from here to there, right? That thin line between being a marginally good team from being a great team. But until they do those things, I've got to be skeptical. I got to, even with my Texans colored lens and for the team, which I'm doing all of those things, I cannot objectively sit here and say, yeah, that team is ready to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That team's ready to go on the road and beat Baltimore. Like, I don't have it yet.
I think it is feasible. I think it's realistic to say this team could go to an AFC title game.
I think that's fair.
I think it's realistic that they could go to the title game. Now, once you get there, anything can happen. You get there, you could win that game, you could be in the Super Bowl. We saw the Bengals do it a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That was not a team people thought was going to the Super Bowl. But that is the one thing about the NFL is different than all the other sports.
Right.
Because of the amount of player movement every year and the amount of talent that comes in the draft, teams can drastically improve. In certain, sometimes, the margin of victory in the NFL is so thin. Sometimes it's just a matter of, hey, we got 5 more turnovers this year than we did last year. Hey, we ran the ball for a half a yard more per rush than we did a year ago. We were better on specials this year than we were a year ago. Or just little things like that can be the difference between 8 wins and 12 wins. And for me, I look at the potential of the offense. I look at the ball hawkingness of the secondary on the defense. I look at a team that could have a team record in sacks again with the front line on that defense and how they get after it, the continued improvement of Will Anderson Jr. The fact that this linebacker core, to me, and look, we've seen them have the Brian Shing. This might be the best one they had because they are 4 deep with got legitimate starters who can get after it. Of course, that means Christian Harris actually playing football, but I digress. I feel like that defense can change games for them And the one thing we've seen from the Texans in the preseason, different from what we've seen from them the last 2 years, is when they do red zone, they score.
Yeah.
And that is a big deal. They did it against Minnesota. They did it against Detroit. Done it in joint practice. When they get in the red zone, they bang that baby home.
I do feel comfortable saying that it's a championship-level defense. Like, I'll give them that. I think it's a championship-level defense where the question comes is the offensive line, like, because I agree with your point, too, about, hey, you don't need them to be the best offensive line that you ever seen. If they could be a middling offensive line and not just be bad, I think you're an offensive line away. I think you are some healthy pieces, right? That poor injury luck that I talked about. Your position players, your skill players can stay healthy and your offensive line can actually figure it out. Now we're having a different question or having a different conversation, but I still feel